is my duty to inform the House that a vacancy has occurred in the representation. Ms. Bennett, member of the Electoral District of Toronto-St. Paul's by resignation, effective Tuesday, January 16, 2024. Conformément à l'alinéa 25.
Pursuant to paragraph 25 1B of the Parliament of Canada Act, I have addressed a warrant to the Chief Electoral Officer for the issue of a writ for the election of a member to fill this vacancy.
Comme il est 11h03, la Chambre abordera maintenant l'étude des affaires émanant des députés selon l'ordre indiqué au feuilleton aujourd'hui. Vous n'avez pas reçu...
The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
A motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, standing in the name of Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb, seconded by Mr. Barlow, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that this House disagrees with the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-234, an act to amend the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. Debate. L'honorable député de Huron.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise again and talk about Bill C-234. Groundhog Day is just a few days away, and it feels like Groundhog Day again on this bill, Bill C-234. It was basically 2 years ago, almost to the day, that I presented this important bill to the agricultural community in the backstop provinces to help provide some relief, in the form of carbon tax exemption for the on-farm use when you're heating your livestock barns and when you're drying your crops. And it's really added up in the last 2 years, and it's going to continue. It's going to continue to cost. But before I get into it, I just want to highlight a couple of facts really about the state of the country and where we're at today. And I think there's 4 key priorities that this party is going to focus on, our leader is going to focus on, and the members of Parliament in this caucus are going to focus on. And we're going to focus on axing the tax. We want to axe the tax for our agriculture community, but we want to axe the tax for all Canadians. They're really suffering under high inflation, high bills, high costs, whether it's seniors at home, whether if you're a family, whether you're on your own. The inflation is out of control, and by axing the tax, that's going to give Canadians a chance. The other thing is we've got a massive housing deficit in this country, and we need to build more homes. We need to encourage cities and municipalities to get out of the way and allow this to take place. The other thing is we got to get control of our federal budget and our federal finances. Debt and deficit is way out of control. The debt has been doubled in 8 years under the reckless spending of this Liberal government. We need to get this under control, not just for the sake of the overall finances of the country and the well-being of our country, but the trickle-down effects it has on Canadians in every corner of this country, because high spending from government leads to inflation. And the last thing is we need to get our city and country roads and streets safe. 8 years, I can't believe how much has changed in the way things are going in regards to crime and the safety of our streets, and we've got to act now. Canadians are counting on us. Doesn't matter if you live downtown in a city, in a suburb in a city, or down the country road where I live. Everywhere it's being impacted. Catch and release, you're out the door. But on to my bill 234. I'd just like to highlight one thing, a little bit of a brag maybe if you want to say. I was at a Grain Farmers of Ontario meeting for the Huron County chapter during the recess of Parliament, and I got some nice numbers to report to you, Mr. Speaker. The average corn yield in Huron County, let's just call it Huron-Bruce though, 200 bushels to an acre for corn. Soybeans is over 55 bushels to the acre. These are all above the provincial averages. Soft red wheat, winter wheat 101, soft white winter wheat 99, and hard red winter wheat 97. So those are great yields for Huron and Bruce. We're very proud of that, and it's a testament to the dedication of farmers up and down every country road that we know of. I attended a co-op annual general meeting, of which I'm a member of, and what really struck me during his comments, and he doesn't owe me anything, I'm just there as a member, not as an elected member of Parliament. He was talking about the best way that we can help farmers, as he's looking at it himself. He said the best way that we can help farmers is if we actually cut that carbon tax. He said we see it every month. We see it every month on farmers' bills, and he said it is just incredible how much it's adding up to for farmers. He said the best way to provide them with relief is to cut it, 10 cents a litre. And just on another side note, they also sell fuel, they sell gasoline and diesel as well. And just as a side note, 17 cents a litre on average was what it was carbon tax on gasoline for people to drive to work and back, or to take their kids to hockey or baseball, or to take their parents to a doctor's appointment, maybe in the city. Bill C-234 is for farmers. And at the end of the day, if it accomplishes one thing, it is to cut the carbon tax on farm. It is an inflationary tax that is relentless, and it is indexed, and it will continue to rise. But at the end of the day, if we could cut this tax, if the members of Parliament in this House could cut this tax, it would provide relief to farmers. And at the very end of the economic chain, it would provide relief to Canadians going to the grocery store every week to provide for themselves. That is a fact. And so if we could do one thing in this House to start off the session, it would be to do that. It would be to do that. And farmers work hard. They use technology. I heard a couple of senators, a couple Liberal appointed senators, and it was disappointing to hear them say, and you can go, I'm not putting words in their mouth, you can go back and look at their comments they made in committee, you can go back and look at the comments they made in their speeches, that farmers are laggards when it comes to technology. That's the furthest thing from the truth. Farmers across this country are some of the most progressive business people you'll find. Whether it's in their barns, whether it's in their greenhouses, whether it's in their tractors, whether it's in even their financial accounting software, they are very progressive. They take technology whenever they can, and they make it more efficient to make more crops, to feed more people, to feed the world, really, is what they're doing. And so I would just like to set the record straight there that farmers are very advanced in their implementation of technology. And if you just look in the last 15 years, the last 10 years, even go back 20 years, it's night and day. It's night and day. And wherever there's an opportunity, they're doing it, and they're doing it for yield, and they're also doing it for the betterment of their land. If you look at agriculture, and just in the last number of years, look at the inflation that farmers are dealing with. Increased costs, inflation in machinery, increased cost in all inputs, fertilizer, pesticide sprays, seed inputs. It all is increasing. It is all increasing. Rent, land, the cost of building sheds, the cost of building grain storage units, it's all gone up. It's all gone up. And agriculture is not a high margin business. We've talked about this before in the House of Commons. Farmers are price takers. They are not price makers. They take what they can get on the open market, and as well what the basis is in Chicago. That is the reality of agriculture. That is the reality. So anytime a government can actually help them out by cutting the carbon tax, for example, cutting the carbon tax, it is a huge relief. And as I've mentioned in this House many times, one example is a hog farmer down the road from where I grew up. A year ago, his bill, just for the propane he used, actually it was natural gas that he used on his farm, was $4,300. The carbon tax on that bill was $3,300. Okay, you think about that, how does that make sense? How does that make sense for a farmer that has invested hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on their farms to make the highest quality food or the highest quality crops that are out there, and then to get bills like that? It's just not feasible. It's not feasible. And like I said, it's going to continue to increase every year until 2030, 31, and it's just going to put a lot of farmers right out of business. And at that point in time, you have to be concerned about food sovereignty in this country, but you also have to be concerned about the amount of food that we export around the world to feed other nations. It really is a precarious time. It really is a precarious time. And if you think about it, and many people have said it in this House, and the leader of our party has said it as well, when it is cheaper to put a load of food, load of produce on a transport truck in Mexico and ship it through how many states to bring it to Canada, because it's cheaper to truck food from Mexico than it is to grow it at your farm and sell it at a farmer's market or into the open market. How does that make sense for Canadians? How does that make sense for Canadian farmers? How does that make sense for the environment? It just doesn't make sense at all. And speaking of the environment, the Liberal government has asked farmers to pay a steep price. They've asked them to pay a steep price on this carbon tax that they've hammered them with. But when have they ever recognized the environmental good that they do? They have a rebate, $1.70 some odd per thousand of allowable expenses. So if you have $1 million of allowable expenses on your farm, you get $1,700 back in your rebate. That's a slap in the face. Farmers that have woodlots on their farms, they've maintained them. In Ontario, where the emerald ash borer is, they've harvested those trees, they've made use of them, but they've lost that. They have ethical woodlot practices. In the fall, a lot of farmers nowadays are planting fall cover crops. They do that on their own because it is good for the soil, it's good for their land, and it increases the humus matter in their soil. That's a fact. That's a fact. Crop rotation. I'll speak specifically in the province of Ontario. You heard the crops I mentioned in the beginning. Those are crop rotations. It's good for the soil. It helps minimize the pests in the environment that impact the crops. That's good. Environmental farm plan, nutrient management plan. These are all things that farmers do to be good neighbors and to be good stewards of the land. And of course, with technology, no-till drilling, I mean, that goes back a long ways. I can remember as a kid going out to Don Lobb's farm, and the University of Guelph and Ridgetown were out there doing plot experiments. And they were quite a few years ago. It was in the 80s now, and perfecting that. And so there was a number of farmers in Huron County and other counties that started this in the region, and it's grown, and it's continued to grow, and it's continued to grow. And now you even see how they just rip small sections of land where the seeds are going in to preserve the soil and the humus and not to disturb it, because they know the value of that. And I'll go on just one more highlight. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, he has done at least 2 studies on this bill, C-234. In his last report, it is nearly $1 billion to 2030-31 that the Liberal government is going to take out of farmers' pockets by the carbon tax. Think about that. Farming is a high capital, low margin business that provides food for Canadians to eat. It's very low margin, and the Liberal government is taking $1 billion out of their back pocket. It's really unconscionable to me. And the last thing I'll highlight is the actual piece of the bill being sent back from the Senate. I understand the independence of the Senate. It's back here. It's now in the House of Commons' hands. The members of Parliament here are going to decide how this is going to go. And what I would ask the other members of Parliament and the other political parties is, let's not drag this out. Let's not delay this longer than it's already been delayed. It's already 2 years old, okay? We can have some debate. We can hear what the other parties are thinking, if they've changed their minds, if they like it better, what have you, because in the last 2 years, a lot has changed in the economy. Think about interest rates, think about inflation, think about these things that are impacting farmers everywhere they go. So what I would ask, specifically the Liberal Party, allow some of their members to have a say, but let's be reasonable. Let's not kick this down too far the road. Let's be reasonable. Let's have good discussion, good debate, exchange of information, and have a timely vote on this to send it back to the Senate and let the senators deal with it again. I think that is the reasonable and logical way to do it, because at the end of the day, you're not helping me. You're not helping me. Who are you helping? You're helping the farmer at home. You're helping your farmer at home. And when we can help farmers directly and indirectly help consumers, that's great. Thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker. I'll take some questions.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy New Year to you and to all my colleagues. And I'd like to thank the honourable member from Huron-Bruce for his remarks today. I'll start by saying that he will have my support in the motion to keep the bill as is. That is a commitment that I've made very clearly in this House, including to my agriculture community in Kings Hants. A couple things. I want to make a comment and then a question. The comment is around the idea that Liberal senators somehow block this. I would reference you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Colin Deacon. He was appointed under this Prime Minister. He supported the bill. I would point you to the Honourable P.J. Prosper, appointed under this government. He supported this bill. I'd also point you to the Honourable Rob Black, a real strong agriculture champion, appointed under this government, who supported this bill. What's my point, Mr. Speaker, is that I think the Conservatives had a little bit left for wanting in terms of their advancement in this bill in the Senate, including that upwards of 5 of 15 of the Senate colleagues did not vote on the crucial vote that actually sent it back here. So I want that to be on the record, but my question to the honourable member is this. If he is unsuccessful in being able to have his motion to keep the bill as is, does he intend to bring a subsequent motion, in particular around the 3 years? I think the barn heating and cooling is an important element. Maybe we can find some type of agreement in this House for just 3 years so that we can encompass largely what the bill intended. Does he intend to do that if he can't get a majority of this House? Thank you.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, thanks very much. And the motion has already been, I presented that a couple of weeks ago, and it does take out all the amendments that came from the Senate, puts it back in its original form. And I appreciate the member from Kings Hants. We have a good working relationship, I think you would say. But I would also point to that the Liberals appointed 6 other senators just in the last couple little months to get this bill passed. And the one senator that got appointed, he knows really well, Roger Kesener, who spent 20 years as a Liberal member of Parliament in this House of Commons. So I understand his points, but they also appointed quite a few Liberals to the Senate as well.
Joey Kamal-Tar, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you back and all of my colleagues. I am in favour of keeping this bill in the same form that it passed the House at third reading. And, you know, I've been on the Agriculture Committee for a long time, and I do hear the Conservatives talk a lot about the carbon tax, but what I'd like to hear from my honourable colleague is the other costs, and I don't think that's not talked about as much in this place. How does the Conservative caucus propose to deal with the immense costs that are being hoisted on farmers from the effects of climate change? We know this summer coming up is going to be particularly bad for the farmers in Alberta. What about the high input costs? What is the policy in dealing with those? And also, when are the Conservatives going to speak up and address the outrageous profits in oil and gas? Because those by themselves completely obliterate any effect the carbon tax would have. When you have oil and gas profits increasing by over 1,000% since 2019. When are the Conservatives going to address that incredible cost on the backs of farmers and Canadians from coast to coast to coast? Thank you.
The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much for the question. The cost to administer the carbon tax, a colleague of ours submitted an order paper question, and I believe the cost to administer the carbon tax is $82 million a year, which is outrageous in and of itself. And in regards to the environment, what I would say to my honourable colleague is this. Farmers are not the problem. And I know he wasn't saying that farmers were the problem. I realize that. Farmers are doing their part. And you have to, in life, what you have to be able to do is do what you can and do what is feasible. And farmers every day, they get up and they do what they can to provide for their family, pay their bills to the bank and the co-ops and everything else, and to be good to the environment. That's just the reality of being a farmer. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back, and thank you to my colleague. It was an excellent speech, really honouring the work that our farmers do to feed us. In my riding over the Christmas time, I met with a local woman who had to shut down her business because of the cost of butter. 8 years ago when she started, it was $2.49 a pound. It is now upwards of $7.49 a pound. That's 300% increase. My question to the member is, how would this bill help with that butter effect that we've seen of inflation and a household item like butter come back down?
We're all out of time, but allow the honourable member to respond. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Well, just simply, if I can say, at the end of the day and at the bottom line, if this bill can do one thing, we have to axe the tax for farmers so that there are lower prices at the grocery store. That's the end of the day. That's what we have to do. And all the elected members of Parliament, if they want to help people in their ridings, this is one way. I'm telling you, this is how you can get it done. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I listened very closely to what the member had said, and I'd like to provide some comment in regards to some very specific things that he put on the record this morning, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, let me emphasize one of the big missed representations of reality that the member tried to portray, and that is to give the impression in any fashion whatsoever that the government does not recognize the true value of our farmers and what they do for society, not only in the local communities but for the broader world, I think does a disservice to the farmers. Because we need to recognize, at least us in the government benches, the Liberal Party recognize, that the farmer is the one that experiences climate change at the ground level in a very real, intangible way. Only if there was Conservative members of Parliament that recognized that climate change was a reality, because I can tell you that farmers know and appreciate and understand that climate change is in fact a reality. We have a substantial agreement, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars leading into approximately $3.5 billion. We've heard of the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Agreement. An agreement that is there to support farmers in the community dealing with issues like climate change. That is tangible dollars to support the farmers and the advances that they have taken, and to encourage continued advances in regards to recognizing and fighting climate change reality, Mr. Speaker. The member stood in his place and he said, right at the very beginning, the Conservative Party agenda. And I suspect we might be hearing more about the Conservative agenda. He said the Conservative Party has 4 priorities. Priority number 1, axing the tax. As they all say, hear, hear, they like that priority, Mr. Speaker. How far the Conservative Party have come from the last general election, where that member and every other member that was elected in that election, or all candidates that ran in that election, when they campaigned on an election platform that said they supported a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. Now they're saying that we just want, at all costs, to axe the tax, which kind of feeds into the idea that they have no concept of the reality of climate change and the responsibility of good government to bring in policies to deal with climate change. So whether it is the Ukraine government or the Canadian government or many states in the United States that recognize that the price on pollution is a positive policy, Mr. Speaker. The point number 2 that the member said across the way in terms of a priority for the Conservative Party was dealing with housing. Mr. Speaker, no government in the history of Canada, with the possible exception on a per capita basis back in the 40s, the 1940s, has invested more into housing than this government has in the last 8 years. No government. When the leader of the Conservative Party was the person responsible for housing, Mr. Speaker, he was an absolute and total disaster in the issue of housing. Contrast that to this government that has a number of housing programs to deal with what the member across the way said was the Conservative Party's priority. A myriad of programs to support Canadians, to ensure. Never before have we seen a national government take such a proactive approach at dealing with the issue of housing. Point 3 the member made reference to in his opening remarks, Mr. Speaker, well, they're going to get federal spending under control. Canadians need to be aware of what that hidden conservative right magna agenda really is all about, Mr. Speaker. And that is to look at ways in which it can cut back on valuable programs that Canadians are very much dependent on and wanting to see. Whether it's programs like childcare, dental care, whatever it might be, the Conservatives' priority number 3 is to cut government expenditures. The member just said that, Mr. Speaker. The 4th item that the Conservatives, remember they said these are the top 4 items. The 4th one was the issue of crime. And Mr. Speaker, there is a different approach between the Liberals and the Conservatives when it comes to the issue of crime, whether it's urban or rural, Mr. Speaker. We believe that we need to take actions that will put a stronger emphasis on those that are repeat offenders, as we saw in the bail reform bill, which took a huge effort from not only this government, but from provincial jurisdictions and many other stakeholders, including the courts, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward legislation in which the Conservative Party wanted to filibuster, Mr. Speaker, and prevent from having quick passage, even though everyone else in the country recognizes the importance of that bail reform legislation. So on those 4 priority issues that the Conservative Party of today talks about, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that they will be found wanting. And I look forward to the ongoing debates on those issues and other issues, Mr. Speaker. But when we talk about our farming community, the member made reference to the hog industry in his comments. He said the hog industry is in trouble. He says here's a hog producer. Well, he's talking about a hog farmer in his particular riding or somewhere close to his area, trying to give the impression to those that might be listening that hog farmers are experiencing a difficult time. And it's not to take away from the importance of addressing those important issues that whether you're a hog farmer or your cattle or your wheat, crops, whatever it might be, Mr. Speaker, is a government we are very much sympathetic and working with our farming community in order to ensure that we have good, sound policy. You know, the Minister of International Trade was in Winnipeg just the other day. And we met with the Manitoba pork and the hog industry at a research center with the University of Manitoba. Manitoba's hog industry is doing better than it ever has, period, ever. I believe that was somewhere around 8 million piglets come out of the province of Manitoba or are born in Manitoba every year now, Mr. Speaker. It is an industry that has created thousands of not only direct jobs, but even additional thousands of indirect jobs. As a government, we recognize that the farming community, whether it's getting and dealing with animal waste, to the way in which we make sure that the quality and health of the earth, Mr. Speaker, is such that it continues to be sustainable well into the future. What you will find is that the government policy in working with the different stakeholders supports just that, Mr. Speaker. We invest literally hundreds of millions of dollars every year to ensure that we're there to support farmers in that very real, tangible way, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue to work with the industry. We disagree with the Conservatives' number one priority of getting rid and axing the carbon tax. We disagree with it wholeheartedly. Highly irresponsible, Mr. Speaker. And I look forward to one day being able to knock on a door and tell my constituents and reinforce to my constituents that the Conservative Party do not have any idea, any concept. The mega Conservative Party today is a great disservice to the constituents in which I represent. And at the end of the day, that the climate change is real, and the Conservative Party needs to start being more honest and transparent with Manitobans and Canadians on the issue of the environment. Thank you, Mr.
Continuing debate, le débat continue avec l'honorable député.
Debate resumes with the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's January 29th. I think we can still say best wishes for the new year. I want to make constructive policy. That's what we're trying to do this morning. I was listening to the speeches, and there's two poles here. On the one hand, they're saying scrap the tax or axe the tax, and on the other side, they're saying, well, it's sending a message and we're going to be here to help. But we're in the middle here, Mr. Speaker. We are reasonable people, and we think that we do have to send a message. We have to encourage people to ensure the transition, the green transition. But we want it to be a fair one for everyone. And that's what I want to talk to you about this morning. I want to talk to you about the agriculture exemption. I know that it's increasingly common to use this for people to understand that when we're talking about farming and agriculture, and we thank these people, we're thanking the farmers who are working very hard. They feed us. They deserve our respect and our support. And support can be given in different ways. And that's why we were in favor of C-234, because it gave an exemption to a specific sector. And where there is no exemptions or fewer exemptions, we have to do something. And I carefully listened to the speech given by the parliamentary secretary earlier. He said, we're here to give support. That's not what I see, however, on a daily basis. And if ever the Senate amendments were accepted, I think that I would like the government to make a formal commitment to support the climate change transition seriously, because where there is no alternative in those sectors, and I would say that this is particularly true when it comes to grain drying. We're asking farmers to use fewer pesticides and herbicides to protect the shores, wetlands, to maintain prairies, to plant certain crops, and we want to support them in this. We have to help them. We have to do this in a smart way, and that's essentially what I want to say this morning, Mr. Speaker. If there is no exemption, there should be, without compensation, there has to be support, there has to be investment, research and development, intensive R&D to help these sectors. That is the key, Mr. Speaker. We've been talking about this bill for 4 years. C-234, it was 205 in the previous Parliament. It started with grains, and over the course of the study, some buildings were added, and here, then it was an election year. So C-234 came with barn heating and grain drying, and then the Senate has now come back with an amendment that withdraws the heating for buildings and shortens the transition time. So obviously we have some concerns, but we need to look at the largest need, where the largest need is. And I also would question, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative tactics this morning. I'm not very comfortable with all this parliamentary procedure, be it the opposition that responds to the Senate before the government responds to the Senate. Have we followed procedure? Could it have been discussed previously? Is the Conservatives' goal here to get a slogan out of this? And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about the colleague from Huron-Bruce here. I know that he takes the farmers seriously, and by setting a slogan, is it going to be aggressive partisan politics, as we've seen happen before? I would remind you, Mr. Speaker, that we're talking about a motion where there was a lot of bullying that occurred. I would invite people, and this is why I started by wishing everybody a Happy New Year, because I would invite people to think smartly and to come forward with intelligent arguments and to speak to the other political parties to get consensus and to move things forward, not just to win points for the next election.
We need to analyze what the Senate has done. We need to make sure that we make this the best possible legislation. And what is the best possible legislation? There are two options. First of all, to refuse the amendments and return the bill to the Senate. That might lead to some kind of ping-pong situation where it goes back and forth. It will delay the passage of the bill. We know that this bill spent a long time in the Senate already. When will it come back? How long will it take? We can't control when the election happens. We have no control over the situation. When would it come back? Now, the second option might be better. Which would be creating an agricultural exception, which beyond the grain drying exemption would generally create an agricultural exemption. The fact that some sectors are particularly sensitive and need to be supported or exempted. If the bill is adopted as amended, it sends a signal that it's a gain for grain producers for the drying. As my colleague for Huron-Bruce explained very clearly earlier, they have no alternative. They can't control the price at the point of sale. So when costs go up, that reduces their income. We can't do that to the people who feed us. Yet at the same time, what the Senate is proposing, we also need to continue sending an environmental signal, because we can't forget that side of things either. It's also very important. We need to make sure that there's a cost to polluting. But for sectors like agriculture, we can't have them being the one paying the price. We know that for many of these farmers, there aren't concrete exemptions. There aren't concrete alternatives, but there aren't as far away as alternatives for drying. So we keep that in mind. And I will say to my colleagues, such as the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of the Environment, that we need to help these people access alternatives. That will be key. Mr. Speaker, we need to remember that the carbon tax is federal. It was done to be applied to provinces who were doing nothing environmentally. If it's removed, as the Conservatives want, what signal will that send to other jurisdictions? The carbon tax, as I'll remind my Conservative colleagues, doesn't apply in Quebec. The fact that the Bloc Québécois has supported Bill C-234 from the beginning is a real gesture to help the agricultural sector, because it would ultimately disadvantage Quebec farmers who don't have that exemption. Still, it sends a gesture to all jurisdictions that the agricultural exemption should exist. That's why we've supported it. That's why Quebec producers have told us go ahead, because we're acting in solidarity with farmers from the West. That is why we are acting this way. That is why we're supporting this. And yet, people need to realize that it will harm our farmers in Quebec. And perhaps that's what we're debating this morning, finding that balance. The ideal solution to meet that goal of the agricultural exemption, would it not be met by the Senate's amendment, creating an exemption without overly harming Quebec producers? I just raised that question. We know that if the Senate amendments are adopted, many farmers will be disappointed. But there are other ways to do this. We can avoid having things get derailed with threats, bullying, and things that have no place in a democracy. We can settle this matter. We can accept this and move forward in a different way on buildings. I will not be abandoning our farmers. We need to compensate them adequately. We need to invest in R&D. This bill, C-234, needs to pass, and it would never have been able to pass without the continued support of the Bloc Québécois, which has also stated that it will publicly recognize the principle of the agricultural exemption. I'd like to thank my colleagues for that. So, do we want to send the bill back to the Senate and just continue publishing clips and slogans, or do we want to make actual concrete change now and actually make the step forward that is available now? I think that just by posing the question, I'm giving an answer, the answer that I believe in. That is how we should be doing politics.
Continue the continuing debate with the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And here we go again with Bill C-234. It just doesn't seem to want to go to the Governor General just yet. This, of course, as previous colleagues have said, this is a bill that I am intimately familiar with. We did see a previous version of this bill in the 43rd Parliament. And of course, now that we are here at the beginning of 2024, this bill has had an approximately 2-year journey to go through both houses of this Parliament, only to end up back to the House because the Senate has decided to amend it. I want to remind honourable colleagues and all Canadians who are watching this debate, because I know a lot of the agricultural sector is probably tuning in right now. The members of the Agriculture Carbon Alliance, they have a very real interest in this bill, and they want to see us pass it in the same form that it was passed by this House at third reading. But I want to remind everyone that that third reading vote is quite remarkable. The bill passed by a vote of 176 to 146. And just so that everyone realizes, that Conservative bill would not have made it to the Senate if it were not for the support of the New Democratic Caucus, the Bloc Québécois Caucus, and 2 Green Party members and a handful of Liberals. So because we tend to try and bring this narrative in the House that it's just one party doing all the work, and I think this is the beauty of a minority parliament, because sometimes the opposition can come together on an idea that has its merits, and we can use our combined majority vote to pass legislation that the government may not agree with. And that is the beauty of a minority parliament. It is a far better experience for members of the opposition than I ever had during my first 4 years in this place when I was facing a majority government. it is a lot more worthwhile to members on this side of the House because we are able to work in a collaborative environment and to actually get things done when it may be in opposition to official government policy. But that was a notable vote, and that vote was the result of a lot of deliberation, not only in the House of Commons, but also at the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, of which I have been a proud member since 2018. We have heard quite definitively from many witnesses, Mr. Speaker, witnesses with intimate knowledge of the agricultural sector, that these exemptions are necessary. And I want to make it very clear that I was here in 2018 when the original Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act was brought in. It was, I believe, if memory serves me well, a part of a Budget Implementation Act at the time. But if you look at the original legislation, the existing statute of the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, you can see that when the Liberal government at the time drafted that legislation, there are significant exemptions in the original statute for farming activities. You can look at the list. There's a list of eligible farming activities, eligible farming fuels, eligible farming equipment, because they realized that in agriculture it's in a unique position and that sometimes farmers don't actually have an option to switch to a different kind of fuel source. Many sectors in agriculture are still reliant on fossil fuels to conduct their operations, and that's going to be a fact for the foreseeable future, hence the exemptions that were put in the original Act. When I look at Bill C-234, I think the language in the bill that was passed by this House at third reading is in line with the spirit and intent of the original statute, which is why I gave it my support. And it's why I will continue to give my support, Mr. Speaker, for the version of the bill that was passed by this House at third reading. The basic premise behind carbon pricing is to incentivize a change of behavior to a less polluting fuel source. But we heard very clearly from many people who are involved in the agriculture sector that for the farming activities that are listed or referenced in this bill, there are not commercially viable alternatives. And so if you cannot use this tool to incentivize a change of behavior, it is not going to be very worthwhile. And I think that's why when you look at the text of the bill, that how the Agriculture Committee at the House amended the bill, we recognize that some technologies, they may be coming online, they may be showing signs of early promise, but they are not in any shape or form ready for commercial viability. But we also wanted to signal to the sector that we are putting a short time frame on this, and that's why you see referenced in the language of the bill the fact that there is an 8-year sunset clause, so that the provisions that are originally existing in the statute will come back into force after 8 years. So giving the industry a break for a short amount of time, giving them the signal that we expect change in the coming decade. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think the thing when we're talking about the carbon tax debate in this place is I am filled with a lot of remorse at the state of debate. I don't think it actually does great service to the complexities and the dangers that climate change is presenting to Canada and to many countries around the world. I regret very much so that the state of the debate around the carbon tax has been reduced to a rhyme on a bumper sticker. That is a great disservice to the very clear and present danger that climate change presents to our agricultural sector. If you want to look at one of the key reasons why food price inflation is so high, you need only look down to the state of California. The state of California has been going through unprecedented drought-like conditions because of a changing climate. And since California acts as a breadbasket for much of Canada, when farmers are unable to produce as much as they did in years previous, that of course means there's going to be a supply shortage and increased prices. So, and I'm very worried about what the upcoming summer is going to be. I mean, look at the summer we went through in 2023 with fires burning out of control in so many different provinces, leveling a clear and present danger to many agricultural operations. You look at the snowpacks that are in such a reduced state in the Rocky Mountains right now, which feed all of the major river systems in the prairies. What are we going to do when farmers start running out of water in our prairie provinces? That is going to be a monumental crisis, and I don't think the debate around the carbon tax gives enough attention to the significance of that. I also don't think, Mr. Speaker, in this conversation, we give enough conversation to the fact that farmers are dealing with massive input costs. I mean, you might look at gross farm revenues, but the farmer only gets a small portion of that at the end of the day because of the input costs, the fuel costs, the fertilizer costs, the transport costs, and so on. They have enormously high input costs, and I think one of the best ways we can serve our farmers is to put in effective policy dealing with those input costs, helping them change the way they farm, putting in strategies to help them reduce fertilizer use, because it is possible to do that, but also maintain the same kinds of yields. I also think, Mr. Speaker, we need to talk a lot more about the power imbalance that exists with the corporate-controlled grocery sector. That's why farmers have been on the front lines of asking us parliamentarians to put in a grocery code of conduct. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, if we're not going to talk about the ridiculous oil and gas profits, we are doing an extreme disservice to everyone who's listening into this debate. You know, you can go on and on and on about the carbon tax and its costs on Canadians, but if you're not going to talk about the fact that since 2019, oil and gas has seen an over 1,000% increase in their net profits, that is a disservice to the debate. And again, I keep on asking my Conservative colleagues, confront the elephant in the room. The real reason why people are paying through the nose for so many goods and services is because oil and gas companies are milking Canadian families for all they're worth. High profits mean someone's paying. It's Canadian families from coast to coast to coast that are lining the bank accounts of a very profitable oil and gas sector. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm in my last minute of debate. I will conclude by saying that on this bill, on C-234, as New Democrats, we are going to honor the third reading vote that we presented to the House last year, that part of that 176 votes to 146, and therefore we support a message to the Senate rejecting their amendments and honoring the bill that was in its form at third reading in the House. Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is unfortunate that we're having to rise and speak on Bill C-234 once again. But before I get into the meat of the speech that I want to bring up today, I do want to say some thank yous, and I want to thank the member for Huron-Bruce for bringing this private member's bill forward. And also the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, who brought this bill forward in the previous Parliament, which shows you how much work we've put in to this legislation. I'd also like to thank those senators in the Red Chamber who, made the right decision. They made a decision that was based on fact, not fiction. And I know there was a lot of intimidation and bullying that was going on in the Senate as the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister were personally phoning senators to support these amendments to this very important bill. But about 40 senators stuck strong that represented their regions and represented the facts of this discussion and this debate. And I think that's really what this all comes down to today, Mr. Speaker, is we try to get these amendments removed and get the bill back into its original form and back to the Senate. This is a discussion about fact and fiction. Clearly what the Liberals are trying to say, and my comments today are going to be to my colleagues in the Bloc, my colleagues in the NDP and the Green Party, who have strongly and staunchly supported this legislation all the way through. And they've done so because they understand the importance of agriculture. They understand the importance of economic viability of Canadian farm families and the critical role they play in not only feeding the world, but feeding Canadians and ensuring that we have affordable, nutritious food grown right here in Canada to support Canadian families and Canadian consumers. But unfortunately, we have a Liberal government that is making decisions based on ideology and fiction.
That's right.
The Environment Minister was very clear that if there was another carve-out in the carbon tax, that he would resign as Environment Minister.
Hear, hear.
So the whole fallacy of the carbon tax being an untouchable a part of their climate change policy, we now know to be not true. They've already done a carbon tax carve-out for home heating oil that's focused basically in Atlantic Canada. But when it comes to a piece of legislation that's supported by every opposition party in this House, and even a handful of Liberals, they're not willing to listen. It's picking and choosing, winners and losers, when it comes to who gets a break from the carbon tax and who has to pay it. Now, here's a fact. By passing 234 and offering an exemption on the carbon tax to propane and natural gas, this will save farmers close to $1 billion by 2030. That's $1 billion that farmers are now having to pay the Liberal government when they're already paying record-breaking input costs on feed, fuel, fertilizer, and many other inputs. But what we found out earlier last week is that not only is that $1 billion being taken out of the pockets of farmers by the Liberal government, the GST is being charged on top of the carbon tax. Now, we've all known that. We've been putting private members' bills forward. Alex, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I can't say that. My Conservative colleague has put a private member's bill to remove the GST from the carbon tax, but we now know the numbers, and the numbers are staggering. The GST just on the carbon tax cost Canadians almost $500 million last year. By 2030, it will be $1 billion. Cumulatively, over these past several years, and by 2030, Canadians will have paid $6 billion in the GST, just on the carbon tax, not on every other goods and service that they're using. It's no wonder that Canadians can't afford to put food on the table, put fuel in their car, pay their mortgage, and certainly it's no wonder that farmers are struggling every single day, and they are looking to these types of pieces of legislation that are going to offer them some financial relief. Exactly. Now, the Liberals are also saying, here's the next fiction, that there are commercially available alternatives to propane and natural gas on farm, especially for when it comes to heating and cooling barns. We know that's not true. Electric heat pumps are not going to heat a 100,000 square foot chicken barn that is built at the state-of-the-art technology. They should be applauding Canadian farmers for what they are already doing. Here's another fact. The average global emissions that come from agriculture are about 26%. In Canada, the emissions that come from agriculture are 8%. That is a stat that we should be applauding every single day, that it shows what our farmers are doing to ensure that they are the strongest environmental stewards of their land, soil, and water. But instead of being a champion for Canadian agriculture and applauding what farmers are doing, the Liberals are punishing them with a carbon tax and defending it every step of the way. There are no other commercially viable options. There's no way to change behavior for farmers that need natural gas and propane to heat their barns and to grow their food in greenhouses. During the recess, we had 3 or 4 days in southern Alberta. It was minus 37. I guarantee you, a heat pump was not operating and not sufficient to ensure the health and safety of cattle, of pork, of poultry in those operations. But in that minus 37, those farm families are still out there making sure that we have quality, affordable food to eat every single day. Here's another fact. The amendments that we're discussing here today that were passed by the Senate were already proposed by the Liberals in the House of Commons at the Agriculture Committee. And those amendments were voted down by the elected members of that committee. We've gone through this discussion. But again, fiction. This isn't about viable options for the Liberals. This is about trying to kill a bill that would provide a carbon tax carve-out for farmers. Another fact, Professor Sylvain Charlebois, Dalhousie University, in his food report study, said policies like the carbon tax on farmers are going to increase the wholesale cost of food by 34%. 34%, Mr. Speaker. Again, these are costs that are being put onto farmers. They're back on the farmers. But down the road, it impacts Canadian consumers who are struggling to put food on the table every single day, when we have 2 million Canadians accessing the food bank in a single month. Unbelievable that's happening in a country like Canada. Mr. Speaker, this is a discussion about fact and fiction. And I want to thank my members of the opposition parties who have stood by facts. They have stood by Canadian agriculture and the importance that we grow affordable, nutritious food here in Canada. And hopefully they will continue to stand with us on 234 while the Liberals focus on fiction.
Hear, hear. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-59, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023.
And I believe coming up, we have the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Bonne année, Monsieur le Président. C'est la première fois.
Happy New Year, Mr. Speaker. This is my first time rising in this place in 2024. Happy New Year. Happy 2024. But here we are in 2024, and this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. That's the truth. That was the truth in 2023. That's the truth in 2024 as well. And it was also the case in 2022. But costs are rising year after year, and that's why the Conservative Party has a plan. We have a common sense plan. And our common sense plan is very targeted. We have 4 main priorities for this parliamentary session. We want to cut taxes, we want to build houses, we want to fix the budget, and we want to stop crime. We want to put an end to crime. So those are our 4 goals for the session. With under 8 years of this Prime Minister, he has increased the cost of living. He has doubled the national debt by printing $600 billion. He has driven up inflation and interest rates at the expense of the working class and at the expense of seniors. He did so with the full support of the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois fully agrees with these drastic increases in spending and state costs. And Quebecers are paying for these increases. The Bloc Québécois supported all of the government's spending in the fall of 2023, and the Bloc also supports increased carbon taxes, which are hard for Quebec's workers. The Conservative Party, the Common Sense Conservative Party, is the only party offering an alternative to that destructive and costly policy. It is harmful for Quebecers, that policy, the carbon tax. So we are going to cut the second carbon tax, which will apply in Quebec. We are also going to bring down spending by eliminating wasteful spending. We're going to cut the infrastructure bank. We are going to cut $35 billion because that infrastructure bank did not deliver a single project for Canadians. We're also going to get rid of ArriveCan. We're going to get rid of the so-called Green Fund, which has now become a total scandal, according to all public servants involved. They say it's a scandal on par with the sponsorship scandal. We're also going to cut consultant fees, who are costing Canadian families $1,400 per family. This Prime Minister doubled spending on external consultants over the past 8 years. These are major sums of money that are not delivering any results for Canadians, and this is work that could be done by the government internally. This is work that can be done by public servants. But the Prime Minister has also increased the public service, by the way, by 50%. We have common sense policies. We want $1 of spending to match $1 of saving. Dollar for dollar. Each time this Prime Minister increases spending by $1, he will have to make $1 of savings to offset that $1 of spending rather than adding to our national debt, rather than adding to inflation and taxes. We would cap spending. That would help workers and businesses in our economy to, in fact, grow. When the state does not spend excessively, then we can grow. We need to cut costs that are on the backs of Canadians. Now, let's talk about workers. Currently, there's a war on work, a war on workers. Workers are punished by incredibly high inflation rates, which cut into their paychecks, which eat away at their paychecks, and a common-sense Conservative government will cut taxes and will ensure that work is done here in Canada. We will ensure that our workers and our small businesses are supported. We want to be a country that values work, that pays for work. We will also protect paychecks. We will protect Canadians' paychecks, and we will, in fact, boost their paychecks. How will we do so? We will scrap unconstitutional legislation that blocks natural resources projects. We will allow Quebecers to build dams, mines, and other projects that lead to wealth for our country. Rather than sending our money to China or to other countries, to dictatorships, we're going to bring that money back to Canada for us to have more powerful paychecks. And we will build houses. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of housing has doubled. Rent has doubled. The necessary down payment for the average home has doubled. And the average down payment has doubled, and the average home price has doubled. In Montreal, though, it has tripled. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of a two-bedroom apartment rose by not much when I was housing minister 8 years ago, but now rent is up to $2,200 for a two-bedroom apartment. Construction is being blocked. Legislation is blocking construction. So much housing has been blocked for the past 6 years. But now in Canada, there are thousands of projects that are being blocked by bureaucracy. It's even worse in Vancouver. The former NDP mayor there is incredibly incompetent and added $1.3 million of additional costs per housing unit built. And these increases are the result of bureaucracy and taxes imposed by government. In Quebec, I met with Mr. Trudel. I met with my Quebec lieutenant, who told me that monthly rent in each of his apartments, $500 of rent is to compensate for government costs, that is, taxes and bureaucracy. So $500 of each rent payment goes to taxes and bureaucracy. So $500 on $1,000 of rent. So that's half of the rent payment for red tape, for government red tape. That's too much, and that's why a common-sense Conservative government will encourage and incentivize municipalities to speed up home building rather than blocking it. Currently, the federal government is giving $5 billion to municipalities through HST, through sales tax. But there's a lot of conditions attached to that money. Federal conditions, but none of those conditions are speeding up home building. That's why we will work with the government of Quebec to reach a new infrastructure deal. We would encourage building. We would encourage construction. We will link the money that municipalities receive to the number of units they build, the number of apartment units and homes that they build the previous year. Funding will be linked to results. Municipalities like Victoriaville, Saguenay, and Trois-Rivières would receive huge bonuses under a Conservative government because last year they had massive growth. Those municipalities increased home building by 30%. We want to reward that. Real estate agencies, they're paid for the number of houses they sell. Construction companies are paid for the number of homes that they build. We want to pay local bureaucracies for the number of homes that they allow. That will lead to increased building. We also want to, in fact, insist that there be housing built near public transit stations. There should be a minimum number of apartments around each public transit station. There should be huge apartment blocks surrounding public transit. Everywhere in Canada, like in Vancouver, in Montreal, there are beautiful public transit stations with basically no housing around them. That's ridiculous. The federal government offers funding. We should insist that there be apartments near public transit stations that we give funding for so that seniors and young people can live near these public transit stations. And these are the ways that we will increase home building. We will insist that the CMHC give funding for apartments in 2 months, not 2 years. And execs should be fired if they don't deliver results quickly. Lastly, these homes should be built in safe communities. Crime has risen almost 40% after 8 years of this Prime Minister. 8 years. In 8 years, this Prime Minister has driven up crime. He has been allowing the same repeat offenders to reoffend and reoffend to commit the same crimes, sometimes even the same day that they're arrested. They are released on bail. A Conservative government would fix this. We are going to target true criminals, especially criminals who use weapons. We are also going to shore up our borders. We're going to strengthen our borders, and we're also going to protect sports shooters and hunters. We'll protect them. Also, for those dealing with drug addiction, we will offer them support rather than decriminalizing crack and cocaine and other drugs, as the Prime Minister has already done with the NDP in British Columbia. What I'm describing here, Madam Speaker, is common sense. Common sense for the average Canadian. The Liberals and the Conservatives worked together on common sense and with common sense for decades. That's how Canada succeeded. This is a consensus that the Conservative government will rebuild to give Canada back the Canada that we love and the Canada that we deserve. That's our goal. Our goal is to cut taxes, to build homes, fix the budget, and lastly, bring down crime. That's what we're going to do. That's common sense.
Happy New Year, Madam Speaker. And it is 2024, and this Prime Minister is still not worth the cost. He's not worth the crime. He's not worth giving up the country that we know and love. But after 8 years, everything costs more. Crime is running rampant. Housing costs have doubled. The country is more divided than ever before, and the Prime Minister seeks to distract and attack anyone who disagrees with him in order to make people forget how miserable he's turned life in this country after nearly a decade in power. Our common sense counterpoint, though, is very focused. In this session of Parliament, we will fight to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Again, yes. In case you missed it, axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. That's how we're going to turn around the mess the Prime Minister has created in 8 years. Let us quickly touch upon that mess. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, housing costs have doubled. This is after he promised that those housing costs would go down. In fact, they rose 40% faster than incomes. The worst gap in the G7 by far, the second worst among all 40 OECD nations, twice as bad as the OECD average, with roughly a quarter of OECD countries actually seeing housing affordability improve over the last 8 years. Here in Canada, under this Prime Minister, we have seen them worsen at the fastest rate in the entire G7. He has created a situation where only 26% of Canadians believe that are able to afford a single-family home. It now takes 25 years to save up for a down payment on the average home for the average Toronto family. 25 years used to be the time it took to pay off a mortgage. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it is now more affordable to buy a 20-bedroom castle in Scotland than a 2-bedroom condo in Kitchener. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, a criminal defense lawyer reported on Twitter that numerous of her clients have asked if she could help extend their prison sentences so that they don't have to go and live in the housing market and find a place to rent. In other words, this Prime Minister's housing market is worse than prison by the judgment of several people who actually live in prison. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we have seniors crammed 16 into a 4-bedroom home in Oshawa. That's according to the food bank, who told me they had to house middle-class seniors together. They're all losing their homes because of this incredible rent increase that this Prime Minister's policies have caused. We have homelessness is skyrocketing across the country. Every town and centre now has homeless encampments. Halifax has 30 homeless encampments, 30 for one medium-sized city. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, who would have imagined that we would have 30 homeless encampments in one city? But that is the misery that he has created through his policies that are not worth the cost of housing. Meanwhile, he makes the problem worse. He gives tax dollars to incompetent mayors and bureaucracies to block home building. The worst incompetence, of course, has been the mayors of Toronto and the former mayor and the present mayor of Toronto, the former mayor of Vancouver, blocking construction in those cities and making it uninhabitable for many of the people who should be able to afford a home. We now have the second slowest building permits of any country in the OECD. That's why we have the fewest homes in the G7, even with the most land by far to build on. And we were told that the media darling Minister of Housing, who was brought in fall, was going to fix all this. He was going to hold photo ops right across the country, and all of a sudden there would be more building. What happened? Housing construction actually went down. 7% reduction in housing last year under the leadership of the current housing minister. But is it any surprise that when you put the guy who destroyed our immigration system in charge of housing, you get a destructive result? And it's not me accusing him of ruining the immigration system. It's his own Liberal successor. The current Liberal Minister of Immigration says the system is out of control. In his own words, he claims that his predecessor was giving study visas for students to come and study at what he calls puppy mills. Those are his terms. I would never have used that term. It's insulting. They're actually human beings. They're not dogs, Madam Speaker. But that's the language we get from the current immigration minister to describe the chaos that his own predecessor caused in the international student program, the temporary foreign worker program, not to mention countless other programs that have been now overwhelmed by fraudsters and shady consultants and bureaucratic incompetence. Now they take the guy who ruined all of that and they say, this is the guy we're going to bring in to resolve the housing crisis. No wonder it gets worse and worse by the day. With their only defense is that they're spending lots of money. Wow. Failing is bad, Madam Speaker. Failing expensively is even worse. And that is what this Prime Minister has done after 8 years. It is not only in housing, it is in generalized inflation. After 8 years, inflation hit 40-year highs. After 8 years, this Prime Minister has increased the cost of food so quickly that there are now 2 million Canadians, a record-smashing number, who are required to go to food banks in a single month. We have students forced to live in homeless shelters in order to afford food. We have seniors who say they have to live in tents in order to be able to shop and feed themselves because food prices have risen so high. In fact, in Toronto, 1 in 10 Torontonians are now going to a food bank, enough to fill the Rogers Centre 7 times. If the monthly users of the food bank in Toronto alone were to go to the Rogers Centre, you'd have to fill the place 7 separate times just to accommodate them all. Who would have thought that you'd have this many hungry people in Canada's biggest city, a city that has elected no one but Liberals since 2015, and this is the result they've gotten from it. In that same city, crime and chaos rage out of control. In the adjoining suburbs, now we have stories of extortions where small businesses receive letters that if they don't fork over big dollars to international crime syndicates, they will be shot at, their houses will be burned, their families will be targeted, and the government does nothing to protect them. Who would have thought that Canada would be so vulnerable to this kind of criminality and chaos, that these foreign criminal syndicates would think Canada so weak and so easy to target that they could go after innocent small business leaders and their families in order to shake them down for money, and yet that is what has happened. And these same business owners go to bed at night with one eye open because they know their car could be stolen as they sleep. I told some stories yesterday to the caucus, incredible stories of people in Brampton whose cars just vanish in the middle of the night. Then they go over to Montreal, where they're put on a ship and sent off to the Middle East or Africa or Europe, where they're resold at a profit, and they're not even inspected as they go onto the ships with these containers. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister spends billions of dollars trying to buy back the legitimate property of licensed, law-abiding firearms owners. He believes that the problem is the hunter from Nunavut or the professional sports shooter from Nanaimo, when in fact the real problem is the criminals. Common sense Conservatives are going to put an end to this madness. We're going to bring home the country we know and love. Now let's go through the common sense plan. 1, we're going to bring home lower prices by axing the carbon tax, and it starts with passing Bill C 2, 3, 4 to axe the tax on farmers and food so farmers can make the food and Canadians can afford to eat it. Pass the bill unamended today and let Canadians eat affordable food. It's very easy. The House of Commons passed it once before. The Senate, under duress and pressure from this Prime Minister, then sent it back with unnecessary amendments. Now the other opposition parties are flip-flopping and wavering. They agree in principle with the Liberal plan to quadruple the carbon tax, but they said, well, we might consider giving the farmers a break on it. Well, now they're not so sure. They're siding with this costly Prime Minister again on keeping the tax on our farmers. And every time our people go to the grocery store and see those rising prices, they will know that the NDP has betrayed working class people in favor of greedy government with higher taxes on farmers and higher taxes on the single moms who are struggling to feed their families. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are going to axe the tax on home heat, not just for some or for a short time, but for everybody, everywhere, always. Common sense Conservatives call on the Prime Minister to be consistent. Don't just temporarily pause the tax in regions where your polls are plummeting and your caucus is revolting. Rather, let's axe the tax for every Canadian household to heat their homes in this devastatingly cold winter. Incredible. In Edmonton, how cold did it get in Edmonton? Minus 50. And the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre voted to tax the heat of Edmontonians. Not only that, the Liberal member for Edmonton Centre wants to quadruple the carbon tax on the home heat of Edmontonians. So over the next several years, as the winter cold comes in and the people crank up their heat, their bills will rise faster and faster. Some places now, the carbon tax is more expensive than the actual gas that people are buying. The bills, some of my caucus members, we're going to be sharing these bills. If you have any bills with carbon tax itemized, let's share them so that everybody knows how badly this Prime Minister and his NDP coalition are ripping off Canadians for the crime of heating themselves in -50 weather. We are the only party that will axe the tax for them, for everyone, everywhere, always, Madam Speaker. And our common sense plan to bring home lower prices includes capping spending. Capping the spending that has driven the inflation, a $600 billion increase in spending and debt, which means printing money. Printing money bids up the goods we buy and the interest we pay. In fact, government spending is up 75% since this Prime Minister took office. He's nearly doubled the cost of the government in a time when the economy has barely grown at all. In fact, the economy is shrinking while the government is expanding, which means that the government is gobbling up an increasing share of a shrinking pie. And that means there's less left for everyone else. Right now, the government is rich and the people are poor. The government is rich and the people are poor because this Prime Minister cannot stop spending, and his greedy NDP coalition counterparts push him to spend even more of other people's money. Our common sense plan would cap spending and cut waste. We'll get rid of the $35 billion infrastructure bank, the $54 million Arrive Canada, the $1 billion so-called green fund. It's really a slush fund. We will cut back on the money wasted on consultant insiders who now consume $21 billion tax dollars a year, an amount that is equal to $1,400 for every family in Canada. We will be cutting back on this waste so that we can balance the budget and bring down inflation and interest rates so that Canadians can eat, heat, and house themselves. We are going to unleash the growth of our economy. Instead of creating more cash, we're going to create more of what cash buys. We have the most powerful resources, perhaps the greatest supply of natural resources per capita of any country on earth, and we are very good at harvesting those resources to the benefit of our people and our environment at the same time. This Prime Minister, with the help of the NDP, has been driving the production to other countries where they pollute more, where they burn more coal, where they add more greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. This Prime Minister would drive the production away from Canadians who use the cleanest electricity, among the cleanest electricity grids on planet Earth, instead of bringing it home here to this country. Our common sense plan will repeal C-69 and replace it with a new law that protects the environment, consults First Nations, but gets projects built that we can bring home the paychecks for our people and take the money away from the dirty dictators of the world. I was able to announce recently that our new candidate in the Skeena-Bulkley Valley riding is the great Ellis Ross, former chief of the Haisla First Nation, who is responsible for bringing Canada the biggest ever investment in its history. That is the LNG Canada project, a project that was approved by the former Harper government. And the only reason it was able to go ahead under this government is because they gave the project an exemption from the carbon tax. Had the tax applied, the project never would have occurred. Had C-69, the anti-resource law, been in place, the project never would have happened. And by the government's own admission, this project will reduce greenhouse gas emissions around the world by millions of tons because it will displace dirty coal-fired electricity in Asia by sending clean, green Canadian natural gas, liquefied using hydroelectricity and our natural cold weather, sent abroad on our shortest shipping distances, which means burning less fossil fuels to get it to market. This will displace more emissions-intensive forms of energy in countries where they need to cut back. That is a solution to fight climate change and protect our environment. And thank God we had the visionary leadership of the great Ellis Ross to make that project happen, along with Stephen Harper. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister has blocked every other LNG project from coming to fruition. There were 18 of these projects on the table when he took office. Not one of them is completed. Only LNG, the aforementioned, oh, we got a cheer over there. Oh, we got a cheer over there. It was one of the, the Marxist member from, what's your riding again? Sorry? Rosemont Petit-Patry, he took that Marxist comment as a compliment, by the way. Believe me, he's told me that off the record. He tells me, he tells us that he's speaking perhaps on behalf of the NDP. He cheers when he hears that this Prime Minister has blocked every LNG project. Well, that's going to be very interesting news for me to take to northern British Columbia, where the First Nations people, the Niska, he cheers at the thought that the Niska will lose out on their proposed natural gas liquefaction project. That is the NDP of today, Madam Speaker. They used to stand up for the workers who had the lunch buckets. They used to stand up for First Nations people. That is a bygone era. Now they cheer every time a working class person loses a job and a community loses its industry. Shame on them. Good news, they will not be part of my government. We will stand with the Niska, we will stand with the Hezla, we will stand with the other First Nations of Northern Ontario who want to see the Ring of Fire go ahead. The First Nations people want to harvest our resources to empower their people and and end poverty. And we as Conservatives will remove the government gatekeepers and the radical ideologues like that NDP member and the current Environment Minister so that we can get things built and bring it home to our country. Madam Speaker, those powerful paychecks will fund schools, roads, and hospitals. They will improve our finances, and that's what I mean when I say fix the budget. Yes, we have to cap spending and cut waste. That's the spending side of the income statement. But we also have to bring in more revenue at lower tax rates. How do we do that? We allow more production. We have bigger and more powerful industrial projects and resource achievements, more paychecks for the people in the communities that work on those job sites. We'll generate the tax revenue at a lower cost to the overall population so that we can fund our cherished social safety net with real money and sustainably into the future, Madam Speaker. That is how you fix the budget. You make more and cost less to deliver better results for the Canadian people. Better results. The most basic result, though, is to have a roof over your head. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister, that is not possible. We're going to remove the bureaucracy that stands in the way of home building. The reason we have the fewest homes per capita in the G7 is because we have the worst bureaucracy and the slowest permitting. My common sense plan will require local bureaucracies permit 15% more homes per year as a condition of getting federal money. Those that beat the target will get more money. Those that miss the target will get less, and in exact proportion to their success or failure. We pay realtors based on the homes they sell. We pay builders based on the homes they build. We should pay local bureaucracies based on the homes they permit. That will speed them up and get them moving. And by the way, we will do it in a non-prescriptive way. There are countless different ways a municipality can allow more housing. So, for example, today we learned one of the ways that cities block housing is by making renovations harder to permit. You might think, well, what does a renovation have to do with new homes? Well, if you want to renovate your home to create a basement suite or an over-the-garage suite, or perhaps have a guest house on your property that is converted from an old garage or something like that, you need a renovation permit. That might be holding up the housing. Well, my plan would give a credit to the city, and therefore more federal money, if they allow for the rapid conversion of one house into two, or of a basement into a suite. Now, this is why the reason I focus on this is because the Prime Minister has a proposal right now. He calls it the Housing Accelerator, where he has federal bureaucrats go and assess the processes of municipal bureaucrats. And the bureaucrats talk about the way the things should work. That would be like scoring the hockey game by having the referee go to the practices of the game, of the players, and test whether they're doing the right skating drills, or whether they're doing the right pre-game stretching, or whether their diet plan is the best plan, rather than the simple and obvious way that we score hockey games, which is the number of pucks in nets, right? I want to judge a municipality's results based on keys and doors. Pucks and nets, keys and doors. You figure out how to do it. It's not our job to micromanage how cities increase their housing stock. Some might sell land. Some might get rid of zoning procedures. Some might get their bureaucrats working faster and smarter. Some might allow more renovations of homes into duplexes. Some might find any other manner of creative ways to do it. It's not the federal government's job to micromanage. What we're going to do is pay for the result, and that's how we're going to get the homes built, so that just like when I was minister and housing was affordable, it can once again be affordable in the future, and our young people can hope to get married and start families, something that has become next to impossible in most of our big cities. Madam Speaker, these homes are going to be in safe neighborhoods. This Prime Minister has unleashed crime and chaos with his catch and release system that allowed the same 40 violent offenders to do 6,000 crimes in 1 year in one city, Vancouver. A common sense Conservative government will make repeat violent offenders ineligible for bail so that they stay behind bars rather than reoffending. We will bring jail and not bail. We will bring in treatment, not more drugs, for our addicts, that we can bring our loved ones home drug-free, and we will reverse the Prime Minister's ban on our sport shooters and our lawful hunters and instead go after the real violent criminals and seal our borders. We're going to put those billions of dollars he's wasting going after lawful hunters and put that into scanning the boxes that come in and out of our country that bring the drugs and the guns, and to scan those shipping containers that are taking away our stolen cars so that we can stop them from leaving the country and keep our cars here, getting our insurance rates down so that people can afford to drive again and they don't have to sleep with one eye open in this looting of our vehicles that the Prime Minister has allowed to happen. We're going to this Prime Minister wants to protect turkeys from hunters. I want to protect Canadians from criminals. Common sense. Madam Speaker, so that is the common sense agenda of the Conservative opposition in this forthcoming Parliament. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. This is something on which we should all agree. So I call on the other parties to dispense with their radical ideologies and plans and unite around this common sense effort to set 4 clear priorities. Who is ready to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime? Is everybody ready to do that? Let's bring it home. I'd like to introduce the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023, since the bill fails to repeal the carbon tax on farmers, First Nations, and families. Thank you.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Ms. Goodridge, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: the House declines to give second reading to Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, since the bill fails to repeal the carbon tax on farmers, First Nations, and families. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Leader of the Conservative Party's fixation on the bumper sticker that's going to say axe the tax, Madam Speaker, has caused the Conservative Party and that mega right to ultimately say things like, we don't support the trade agreement with Ukraine. Madam Speaker, there are so many bizarre things coming from the far right under the leadership of the Conservative Party, Madam Speaker. My question is how does the member justify providing misinformation or selected information to the constituents in which I represent? When he says he wants to axe the tax, what he's really telling the residents, a majority of the residents in Winnipeg North, is that he's going to also get rid of the rebate. That means there's going to be less disposable income because he has a desire for a bumper sticker, Madam Speaker. How does he justify that?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, that member is once again misinforming his constituents. Actually, I shouldn't say that because they don't believe him. So he's not informing them of anything. He's misinformed himself because according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, 60% of Canadians pay more in carbon tax costs than they get back in these phony rebates. Now we have their big solution. They're going to give it a new name. They're going to rename the carbon tax. They think that people won't notice that their heating bills, their gas bills, and their grocery bills are going through the roof under this tax if they just give it a new name. Madam Speaker, this is a carbon tax that rips off the people of Winnipeg, and he should be ashamed to allow for a temporary pause on the tax for some people in other regions while denying the people in his own riding, one of the coldest major cities in this country, that same pause. Madam Speaker, we will axe the tax in Winnipeg. We will axe the tax for everyone, everywhere, forever.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avigny, Madame Avigny. Oh my God. Madame Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that my colleague has taken this opportunity to present some electioneering slogans, even though the election is only going to be in a year and a half, instead of speaking about the bill before us. However, in these election promises, I see that he's trying to seduce Quebecers. But what I know about Quebecers is that they're concerned about the climate crisis. This year, we experienced unprecedented wildfires, flooding in the Magdalen Islands, in Gaspésie, in my riding, in a storm, 30 feet disappeared into the sea because of the lack of ice. We know that many places are going to be underwater. People are very concerned about the climate crisis in Quebec, and they expect our elected officials to have solutions. So I'd like to hear from the leader of the Conservative Party. What does he propose? I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question and for her honesty in saying that she and the Bloc Québécois want to keep this government in power for another 18 months. After all, her party's leader has said that he wants this prime minister to stay in power, and the Bloc Québécois has voted for all of the economic policies that have led to high inflation and the doubling in the housing crisis. The Bloc agrees with the prime minister's policies. Now, as for the environment, I mentioned it in my speech. I stated that the best way to help the environment is to repatriate the production of our energy and minerals here to Canada, here in Canada where we have the highest standards in the world. Whereas the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois want to give that money to China, where they burn coal in order to produce electric batteries and other products. I think we should repatriate that production. We should give the green light to green projects, carbon capture in the West, hydro production in Quebec, nuclear power, low emissions nuclear power. We should give the green light to that legislation so that we can produce more low or zero emission energy in Canada. That's just common sense.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity now on at least 2 separate occasions to listen to the Conservative leader at length on Bill C-59. It'll come as no surprise, I think, to folks in this House and to many Canadians that there are certainly many things about which
I disagree with the Conservative leader. There are some things on which we may find some agreement. But one of the things that that continues to surprise me is that we hear an analysis from the Conservative leader that talks about the hardship Canadians are facing, that talks about the problem of inflation, but nowhere in there is a mention of the fact that over 25% of the inflation that Canadians have been subjected to over the last while, according to some credible economists that have published studies to this effect, have to do with outsized price increases by corporations that are well above the increase in costs that they have faced. The fact is that corporate greed is playing an important role in the inflation that Canadians are experiencing, but that is nowhere in the analysis of the corporate-controlled Conservatives. Not a coincidence, it seems, because by glossing over this incredible contributor to inflation, the Conservatives are doing a solid for their corporate pals. So I'd like to hear the Conservative leader talk about the role of corporate greed in inflation and what he would propose to do about it.
The opposition.
First point I would make, Madam Speaker, is that he seems to be suggesting that corporations were not greedy 8 years ago because food prices were much lower then. That suddenly now, maybe it's something in the water, that the level of greed in the country has grown dramatically over the last 8 years, and that this is the sudden cause of food price increases. Well, reality is that big corporations always do well in an inflationary environment, and it's very simple why. If you have stuff, then you get richer when stuff goes up in price. If you need stuff, you get poorer when stuff goes up in price. That's why inflation is always a tax on the poorest people to the benefit of a tiny minority on top. It's not just those who sell stuff, but it's those who own assets that get better off. So that's why I warned in this House of Commons in the fall of 2020 that printing $600 billion of money was going to lead the billionaire class to become extremely wealthy, and it did. The gap between rich and poor has grown. I knew this would happen because when you funnel hundreds of billions of dollars into the financial system, you balloon the assets of the people who have, and you increase the costs on those who have not. Inflation is the most immoral tax. It is the tax on it takes from the have-nots to give to the have-yachts. Conservatives will not only get rid of the carbon tax on food, we will get rid of the inflation tax on everybody.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Leader of the Opposition. I've visited with 3 farmers in my riding over the Christmas break, and to a person, to combine with the 3 farmers, they pay a combined total of about $630,000 in carbon tax in 2023, and they got 0 back. So I wonder what the leader has to say about the Liberals' comments that people are getting more back than they pay in, when these farmers, and this is just 3 average farmers in our riding, that paid $600,000+ in 2023 alone in carbon tax, and that's what the 20% exemption rate, not the full carbon tax. They're only paying 20%.
Of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, that is the story I hear from the farmers in my constituency. I stood and mentioned the Madero's farm in South Carleton. I read their bills into the record and asked the Prime Minister how he expects them to pay those bills when he quadruples the tax. This is the worst part of the Liberal NDP carbon tax. They plan to quadruple it. So as bad as your bills are today, if they get re-elected, the NDP and the Prime Minister will quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre for gasoline and similar proportional increases on gas, natural gas, propane, and oil heating will follow. That is their plan. Be very clear. The choice in the next election will be between a costly coalition that tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community, or common sense Conservatives that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député, the honourable leader of government, parliamentary secretary to the government house.
Yes, just very quickly, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at the conclusion of oral questions later this day, the House observe a moment of silence for the Honourable Ed Broadbent, and that afterwards the member for Burnaby South, followed by a member of each of the other recognized parties and the member of the Green Party be each permitted to make a statement to pay tribute, and that the time taken for these proceedings shall be added to the time provided for government orders.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the agreement to propose such a motion? Agreed. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Avignon-Amétis, Matane-Matapédia.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before starting, I'd like to request unanimous consent to share my time.
Bien comprise, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I don't know if you heard me.
Désolée, j'étais distraite.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to share her time? Yes, the honourable member.
Présidente, alors je partagerai mon temps de parole avec la députée.
Thank you. I will be sharing my time with member for Talbot. I'd like to wish you Happy New Year, Madam Speaker, as well as all my colleagues and all my constituents in Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. And I'd also like to mention that, like many colleagues, I'm wearing this little green square today because January 29th is the day to honor action against Islamophobia and to remember the mosque attack in Quebec City. I think this is a good time to remember and honor the victims of the Quebec City mosque shooting. We are here to debate the Budget Implementation Act, C-59. It's an omnibus bill. There's a great many parts and elements in it. Today, I'm going to speak about a number of them. For example, psychotherapy, tax havens, pregnancies, vaping, housing. There are and many others. Many of these topics will be touched on. I chose the topics that I find the most thought-provoking because when I met with people during the holidays, many said, we don't really know what you're doing in Ottawa. We don't know what measures you're working on. Because when we watch TV or listen to the radio, we just hear slogans from the various parties. It sounds like they're preparing for an election, and yet the election will be in 18 months. Meanwhile, we have work to do. That's why people elected us. And there are many bills that are before Parliament, including this economic statement. It is our job, although it can be difficult, to analyze everything that's in it and to try to understand what is good and what isn't so good in it. Like any omnibus bill, there are good things in it and less good things. Here in the Bloc Québécois, there are two key measures in this bill that will not enable us to vote in favor, unfortunately. Even though there are also things in it that are good. They could be even better, but there are two things that go completely against our values as a party. And I think it would also go against the values of Quebecers, our environmental values, as well as our values when it comes to protecting the environment. This government speaks of environmental measures, but I would rather call it pseudo-environmental measures. And there's also the matter of housing. Let me start by saying that the government is offering no less than $30.3 billion in subsidies, mainly to oil companies, in the form of tax credits. Which means the taxpayers will be paying oil companies to try to help them pollute less. That seems to be what's going on here. And this is one of the measures that I spoke of. The federal government wants to create a Department of Municipal Affairs, and yet we already have such a department, a ministry in Quebec and the provinces, and yet the federal government wants to step in and create its own Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Department, which means that the federal government is going to interfere even more and cause more delays. It takes a very long time for Quebec and the federal government to agree on projects, and that's because the federal government is trying to impose conditions, which makes the process even longer. I don't think creating another department will make things any better. But first of all, let's speak about these subsidies to oil companies. The oil companies really don't need help. According to the Center for Future Work, oil and gas extraction has raked in the profits over the last few years, $38 billion over 3 years. Yes, Madam Speaker, I have just said that the government wants to give them $30 billion further dollars, as if they need that. When I see these mind-boggling sums, I can't help but tell myself that there are so many other areas where the federal government could be investing that money, for example, to help people face the increased cost of living. About 70% of shareholders in the oil and gas sectors are foreign, which means that money is ultimately leaving the country. In the last 2 budgets, the government stated that it intended to create no fewer than 6 new tax credits, mostly for oil companies, which, according to the government's own numbers, will total $83 billion by 2035. We know that we need to do more to fight the climate crisis. And the government really thinks that what it should do is give more money to oil companies to help them pollute more? The mind boggles. This bill will modify the Income Tax Act to create those 2 tax credits. First of all, one of them is supposed to be a tax credit to invest in clean technologies. This is a $17.8 billion tax credit. It's called the Clean Technology Tax Credit, which sounds amazing, but when you actually look at the details, you realize that it's tailor-made to extract more tar sands and export more gas. As you know, Madam Speaker, the tar sands take a great deal of energy to extract. Hot water or steam needs to be injected, and this pollutes water and also requires a great deal of energy. Currently, gas is being used to provide that energy, but the government wishes to export that gas.
We are trying to export to Asia, and the Transport Canada pipeline, they're working on Coastal GasLink, and then the LNG plant by Shell will be operational within a year. So there will be more gas for exportation, and that's where the Clean Technology Investment Tax Credit comes in. C-59 would pay oil and gas companies so that they can buy small modular reactors to replace the gas that they're currently using so that they can extract more bitumen and produce more gas for export. All that at the expense of taxpayers. That's not really a great idea. These small modular reactors, we've talked about how those are not really the best option for a number of reasons. But these tax credits can be used in other ways, for example, to transition toward renewable energies. For example, in manufacturing, paper mills can use biomass, or there can be production of net zero aluminum. I think those would be good uses of this investment tax credit. But given how much investment is necessary for oil and gas to extract more bitumen, we can expect oil and gas companies to pocket most of the money. Then there is a second tax credit for carbon capture, use, and storage. That is a $12.5 billion investment. I have 2 minutes remaining, Madam Speaker. I don't think I'll have time to get to the good stuff, and that's unfortunate because I wanted to tell my constituents about all the smaller measures that I mentioned earlier, but I will continue to talk about the carbon capture, use, and storage tax credit. The government says that that's a pro-environment measure, but once again, the government is helping oil and gas companies to maybe possibly pollute slightly less. This tax credit, curiously, is only available to businesses in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. Now, as you know, carbon capture and storage is experimental technology. Heavy polluters recuperate a small portion of their emissions and then put them in empty wells. This is part of oil and gas industry's pseudo-environmental strategy, which is also the government's strategy. The International Energy Agency, which is a OECD organization, says that no government should put this at the heart of their environmental strategies. They say that it's an unproven technology, that it's basically smoke and mirrors, and if it were applied at an industrial scale, it would bring only marginal results, but at a huge cost. And the government is still moving forward with carbon capture and storage. Why? Well, because that's what the oil industry wants. Through access to information, we found out that Suncor contributed to reducing the government's environmental policy, especially when it comes to carbon capture in C59. And we found out in December that the government met with oil and gas lobbies no fewer than 2,000 times in 2022 and 2023. This just goes to show how much the oil sector is writing and contributing to Liberal policy. This does not help Canadians and Quebecers fight climate change, and that's why, Madam Speaker, we'll be voting against this bill. Questions and comments?
Mr. Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I think of the issue of foreign investment and government policy on legislation and budgetary measures has ultimately, in working with Canadians, seen Canada be on a per capita basis, when you talk about gross number of dollars being invested in Canada, we are actually number one in the world, Madam Speaker. That's number one in the world in terms of foreign investment. And much of that investment is going towards renewable energy. Canada now is being a leader when it comes to electric batteries. Communities are being valued, greatly increased value because of these mega plants that are going in, Volkswagen being one of them. And I'm wondering if the member would recognize that whether it's through things like the trade agreements, through government policies, that we have seen an enhancement in investment that is ultimately going to contribute to the world because of many of the green projects that are taking place in Canada today.
L'honorable député d'Avignon.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matane Matapédia. Well, of course, if you invest 30-some billion in clean technology with big names like that, big long names, of course it seems good. Of course you can say, of course we're investing in the environment, but the majority of that funding is going toward one of the most polluting sectors in our economy. So we ask ourselves, could this money be used only for renewable energy? Could it not be given to the most polluting sector? The strategy should be rewritten. I cannot congratulate the federal government right now because they're for investing in green energy, because in fact they're investing most of their money in carbon capture, use and storage. And as I was saying, that's unproven technology. It's very expensive and gives very little results. Businesses have not even started using that technology. Meanwhile, our GHG reduction targets are around the corner. How are we going to meet them while we're investing in the wrong things? I don't know.
Charlotte St. James is in Aboya Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first time rising in the House this year. I just wanted to ask the member, given that we are discussing the fall economic statement, if she's concerned with the increase in the size of the national debt. In 2015, the national debt was $600 billion. After 8 years, this government actually managed to double it. In fact, spending more money than all other prime ministers combined. Is she not concerned that we are on the wrong trajectory and we need to get our budgets under control?
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis Matane Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree that we need to spend better. We don't need further investments. We need to invest smarter. The money that's already being invested, we need to invest it elsewhere. This is $30 billion. That's mostly going to big oil. Shouldn't this, for instance, go to health transfers and housing transfers to provinces? Quebec could receive more so that Quebec can run projects itself. Projects given to Quebec by municipalities. There are projects in the waiting. They're just waiting for federal funding. Sometimes municipalities say, Quebec has approved my project, but we're waiting for the CMHC, or the CMHC says there's no more funding left. So why don't we invest our money smarter, and then eventually it will pay off? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. She set out the government's inconsistencies and incoherence. Now, the Conservative leader just gave a speech. She didn't even mention the environment. What does the colleague think of the Conservative Party's pseudo-strategy to use carbon capture, use and storage to reduce GHG emissions? The Honourable Member, well, carbon capture, use and storage is not a solution. The United Nations has said so. It's also been confirmed by the OECD and the International Energy Agency. The IEA has said, don't put all your eggs in the carbon capture basket because it's not going to work. It's not going to bring down GHG emissions as much as we hope to. Now, the government is ambitious. The government has ambitious GHG reduction targets, but is not actually taking action to meet those targets. The Environment Commissioner said in 2023 that the government has included some positive measures in the economic statement, but that they haven't been implemented and there are no plans to implement these good measures. Then we have the Conservative Party, which wants us to prioritize carbon capture, use and storage, but they're clearly not listening to scientists who have said that that's not a good option. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is my first time rising in the House in 2024, so I'd like to take this opportunity to wish you a Happy New Year, and I wish a Happy New Year to the constituents in Terrebonne. Now, in 2024, the sunny ways are becoming more and more cloudy. When we went home to our ridings over the holidays, we all realized that Canadians and Quebecers finally have something in common, and that is that they're very worried. If we look at main economic indicators, we can see that people have reason to be anxious. Vacancy rates are incredibly low. Inflation is very high. Madam Speaker, it's clear that that we need action. It's urgent. It's time. But there's still time to take action. Madam Speaker, the government, though, they reassure us by saying that they're here for Canadians, and they will continue to be here for Canadians. So my Bloc Québécois colleagues and I, we didn't feel very hopeful when we read through the details of this economic statement. We wanted to see how the Liberal government intended to improve things, given that there are so many challenges. So let's have a look at this. Last month, StatsCan published its numbers on the situation of our SMEs. 170,000 Canadian businesses are plunged in uncertainty. They are really struggling because they had to choose between going into debt with the government for huge amounts or going into debt with financial institutions whose rates are, as we know, very high. Some businesses paid back their $40,000 loans by remortgaging their homes or borrowing on lines of credit. Can you imagine how much pressure they're under? They've put their lives into their businesses. And if you do the math, these 170,000 businesses make up about 13% of Canadian businesses with employees. So 1 in every 10 businesses is currently threatened by uncertainty. They don't know whether or if they will have the necessary money to pay back their loans. Businesses, and especially SMEs, are the foundation of our economy. They're also an important part of the social fabric in our communities. But in the economic statement, the government does nothing to help SMEs, and the government is ignoring the requests made by the National Assembly of Quebec. That was a unanimous request, as well as premiers of all provinces and the Bloc Québécois and organizations and businesses like the CFIB and the ARQ. We all called for a direct line of communication between businesses and the government, businesses which have questions or which are struggling. We have called for some flexibility because the government created this program and then punted it over to financial institutions. Can the government not understand how urgent it is to do something? Because the business community and the political committee are unanimous. We need to avoid a wave of bankruptcies. It's also incredibly urgent to act to address the unprecedented housing crisis. Over the past 5 years, average rent in Quebec increased by 25%, and the CMHC predicts that this trend will remain the same until 2025 and may even go up to 30% from 25%. So, households are paying a higher and higher share of their income on housing. Meanwhile, prices of other essential goods have increased too. Food prices increased by 5.9% in 2023, and it will cost $700 more per year in 2024 for a family to eat. Household incomes are not rising as fast as prices, and each year Quebecers and Canadians are giving away massive proportions of their income on essential spending like housing. They are working to live, and just barely. Now, we also need to set up an emergency fund for homelessness because there is an unprecedented homelessness crisis in Quebec and in Canada right now. In Quebec, homelessness rose by 44% in 5 years. That means another 10,000 people currently visibly homeless. And there's also invisible homelessness, which affects about 8% of Canadians at one time or another in their lives, and especially women. So we really need to help. The Bloc Québécois understands how urgent it is to take action to combat homelessness. We suggested an emergency fund for cities and municipalities to support those experiencing homelessness. So what was announced in the fall economic statement? Any money for housing, that's great, but nothing to celebrate because it won't come until 2026. Oh, and of course, there's the GST, which was cut for housing constructions, but François Desrosiers, a University of Laval real estate professor, explained that this measure will not fix rental housing shortages because prices are constantly rising. And you know what's worse, to add insult to injury, the government announced in the fall economic statement that it is creating a new housing department, a department of housing, infrastructure, and communities, to give the impression that it's tackling the housing crisis. But you know what? That's just a Department of Municipal Affairs that they want to create. It's an interference department that they want to create. We already have a federal housing minister, and in Quebec, we have an infrastructure minister who is responsible for infrastructure in Quebec. That is an important announcement, but it's also totally empty. The Bloc Québécois called on the government to implement a low-interest rent program to build more social and affordable housing and more rental housing. And how has the government reacted? Well, they're promising us money in 2 years, and they're creating an interference department. The Bloc Québécois clearly set out its priorities as well as solutions to deal with problems in all major files. We did the government's work for them. But in the fall economic statement, there really aren't many new measures. It just repeats measures from the previous budget. The statement kind of seems to ignore the most important elements for the future and future economic prosperity of Quebec and of Canada. And, you know, this government is harming Quebec and Quebecers. When it comes to the CEBA, the emergency loans, they gave an extra 14 days to pay back the $40,000 loans. That's not a big extension. The government doesn't seem to understand the word urgent. because this has been urgent for a long time, and this government is hindering Quebec. And when the federal government has to take action, they failed systematically when it comes to the housing crisis, the fight on climate change, or even clean drinking water on reserves. They consult and they talk, but they don't take action. In 2 months, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister will table a new budget. I hope that it will be better than this fall economic statement. I hope that it will be better for Quebec. That said, the budget will be yet another reminder that the best budget for Quebec would be a sovereign Quebec budget, by and for Quebec.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, and before the Honourable Member speaks, could you make sure that there's no phone near the mic? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And much of what the member says, I disagree with. I'm sure she's not surprised by that particular comment. She made reference to purpose-built housing or homes, apartments, where we are going to be getting rid of the GST in order to encourage more growth. It's projected that there will be literally thousands of new units that are going to be built as a direct result. In fact, we now have provincial jurisdictions that are doing likewise for the PST. I'm wondering if she would not agree if you now have provinces trying to duplicate what it is that the federal government is doing in an attempt to increase the supply of purpose-built homes. Is that not a good thing? Would she not support that?
Honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, my answer is very simple. That is not enough. That won't work. That won't help build new affordable rental units because interest rates are too high. That measure might make sense on a small scale, but currently, interest rates are so high that nobody wants to borrow to build affordable rental housing. So that is just not enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable, l'Honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleagues for their remarks today. My colleague demonstrated that we are not investing the right way. And we're talking about federal public money that comes from our taxes, and it's not being invested the right way. For years now, we have been working on federal programs. But the federal government is always interfering, always meddling. For example, when it comes to old age security, reform is essential, and we also need EI reform for workers. These are important socioeconomic actions that we need to take. We need to support Quebecers, and those are two critical measures. I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague and friend for her excellent question. In fact, the old age security is essential for many people who have reached a venerable age and who want to live in the knowledge that inflation is causing a huge headache for these same individuals, difficulties in getting housing and feeding themselves. The government doesn't want to increase old age security for anyone, despite the fact that there was a bill that was passed and put forth by the Bloc Québécois. And it's an excellent example of initiatives. How long has it been since we've had a reform? 2, 3 years more? I don't know. How is it that there's still nothing for employment insurance? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elma-Transcona. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask a question about housing. We know that the government is not doing enough and is not taking action quickly enough. There are ideas like an acquisition fund for non-for-profit organizations. There are other proposals, and I would like to ask what kind of initiatives the member would like to see come from the federal government when it comes to housing. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. In fact, he mentioned the acquisition fund, and we fully agree with that example. We asked that very question to the former Minister of Housing. We asked the question on the acquisition fund. What did he think? We didn't get any answer. It would be, in fact, a good solution to put in place affordable rental housing to allow people to have housing, and an emergency fund to address the homelessness issue. It's rising. We're talking about 10,000 people who are homeless, and it's essential that we put these measures in place, and we can't wait to 2026.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm quite pleased to rise today to speak to this latest Budget Implementation Act by the government, and I've been listening closely to the debate. So I'd like to start just by offering some comments on the debate so far, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the bill. I had occasion to ask the Conservative leader just not that long ago here in the House why it is that when he talks about the problem of inflation that Canadians are experiencing, and we know they are, we're all experiencing it. You go into a grocery store and you see the raise in prices. We know that people are struggling to stay in their homes. We see it on the street in our communities. We see more and more people pitching tents in order to have a roof over their head, such as it is at night. And we hear stories, unfortunately, of cities focusing on clearing out encampments of people with nowhere to go instead of focusing their energy on trying to figure out how to create better homes that provide more warmth and support in a challenging winter. So we know, and we're hearing about it from our constituents. We're hearing about it from constituents, for instance, who are having to choose to cut pills or pay the rent. There's all sorts of ways in which this really difficult economic time is affecting Canadians. So the question for us here in Parliament is what to do about it. And certainly the Conservative leader has a lot of opinions about what to do about it. My question earlier was why, when he talks about inflation and he talks about the hardship that Canadians are experiencing, he doesn't make mention of whether it's in Canada, and there have been some credible studies here in Canada that say that price increases over and above the increase in cost for large corporations are responsible for 25% or more of the inflation that Canadians have experienced. So I want to be really clear. That's not price increases. There have been price increases where companies, and particularly we know a lot of small and medium-sized businesses in our communities, are experiencing higher costs, and they have to pass that on to their consumer. We know even with some big corporations, they're experiencing higher input costs, and some of that gets passed on to consumers. We're talking about price increases that go above and beyond that increase in cost that they're passing on to consumers. So it is no excuse to say that they're simply passing on those costs. They're not. That 25% or so of inflation that's attributable to price increases above the additional cost means that they're taking that home in profit. So when you look at the profits of oil and gas companies that increased by 1,000% from 2019 to 2021, as an example, those were not increases of passing on costs. Those were some of those increases that contributed to inflation by being additional price increases just for the purpose of paying higher dividends to corporate shareholders and bigger wages to corporate executives. So how do you pretend to be a leader that is serious about addressing the problem of inflation when you're completely silent about the corporate greed that is driving a quarter or more of that very inflation? I submit to you that it's not possible. It's not credible. And I'm proud to be part of an NDP caucus with an NDP leader that is willing to name that problem here in the House of Commons, to acknowledge that we will not have a solution to the inflation problem in Canada if big corporations continue to feel that they can increase prices with impunity, because that is a major driver of inflation and a major driver of hardship for Canadians. And I think it speaks to the electoral choices that Canadians have, because we have a Conservative opposition here who would frame themselves as an alternative to the Liberals. But actually, if you look at this blind spot, the corporate-controlled Conservatives aren't willing to acknowledge or don't see or whatever it is. So I won't speak to the question of intention here. I'll just say that it is a blind spot, whether it's willful or not. And what that means is that
they, like the current government, will continue to be prone, if they were in government themselves, to saying that if we just trust the market to deal with these problems, those problems will go away, because they refuse to acknowledge the role that unbridled corporate greed is playing in creating the economic problem that Canadians are facing today. So one of the ways that that manifests with the current government is on housing, for example, where the real meat of their housing proposal in the fall was all about creating more room for the market to solve the housing crisis. And for Hansard, I want you to know, I use air quotes for that. Perhaps they can appear on the record, because I don't really think that we are going to get market solutions to the housing crisis. I don't think that's a revelation. I don't think that's particularly controversial, because I know that the market, since the federal government in the mid-90s stepped away from producing non-market housing, the market has had 30 years to solve our housing problems. And instead of solving them, it's created a crisis that is accelerating and getting worse. So simply freeing up Crown land and handing it off to developers to do what they will is not going to solve the problem, because the same motive of corporate greed that has been driving this housing crisis for decades now, and that has become particularly acute in the last few years, nothing about that basic structure will have changed if we're still just expecting market players to solve this crisis. And we've heard at the Finance Committee, from home developers and financiers and real estate people, that the market isn't going to solve this problem. And that's not to say we don't need more market housing. It's not to say that there won't be more housing built by the market. Of course there will be. That's not where we need the attention of government, though. The attention of government has to be on the part that the market will not do and has not been doing. And that's on non-market housing. So to say that we want to see the government focus specifically on non-market housing isn't to discount the role of the market and market housing. It's just to say that the public policy attention of the government doesn't have to be there. In fact, the virtue of the market is supposed to be that government doesn't have to get involved. So let them do their thing, but let's have the attention and the investment focus of our federal government beyond addressing the very real problem of non-market housing that has been neglected for 30 years and absolutely must return in a significant way in order for us to solve the housing crisis. It's a problem with the current government, and it will be a problem with any future Conservative government, because they share the same blind spot. So, what are some of the other things that we can do if we acknowledge the role that corporate greed is playing? And that's where I think the NDP has played an important role in twisting the arm of this government to do some things, like a 2% share buyback fee, so that companies can't just go ahead and, for various kinds of maximization of profit strategies for their shareholders or for the corporation itself, buy back shares as a way of transferring wealth to their shareholders without paying any tax at all. It's of note, and this is something that New Democrats have been arguing for a long time, well before this Parliament, that this legislation creates the possibility of implementing a digital services tax, which means a tax on the revenue of large internet-based companies like Netflix and others, who right now are paying no tax in Canada at all, which doesn't make sense. They're not paying any corporate tax on the revenue that they raise in Canada. They get to walk it all out of the country for free. That doesn't make sense, and it puts traditional broadcasters at a disadvantage, and we're seeing the effects that that's having on our media market and the ability to hire journalists and to pay them to do the work that they do, which is an important part, however much we may disagree sometimes with the way that news media outlets frame certain issues. Their work is nevertheless important to a well-functioning democracy, and the fact that their competitors haven't had to pay any tax at all does a disservice to not just to them, but to Canadians who rely on news content for the functioning of our democracy. We've been pushing this government, and have already in Bill C-56 and now again in the Budget Implementation Act, to make meaningful changes to the Competition Act that have that will allow for the Competition Bureau to play a greater and more effective role in ensuring that big corporations aren't using their market power and their market position to pull one over on Canadians, to make the economy less competitive, and to have those outsized excess price increases that I was talking about earlier that are a significant factor in driving inflation. Another thing that we can do is be willing to let corporations know that to the extent that they want to invest in Canada and create jobs in Canada, particularly in the natural resources sector, that there's an expectation that they're going to create good union jobs here in Canada in order to do it. And that's why I'm very proud of the labor conditions that are attached to the investment tax credits. This legislation will implement those labor conditions so that companies that are investing with the use of this tax credit in clean technology, in carbon capture and storage, which I'm not actually that happy to hear about, because I don't think that that is the way that Canada should be. I don't think that's the basket we should be putting our eggs in when it comes to emissions reduction. It's technology that's not proven at scale. But this government is determined to move ahead, and we hear a lot of positive comments about carbon capture and storage from Conservatives as well. I think, again, it's another shared blind spot of these two parties, the Liberals and Conservatives. Nevertheless, if that investment is going to be taking place in Canada, I want it to create good union jobs. That's what I want. And I want companies to know that they have to be paying a prevailing wage of the collective agreements in the trade union sector. Because what that means is that those companies aren't going to come in competing on who can pay Canadians the least to do that work. They're going to come in and have to compete on the things that we want them to be competing on. How efficient is the technology? How efficient are they at building it? What are their production techniques? That's the way that they should be competing. That's what they should be. When they're earning a contract, it should be on that basis, not on the basis of how little they're prepared to pay their workers. And too often in Canada, we have accepted a situation where we're happy to have companies come in and compete on the cost of labor and have a competition about who can pay Canadians the least to do a job that deserves a fair wage and good benefits and a proper pension. So I'm very proud that with this legislation, we're going to be implementing for the first time ever conditions on an investment tax break that centers workers in the middle of it and that has an apprenticeship requirement, so that we're not going to be saying to employers that would hire apprentices, which sometimes can be challenging. I know, I've been an apprentice myself, and when you walk on the job site the first day, you don't know what you're doing. That's what an apprenticeship is like. It's meant to teach you that. That's not always a profit maximization strategy for the employer in the short term. I think in the long term, employers with foresight see the value of passing on that training and passing on that knowledge and creating a workforce that they can avail themselves of. But we know there are employers for whom that is not their strategy. They're short-term focused. They want to bring on the journey people. They want someone else to train apprentices, and then they want to poach them later. And these tax credits will say that we as a country value training the trades workforce of tomorrow, and that if you want a tax break on the investment, you have to be part of a culture of building that workforce and creating good jobs for Canadians, not just now today, but also into the future, and giving them the tools that they need in order to be able to do that. We saw a Conservative government in Ontario use bankruptcy laws to shut down a post-secondary education institution, something that my colleague from Timmins, James Spade, did a lot of work on, raising awareness about what was wrong with that and that it should never be done again. And New Democrats have spearheaded the effort to get that done. And in this budget bill, what we see is a provision that says that the bankruptcy and insolvency laws of Canada and the CCAA will not be able to be used again in the future to perpetrate that kind of nasty closure on a public institution. I'm very proud of the work that my colleagues have done on that, and it's something that I think ought to go forward. But I want to come back to the housing question because it's an important one. I said earlier that I thought really in the fall the Liberals' focus was on market solutions, and that's not where the focus of the government really needs to be, certainly not to the exclusion of working on non-market solutions. In this bill, what do we see? Well, the only thing that's really happening on the housing front is the creation of a new Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, just merging two departments that already exist. I mean, this is not what you do in the face of a crisis. It's not an administrative crisis. It's not that people aren't pushing enough paper. It's that there's not enough housing getting built. And changing the name of the department without prioritizing things like recapitalizing the co-investment fund, one of the few federal funds that's actually building non-market housing, it doesn't make sense to prioritize shuffling the words in the department name around over advancing that funding. And in the fall economic statement, I think shamefully that recapitalization that was much touted by the government as their action on the urgent housing crisis was backloaded in the budget tables. It won't be coming for another 2 years. Particularly when you consider that the territory of Nunavut alone has been asking on an urgent basis for $250 million to address the housing crisis that they're seeing and to meet the needs that as a territorial government they're being asked to respond to. We didn't see a mention in the fall economic statement, and there's nothing in the bill around the Kavalik Hydrolink, which is a project that will help deliver power into parts of Nunavut, and I would hope also be accompanied with some more broadband access as well, in order to set the stage for more economic development in parts of Nunavut, as well as to try and reduce the reliance in Nunavut on diesel in order to power communities, instead of being able to bring hydro up, or in the long term perhaps be able to produce enough electricity in a sustainable way that they can become a seller and bring in own source revenues to Inuit communities in Nunavut as well. So that's the kind of long-term infrastructure investment that would make a lot of sense, and we don't see. Another important investment would be to upgrade the Cambridge Bay Airport, which is an important hub for Nunavut. And those kinds of investments, when we talk about Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic, we know that the best way to enhance Canada's sovereignty in the Arctic is to invest in the people who live there, and to help them have the tools and resources that they need in order to be able to have a strong economy and to live in appropriate housing and to have access to the services that people rightly expect in the 21st century. Instead, the rumor that we've been faced with now for at least a month on Parliament Hill, a little longer if we go back into early December, is that the government is contemplating deep cuts at Indigenous Services Canada. We certainly want to know more about what the government is contemplating and the effects that it will have on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities across the country. It's an area of significant concern for us, and something that is not addressed here, but we do expect to see addressed in the budget in terms of what the government's plan is and how we're going to ensure that Indigenous communities once again aren't left holding the bag when a government decides it wants to save money to continue on a culture of corporate tax cuts. And I want to just end by coming back to this question of the role that large corporations are playing in driving inflation. What we know now, a report from the PBO as recently as December of 2021 said that just 1% of Canada's population owns and controls 25% of all of the wealth of the country. And the bottom 40% of income earners in Canada share just 1% of all of the wealth that's produced in Canada. And you think about that, and that 25% number is 5% higher than it was at the turn of the century. Now, what's happened since the year 2000 is that the proportion of wealth controlled by the top 1% increased by that whole 5 percentage points. I don't mean it increased by 5%. I mean it went from 20% of overall wealth to 25% of overall wealth. In the same time, the corporate tax rate came down from 28% to just 15% today. So we talk about Canadians feeling the squeeze. We talk about the middle class being expected to pay more in taxes to make up for government spending. But the big hole in government revenue comes from the people in that 1% who are walking away with that much more of Canada's overall wealth than they used to, because they pay significantly less tax than they used to. And that's why when people wonder, why is it that government can't have a robust housing strategy? We used to be able to do it. We did it coming out of the war. Well, yeah, the marginal tax rate that the richest Canadians paid coming out of the war was way higher than it is today. the corporate tax rate was way higher than it is today. And those things provided the revenue to invest in the middle class that then became the foundation for economic prosperity that lasted for decades. And the reason that economic prosperity is drying up and the middle class is feeling the heat so much is because governments, successive governments of Liberal and Conservatives, have let the people at the top off from having to pay their fair share. And that's what's making the difference in Canada. The fact that the Conservative leader won't name it means he won't fix it, and that's what Canadians need to know heading into the next election.
Hear, 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 hear.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to follow up on a question regarding housing, because the member spent a lot of time speaking on housing. And when I look at, in terms of the last number of years, what we have seen, and I've made reference to this earlier, is the federal government has really gotten into the area of housing, because for many years there was nothing being done, nothing being developed. And today we could talk about the billions, but more importantly, we can also talk about the need for the three levels of government to be able to all come to the table in order to be able to address the housing issues that the member references. Very sympathetic to the people living in bus shelters and so forth in our home city of the city of Winnipeg. But would he not agree that all three levels of government need to step up to deal with the housing crisis in Canada today?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
There certainly is work to do at all levels of government to address the housing crisis. But the foremost role of the federal government in all this is as funder. And those other levels of government will come to the table when there's enough funding on the table to talk about making a significant difference. And one of the things that would help, in addition to the funding itself, would be a far more regular offer. So we're still having debates about when the co-investment fund, which, as I said earlier, is the fund that's produced the most non-market housing, when there's going to be more money put in the fund. Well, how come there isn't an annual offering? Why is this a question? The housing crisis took decades to develop. It's going to take a long time to solve. The idea that the federal government is just going to offer this money willy-nilly and not regularly on an annualized basis so that other levels of government can plan for the level of investment that's coming not just over the short term, but the medium and long term, is laughable. So the federal government has to make annual commitments. They have to make it with a lot of warning, and we shouldn't be having to have this debate every time the fund is depleted. There's no way they're going to offer enough money in one offering to not have it depleted. So other levels of government need to know when the replenishment is coming so that we can actually plan into the future for how we're going to solve this crisis.
Honourable Member for Mission, Mascouy, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member from Winnipeg for his speech. I was a little concerned about some of the comments he was making. We all know that one of the reasons why wealth has increased in Canada is in relationship to the increase in assets that many Canadians have through home ownership. One of the reasons why those assets increased in value so much over the last number of years is because we didn't build enough homes to keep up with the demand for housing. So my question is, why does the New Democratic Party continue to prop up a government that hasn't done enough to get more homes built in Canada? Why won't they lose their confidence in the government so we can have an election and Canadians can make a decision for themselves about which party will make the best housing policies for this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, we respect the decision that Canadians made in an election just about 2 short years ago, and we've seen it as our task to work in the context that Canadians created in order to deliver on the promises that we made to Canadians, like a dental care plan, for instance, which we have been working, and people are receiving their letters to register for that program now. So we'll continue to do the work in the Parliament that Canadians elected. We've got a lot to say both now and at election time about what the Liberals have done on housing, what we would do differently, and the glaring deficiencies of the so-called Conservative plan when it comes to housing as well. So, the idea that somehow we're going to have an election and the housing crisis is going to go away because those guys are going to do something different than these guys when they're both obsessed with market solutions is a little rich. So no, I don't believe that, and I'm prepared to do the work in the Parliament that Canadians elected.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Charlemagne. Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to wish you Happy New Year. and I'd like to wish all my colleagues Happy New Year. I'd like to wish all of you to engage in very kind debates during 2024, if such a thing be possible. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech. And I think that affordable housing is a solution that we need. In some countries in Europe, there are up to 20 to 30% of the overall housing stock that is below market prices. In Canada, it's only 5%. In Montreal, only 1% of landlords own a third of the housing stock in Montreal, the rental housing stock. I'm sure it's the same in Toronto and Vancouver. We have a new phenomenon, the financialization of housing. That barely existed before. Now it's a serious problem. I'd like to hear from my colleague about solutions.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Merci beaucoup.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, I don't think it's just one thing, but there are numerous things we can do to attack this problem. One thing we could do would be to create a nonprofit acquisitions fund so that they have a chance to acquire a building when it appears on the market. At this time, they don't have enough access to capital, and it's not quick enough. They're not able to make an offer before a big corporation snaps it up. So that's one thing that could be done. We also need to ensure that large corporations in the housing market have reasonable taxes. And we also need to make sure that they're not taking advantage of loopholes. We also need to build more non-market housing. That will have an effect on market prices as well if people have the option to buy non-market housing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, a honourable friend for Elmwood-Transcona. I couldn't agree more with him and his analysis that when we talk about inflation, we can't leave out excess corporate profits. And I want to ask him if he agrees with me that he referred to the large, unprecedented profits from oil companies. I wonder if he would agree with me that that essentially amounts to profits from war profiteering, because their profits went through the roof when Putin invaded Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I'll say that we absolutely should have an excess profit tax on the oil and gas industry. We've seen them make, as I said, an 1,000% increase in an industry that was already very profitable, thank you very much, over the last number of years, indicates that that is not something where they're just, marking up prices to keep up with inflation. They saw an opportunity. The war was certainly part of that opportunity. I think it's shameful for companies to be using a global conflict to jack up its prices, and they shouldn't be allowed to do it. We have the power here in Canada. Some of our allies have exercised the power that they have in their own jurisdiction, including a Conservative government in the UK, implemented an excess profit tax on the oil and gas sector. Why it is in Canada that we can't find people on the government benches with the courage to do the same and to reinvest some of those excess profits in the Canadian economy and in Canadians themselves, I think is a real disappointment, and it's certainly something we will continue to talk to Canadians about, including at election time.
Honourable for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to hear from the Honourable Member from Elmwood-Transcona, who does a masterful job of highlighting the hypocrisies and contradictions of both Liberals and Conservatives. And he raised a very important question today about workers, Madam Speaker. He spoke about our responsibility to workers. And I want to take a moment and just highlight a recent visit that we had to IBEW's training facility in Alberta, the 424 union, who's doing a fantastic job training the next generation of workers in Alberta. And what we heard from them, Madam Speaker, is that our federal government has a responsibility, that when it comes to procurement, that there are some construction and infrastructure contractors out there who do something called double-breasting. They make applications with union workers, and then they come through and they make applications with another side of their company with non-union workers, essentially driving down the prevailing wage on the backs of not just the workers, but taxpayer investments as well. So through you to the Honourable Member, who I know is a proud member of IBEW, if he could speak again to the importance of a good prevailing wage and a procurement power of a federal government to ensure that workers get paid that union rate with good benefits and great pensions.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona in 30 seconds.
Well, thank you very much for that important question. I think what it does is it highlights the important role that government decision-making plays in honoring the idea that workers deserve respect and that they deserve fair wages. It's why it's important to have good labor laws in Canada. It's why I'm proud that we're pushing for anti-scab legislation in the House of Commons and that bill is beginning to progress through the legislative process. There are other things we can do to reinforce collective bargaining rights, and you don't do that when you allow this kind of double-breasting to go on. It undermines workers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants, and the honourable member will be able to conclude his speech after oral questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and to all the colleagues here in the House. Of course, today we have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-59, which is the legislation that actually implements the initiatives that were talked about in the Fall Economic Statement before Christmas. And before I get too much further, Madam Speaker, I'll recognize that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Nepean, and I know that'll take after question period. Madam Speaker, just quickly before I get into my remarks, one of the things I contemplated over the Christmas break was the decorum in this place. And I know that'll be something that those who sit in the chair will be focused on. And I'll commit to those who are here today, and indeed our House, that will have robust debate, but we should try to keep it within the confines of respectable debate at the same time. Madam Speaker, the Fall Economic Statement from this government was really focused on two core issues: affordability and housing. And of course, those are top of mind issues at home in Kings Hants. And I want to talk first about the economic context, because affordability, yes, is a top-of-mind issue, but I think it's important for my constituents and indeed Canadians across the country to understand where we're at in the current economic context, because if all you did was listen to the opposition bench of the Conservatives, you would never really understand some of the positive things that are happening vis-a-vis Canada's economic growth, and particularly our investment climate right now. So, Madam Speaker, inflation is a global issue. Last statistic by Statistics Canada shows that Canada has a 3.4% inflation rate in the month of December 2023, and we're working to try to help bring that under control. But where does Canada rate in a global context? Well, I did some statistics and pulled some of the things up around the world. Germany, 3.7%. France, the same. UK, just over 4%. United States is on par with Canada. Ireland, India, Australia, New Zealand, these are all comparable countries, I would submit to you, Madam Speaker. They have higher inflation rates right now than Canada. Now, I know that that is cold comfort. I don't say that to Canadians and to constituents to suggest that this government is going to rest on its laurels. But again, it's important because when you hear the opposition talk, you would suggest that Canada is a laggard in the world in terms of the affordability question. We have work to do. We are going to continue to do that work. But make no mistake, Madam Speaker, it is important to contextualize that as we move forward. How about our debt to GDP ratio? When you listen to the member from Carleton and the opposition, you would suggest that Canada is in a terrible situation vis-a-vis its debt to GDP ratio. Madam Speaker, that's not the case. Canada is actually a leader in the G7 on net debt to GDP. Say that 10 times. Net debt to GDP ratio. Canada is a leader in the G7. It also has the lowest deficit in the G7. Again, you don't hear that being said very much from the opposition benches. It's important for Canadians to understand that. The number that I thought was quite important, Madam Speaker, is actually investment in the country. Now, yes, we want Canadian equity firms, we want Canadian businesses to be investing in our country, but we know in a globalized economy that we want other countries around the world, other companies to want to come to Canada and invest in our economic success as well. And the number that I think is quite striking, Madam Speaker, is foreign direct investment in 2023. Canada was third overall in the entire world. Now, we're 40 million people, Madam Speaker. We are a relatively small country in terms of population in the world, of course, rich in resources and ingenuity. Third in the world, not per capita, overall, behind U.S. and Brazil. That is an incredible feat, Madam Speaker. It is something that every Canadian, indeed every member of Parliament in this House, should be proud of. And it is being driven by this government's view of investing and driving future growth particularly in a transition to a lower carbon economy. That is a significant number that Canadians should understand. But of course, Madam Speaker, when we talk about affordability, we have to also balance spending with responsibility. And we are in an environment right now, we saw the Bank of Canada, through the Governor, Tiff Macklem, hold interest rates at 5%. And his indication to Canadians and to the public and indeed to this government is that we will expect to see decreases in the interest rate, in the benchmark interest rate over the next couple months. That is extremely important. And I'm proud of the way in which this government has walked a very careful line between putting out supports to vulnerable Canadians, but at the same time being mindful that the spending that does take place, we don't want to further drive inflation. And the Bank of Canada has been very clear that that has not happened to date. And it's important that this government continue to do that. And I, for one, and I know my colleagues in all corners of this place will be focused on that question as well. On housing, Madam Speaker, I have about 2 minutes left before I'm going to get cut off, but I want to tell you a story. I represent Kings Hants. It's a rural riding in Nova Scotia, just outside of Halifax, beautiful Annapolis Valley. Come see us sometime, Madam Speaker. Indeed, that invitation is to all Canadians. But I remember knocking on doors in the 2019 election as a new candidate. And I would go to rural areas of my riding where there would be a for sale sign on a property. And I would go in and I would talk to the homeowner, and I would note that, of course, they were trying to sell their house. And they would say, Cody, I'm concerned that I will never be able to sell my house. I've had it on the market for 2 years. And I'm worried I'll never be able to get the equity to be able to go on and retire or move on with my life. Madam Speaker, if you were to come to my riding right now, there is little to no real estate available whatsoever. And I want us to understand that, in fact, in Nova Scotia, that is a good thing. Because for years, we were concerned about our demographic trends. In fact, my generation, at 33 years old, when I was coming out of university, there was a lot of folks who were actually moving elsewhere in the country. We have reversed that trend in Atlantic Canada. That is a good thing. Economic growth and population growth is a good thing, but we need to have the housing to keep pace. And we've heard commentary in this place about past iterations of federal government, both Liberal and Conservative, that have not invested in housing, particularly social housing. I'm pleased to say, Madam Speaker, that is something that has changed under this government. The philosophy is to invest in public housing, along with market housing that the honourable member from Elmwood and Transcona mentioned. Both have to happen at the same time. And I would point Canadians to the fact of our most recent investment, which is removing the HST on rental purpose-based housing. Again, owning your own home, extremely important, and we would want all Canadians to have that opportunity. But some people are in a situation where affordable rentals is also extremely important, Madam Speaker. I've seen rentals go up, for example, in the community of Kentville, from a few years ago being in the range of $1,200, it's now upwards of $2,000 because of the pressure that we've seen. Now, all three levels of government have to be a part of this. I'll say a little bit more. Madam Speaker, I see my time is quickly coming to a close. I will carry on after question period, and I'll look forward to my colleagues giving me questions, but let me give way to SO31s. Thank you.
The honourable member will have 2 minutes and a half to conclude his speech after oral questions. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés, l'honorable député de Don Valley North.
Honourable member for Don Valley North.
Brampton Centre. Brampton Centre.
Madam Speaker, we mourn the lives lost in Quebec mosques 7 years ago today and recognize the trauma suffered by Canada's Muslim community on account of Islamophobia. We also mourn the tens of thousands of civilians, including thousands of innocent children who have been killed by Israel in Gaza. The majority of Gaza's traumatized surviving population has been displaced and needs humanitarian intervention. 3 days ago, the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to take immediate and effective measures to enable the provisions of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Out of respect for rule of law, Canada should help Israel to comply with that order. Canada and its allies should reinstate UNRWA funding, considering the devastating humanitarian crisis in Palestine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker, Happy New Year to you and everyone in the House. Over the past holiday season, our diverse communities in Don Valley North and across Canada have come together to celebrate a range of festivities, including Hanukkah, Shabbat Yoda, Christmas, and the New Year. Building on the spirit of celebration and diversity, I'd like to remind the House of a motion passed in 2016 which recognized the Lunar New Year to highlight our vibrant Asian communities and the invaluable contribution these Canadians are making in our society. The auspicious dragon symbolizes strength and prosperity. This year, the dragon heightens fortune for those born in the year of rat, tiger, horse, and rooster. Speaker, I want to wish everyone a happy, healthy, and prosperous Lunar New Year. 恭喜發財，新年快樂！四喜卜，money by the seal，長問難會。Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
There are many kinds of silence. The silence of indifference, the silence of complicity, and the silence of cowardice. The government's refusal to take a clear position on South Africa's baseless case at the ICJ, their about-face on their once respectable UN voting record, and their abject failure to protect Jews in this country betrays all three of those vices. Calls for the extermination of Jews in Canada have been normalized by this morally bankrupt Liberal brain trust. On Canadian values, the Prime Minister responds with silence, only to amplify the hate. Worse, he stokes it. This weekend's International Holocaust Remembrance Day should have been a stark reminder that never again is right now. Silence in the face of lies can be as damaging as the deliberately confusing positions of this Prime Minister. He has one group of MPs say one thing to one community, and he sends another group to say the exact opposite to another community. The calculated silence may be deafening, but everyone hears the shameful cynicism loud and clear, and Canadians will get the moral clarity they deserve.
The honourable member from St. John's East.
With 2024 in full swing, our team are tackling the issues Canadians are facing head on with affordable housing, the Canada Child Benefit, childcare, dental care, affordable home heating, green jobs, and more money back in their pockets. And for St. John's East, I'm focused on supporting residents through my constituency office, ensuring Newfoundland and Labrador's unique needs are heard in Ottawa, and building more housing, supporting seniors and families, and more local jobs. We are putting Canadian families first, and it doesn't involve cuts, far-right tactics, and exploiting people's fares. That may get social media likes, but it does not get the job done. We are pushing forward with legislation to help Canadians, all of which the opposition has voted against, signaling what they will do if they are in government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Roger Pomerleau passed away. A piece of Quebec's soul has died with him. He loved his language and his culture. Roger Pomerleau was a Bloc Québécois member of Parliament from 93 to 97. And then in Drummond in 2008, after Pauline Picard. In the Bloc and in the Parti Québécois, Roger is remembered. He was a former member, and we remember him. He was a man of great conviction, flawless integrity, and most of all, he was a man of action. Roger Pomerleau has gone on to join other great members of our family, Leclerc, Landry, Falardeau, other members who passed away and are painting the sky blue. Roger, we will keep our promise to you, and we will honor all the work that you did for your cause. Goodbye, Roger. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Happy New Year. I'd like to wish all Sherbrookeers a Happy New Year. I wish you a year full of opportunities that you'll be able to take advantage of, and full of caring and kindness to preserve our safe and healthy community. And I wish you wellness and health. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my entire team, who, day after day, meet people's needs with skill and compassion and support me in every aspect of my work. I thank Olivia, who is professional and experienced, Jacques, who is passionate and sensitive. I thank Gabrielle, who is competent and understanding, Marie, who is creative and available, Clémence, who is courteous and efficient, Clément, who is curious and versatile, and Jocelyne, who manages the finances so meticulously. I'm deeply grateful to be able to count on such a capable and dedicated team. Your commitment helps us offer high-quality service and creates a positive and inspiring work environment. Thank you for everything, and Happy New Year to you all.
Honourable member from Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost to Canadian freedom. In a landmark victory for the freedoms of all Canadians, the federal court has just confirmed what most Canadians already knew, that the use of the Emergencies Act in 2022 was illegal and unconstitutional. 2 years ago, this Prime Minister decided to violate the charter rights of Canadians to deal with a political crisis of his own making. The decision to invoke the Emergencies Act directly violated Canadians' most essential rights to freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression. The federal court found that the illegal use of the Act, the reasons were not provided for the decision to declare a public order emergency, and they did not satisfy the requirements of the Emergencies Act. A Conservative government led by the Leader of the Opposition will ensure that the Emergencies Act can never again be used to silence political opposition. Conservatives will always defend the right.
The honourable member from Kitchener South, Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, January 15th, the Waterloo region lost a great community leader with the passing of Wendy Campbell, the former CEO of the Waterloo Region Food Bank, a position she held for 15 years. Wendy stepped up and completely revamped the delivery of food during the outbreak of COVID-19, which instantly precluded volunteers and staff from sorting food donations. She packed a lifetime of service in her short 53 years, procuring over 40 million pounds of food for the Waterloo region and surrounding areas. Despite courageously battling cancer for 19 months, Wendy never lost the optimism which governed her life. My thoughts are with her husband, Craig, her parents, Robert and Barbara Oakes, and her children, Maddie and Ben, who lost their mother way too soon. She was truly inspirational and will be greatly missed by the entire community. May her memory be a blessing.
The honourable member from Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, a heinous act took the lives of 6 men. 19 others were wounded. This occurred at the Islamic Cultural Center in Quebec City.
Bari, Khaled Belkacemi, Abdul Karim Hassan, Azadine Sufyan, Abu Bakr Tabdi. They were fathers, husbands, brothers, loved ones. They were targeted simply because of their faith, simply because they were Muslim. Unfortunately, Canada has seen also an alarming rise in discrimination as a result of the conflict in Gaza. People who are Muslim, Palestinians and Arabs, feel what's happening intensely. They're yelling on the inside, but asked to be patient and to endure. They're feeling their freedom of speech curtailed. Last year, our government appointed the first special representative on combating Islamophobia. She has done an excellent job in addressing the issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from l'honorable député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, life for Canadian families has never been so hard. But for him and his Liberal friends, life has never been so good. Clearly, a Prime Minister who takes $84,000 worth of free holidays is not aware of the hardships faced by Canadians who are currently struggling to make ends meet. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians can no longer afford to live or to dream. They've had to scale back or cancel their holiday plans altogether due to the Liberal policies that have driven up the cost of living. Once again, the Prime Minister has demonstrated that he is out of touch with Canadians and their reality. He's demonstrated that he thinks only of himself and he's not the right man for the job. And his cabinet is trying, as best as it can, to protect the Prime Minister's actions through various maneuvers. They're trying to distort the facts before the Ethics Commissioner's committee appearance. Canadians are not fools. They will remember this Prime Minister's actions and his lavish lifestyle.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you. As the month of January comes to an end, I want to take a moment to recognize Tamil Heritage Month. I had the pleasure of visiting the Hindu temple in my riding to celebrate Thai Pongal. I want to thank the president of the Senior Tamil Center, Pari Sitkan, for inviting me, and Henry Sue Supply for accompanying me. Keeping with the theme of Tamilicious Tamils and food, we celebrated Thai Pongal. We honor the vibrant and invaluable contributions Tamil Canadians have made to our country. We also recognize that Tamils face discrimination and persecution, and many came to Canada to escape this. Today, the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia is a day that reminds us of this. Let's build a Canada where every individual, regardless of their background, feels that they belong. And let us all fight discrimination and hate to keep Canada the inclusive and welcoming nation we are proud to call home. Thank you.
The honourable member from Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, life in Canada has become unaffordable. It is unthinkable to continue the inflationary carbon tax scheme while millions of Canadians are relying on food banks and are forced to choose between heating and eating. This government surely understands that there is no way to produce food without using energy to dry grain or heat barns to bring food to our grocery stores. And the Prime Minister, well, he wants to quadruple the carbon tax from 14 cents a litre to 61 cents per litre. Farmers in my communities are paying thousands of dollars in carbon tax every month. The Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. The carbon tax carve-out is necessary for farmers to help fight food inflation. In response to the government's relentless pressure, the so-called independent senators gutted Bill C-234. I call on the House to stop with the desperate tricks that are preventing farmers from getting the needed carve-out, drop the Senate amendments, and send Bill C-234 back to the Senate in its original form.
The honourable member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Over the holidays, I heard how after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are struggling to pay their bills and keep a roof over their heads. They know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, I and my Conservative colleagues and our leader are back to show Canadians that they have a simple choice in the next election. On the one hand, you can have a costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals that take your money, tax your food, punish your work, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your communities. Or you can choose the common sense Conservatives and our common sense plan. We are back to address the priorities facing Canadians, starting with a focus on passing Bill C-234 to take the carbon tax off farmers and bring food prices down. Our priorities are clear. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago today, peaceful Muslim worshippers were gunned down in Quebec. 3 years ago, when the Afzal family were brutally murdered because of their faith, every single political party leader in this House stood on the steps of the London Mosque and recognized that Islamophobia is real and vowed to protect the Muslim community in the face of hatred. Today, on the National Day of Remembrance of Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia, we not only commemorate the victims and survivors, but also reflect on whether we have taken action to combat Islamophobia in all of its forms, including the suppression of expression. Our government declared January 29th a National Day of Remembrance, invested millions in our national anti-racism strategy, and appointed a special representative on combating Islamophobia. More needs to be done by all political leaders in this House and indeed all Canadians. We remember, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. January 29th, 2017. It's almost 8 p.m. and evening prayers have just ended at Quebec City's Grand Mosque. Suddenly, a young man bursts in and opens fire on those there. He killed 6 men and he wounded 19 others in what was the worst racist terrorist attack in Quebec's history. In the weeks and months leading up to this mass crime, the young man had immersed himself in far-right and white supremacist websites. Fueled by fear and hatred, he committed an unspeakable act. He coldly, methodically murdered people because they were Muslim. This reminds us that words and speech are important. Every word has an impact. We have a collective responsibility to fight Islamophobia and all forms of racism and dehumanization of any group of people. Let's work together toward kindness, dialogue, understanding, and togetherness to build a world for everyone.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. 7 years ago, a killer killed 6 and wounded 19 among those praying at Quebec City's Grand Mosque. They were targeted because they were Muslim. This terrorist event shocked Quebec. We all realized that we were not safe from heinous acts. We all need to be vigilant. Society needs to be vigilant. We all have a part to play in fighting intolerance. If some people need to hear it again, then let's make it clear. Freedom of worship is guaranteed in Quebec. No one should feel threatened because of their faith. Our thoughts today are with the loved ones of the victims. To all Quebecers who will always live with the scars of this event, we all stand together in saying, never again. The Honourable Member for Carleton. Mr. Speaker, today is a very hard day for the Muslim community, the community in Sainte Foy and everywhere in Canada. This is actually a hard day for all Canadians. We mourn the 6 lives which were stolen by a hateful terrorist at the Grand Mosque of Quebec City 7 years ago on this day.
People who suffered injuries in addition to those murdered, and the many others who are left with mental scars that will never fully heal. As we reflect on the tragic fate that they suffered as a result of this evil monster, we must also reflect on the promise of freedom, peace, and safety that they were guaranteed as Canadians, that was viciously stolen by the forces of hate and Islamophobia. It must never happen again. We must stand on guard for our Muslim friends and neighbors, for all Canadians, to have the right and the freedom to worship in peace and security.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Dr. Satya Jyoti Salvacom, a proud Tamil Canadian who lived a life of extraordinary service and impact. Like countless Tamil Canadians, Satya Jyoti and her family were forced to flee the Tamil genocide in Sri Lanka, having personally endured the horrors of communal violence in the 1958 anti-Tamil program. Satya Jyoti became a pillar of the early Tamil community in British Columbia, helping to house, fed, and translate for newly arrived Tamil refugees. She and her husband invested their time and resources to uplift the community while giving voice to atrocities unfolding in their homeland. In 2022, Satya Jyoti helped establish a Tamil chair at the University of Toronto to help preserve the Tamil language. On January 3rd, surrounded by the love of her daughters, Sahinia and Meera, Satya Jyoti peacefully departed from this world. She will be remembered as a loving mother, lifelong learner.
À la suite.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. I now invite honourable members to rise to honour the memory of the victims of the attack that happened 7 years ago on January 29th, 2017.
Silence. Questions orales.
Oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I will begin by wishing a welcome back to Canada to the Prime Minister after his great vacation costing $89,000 free that he got as a gift, just like any other Canadian who gets a vacation like that. And he's not talking about the 2 million Canadians who have to go to a food bank or to the students in Montreal who have to use homeless shelters after his policies tripled rent in his home city. Will he overturn these inflationary policies that have made it difficult? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, 7 years ago, 6 Muslim Canadians were killed and 19 others seriously wounded during a terrorist attack at the Quebec City Mosque in Sainte-Foy because of their religious beliefs. We mourn the loss of these people who were murdered in cold blood, and we stand with those who have suffered from Islamophobia and hate. Over the course of the last months, Muslim Canadians have seen a concerning rise in hate speech and discrimination, and more than ever before, we need to stand together. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, 2 million Canadians have to go to a food bank. Students have to live in homeless shelters. In Quebec City, the cost of housing has doubled. In Montreal, it has tripled. Across Canada, the cost of housing has doubled since this Prime Minister promised to reduce the cost of housing. Will he finally overturn the policies that create bureaucracy and inflation to allow developers to ensure affordable housing for people who need it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is launching personal attacks to deviate the debate on housing and to avoid that people recognize the fact that he has no plan. Canadians know that it's not with slogans that housing will be built. He has tried in vain to delay the elimination of the GST on rental housing. He voted against the Housing Acceleration Fund, which allowed the construction, or will allow the construction of more than 500,000 housing units. There's a lot of progress being done, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister back from his $80,000 vacation, which he got for free. He said, like most Canadians, friends welcomed him for that vacation. He took 2, not 1, but 2 private jets paid for by the taxpayer, burning 100 tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. He wants to tax the heat and the food of Canadians. Did he pay the full carbon tax on each of the 100 tons of emissions that he put into the atmosphere as part of his $80,000 vacation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservative leader has simply no plan to address climate change in this country, no plan to increase the resilience of our communities in the fight against climate change. A warming climate causes droughts. Droughts damage crops. Damaged crops increase the cost of groceries. And yet, the Conservative Party cannot even agree on whether or not climate change is real. Mr. Speaker, we will achieve our emissions reductions, all the while sending Canadians checks to help with the cost of rising prices. There are real solutions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, he says that greenhouse gas emissions are driving up grocery prices. He put 100 tons of those emissions in the atmosphere for his personal vacation. This is high tax, high flying, high carbon hypocrisy. Yep. Meanwhile, Canadians in Edmonton were facing minus 50-degree temperatures on which they were paying carbon taxes just to heat their homes and stay alive. Given that he gives himself a free vacation at other people's expense, will he at least allow Canadians to heat their homes without his tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Conservative leader likes to talk about the challenges Canadians are facing on the cost of living, but he refuses to take action in support of them. He chose to delay the passage of Bill C-59, which is also hurting his own caucus.
That's right.
Does the member for Battleford's Lloydminster now suddenly oppose maternity leave for adoptive parents? Surely the member for Cumberland Colchester won't back down on his advocacy to remove the GST on therapy and counselling services. While the Conservative leader is muzzling his own caucus and putting himself first, we'll keep putting Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This one is just too easy. He walked into it. He had to muzzle a member from Newfoundland who called for an end to his leadership, joining another senator who did the same, because they understand that their constituents are literally starving and unable to heat their homes because the Prime Minister is quadrupling the carbon tax, doubling housing costs, and giving the worst inflation in 40 years. Why won't he listen to, instead of intimidating, his member for Newfoundland and put his leadership up to a review for...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, over the course of the fall, we've announced projects on housing that are going to create 500,000 new homes across this country over the year. We're working hand in hand with community leaders, with mayors. We're making sure that we're moving forward on the priorities that are facing Canadians. In terms of standing up for his caucus, the leader across the way will not even mention the fact that the person sitting 3 seats to his left dined with a far-right conservative German politician and wants to abolish the United Nations. Is abolishing the United Nations now the official position of the Conservative Party of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It's going to be long, Mr. Speaker. This House passed a unanimous motion urging the government to consult Quebec and the provinces on immigration targets. Yet the government seems to be implementing policies suggested by Mackenzie, a Century Initiative, and even more, because if we continue at that rate, we'll go beyond 100 million by the end of the century. Is the government ignoring the unanimous vote of the House, or will it review its policies with Quebec and the provinces? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, immigration is essential for Quebec and Canada. Immigrants contribute to building new housing. They work in our healthcare system. They take part in economic growth of local businesses and more. We are meeting our economic needs. We're remaining true to our humanitarian commitments, and we're developing a stabilizing approach in immigration. Our immigration levels are based on our capacity to welcome and integrate newcomers, and we will continue the work in close collaboration with the provinces and territories, particularly Quebec, to ensure that the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. If there is stabilization at the current numbers, there will be beautiful decades to come. I think we're hearing the end of the last session, and we're starting a new session, and let's have a new state of mind. Quebec sent a letter, and I think it's quite reasonable. It sent a letter to the Government of Canada to ensure that the distribution of asylum seekers, to make it fair for everyone across Canada and Quebec. Is the government looking at that to ensure Quebec's demographic weight is respected? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We know that Quebec has always been extremely generous when it comes to asylum seekers. We saw that with Roxham Road, and we see it with the situation that is now present. We will continue to be there to support the Quebec system and communities that are welcoming newcomers with their generosity, knowing that everybody has to do their fair share. Yes, we intend to work with Quebec and the provinces to ensure a better distribution, but also to resolve the challenges that are caused by this increase in temporary residence applications and asylum seekers. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you.
Really bad. The city of Edmonton had to declare a housing and homeless emergency see, while the Conservatives are laughing about homeless people and a housing crisis, Toronto also had to declare one as well. Again, you'll hear the Conservatives laughing because they have no concern for people who are struggling with housing or homeless. This Liberal government doesn't care either. They have been in power for 9 years and they don't get it. The Prime Minister doesn't get it. The Liberal Minister for Edmonton doesn't get it. And the 24 Liberal MPs in Toronto don't get it. Why does this government wait until things are at a breaking point before acting?
To date, things were going quite well, but I would ask the member for Edmonton West, the member for St. Margaret South Shore, please. Don't speak unless the chair recognizes you. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Use every tool at our disposal to address housing affordability. We meant it. The Minister of Housing recently announced that the post-secondary institutions can now access the apartment construction loan program for low-interest financing to build student housing. This builds on our work to find innovative and bold ideas to accelerate construction, including unlocking over 500,000 new homes through the Housing Accelerator agreements. More examples of the federal government in action.
Very good.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Doesn't get it. Quelle surprise. Le Premier...
What a surprise. The Prime Minister broke yet another promise. The renoviction rate in Canada is at a record high, and yet he is refusing to tackle major investors like he promised. Why does the Prime Minister say one thing during the election campaign and then defend his friends' profits once elected? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action on a number of fronts. So we're promoting the construction of housing and co-ops by eliminating the GST on construction. We're ensuring that more houses are built faster, working closely and directly with the municipalities. We're helping Canadians save to build a home with the tax-free savings account for the purchase of a first home. There's more work to be done. I invite all governments across the country to be bold with us to improve the cost of housing and the construction of affordable housing.
From Regina Capel.
The Prime Minister must still have sand in his ears from his Jamaican vacation. That must be why he can't hear the outcry from Canadians suffering from his carbon tax. While he was lining up at the all-inclusive, Canadians were lining up at food banks, and grocery prices jumped again, 38% higher than baseline inflation. Now, Common Sense Conservative Bill 234 will help bring prices down by taking the tax off of farm production. The only problem, Liberal senators gutted the bill. Yep. Will the government reject the Senate amendments so that the tax can come off and food prices can come down?
Yes.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands that the housing and the cost of living are challenges for Canadians. That is why we are aggressively working across the country to build more homes faster. The Housing Accelerator Fund, with more than 30 agreements in place across Canada, will lead to 500,000 new homes being built. But the question, Mr. Speaker, is what will the Conservatives cut? They know how to cut, they don't know how to build. And what Canada needs right now is builders.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
We'll cut the waste and mismanagement that's driving up inflation in the first place, like the infrastructure bank, like high-priced consultants, and like sending money to the Asian infrastructure bank to build projects overseas instead of here at home. Yeah. But the question was about the carbon tax and why the Prime Minister is so pathologically obsessed with it. He doesn't care that Canadians are going to food banks, or that mothers are watering down milk, or that seniors are skipping meals. He even sent one of his ministers to go bully Liberal senators into gutting the bill. So once again, will they reject the Senate amendments so that the tax can come off farmers and food prices can come down?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives talk about working families, everyone knows those are crocodile tears. This is the party that has voted against early learning and child care, a revolutionary national program which is bringing down costs for hundreds of thousands of families across the country and allowing women to go to work. These Conservatives have voted against the Canada Child Benefit, a huge support for families across the country. And, Mr. Speaker, they're going to vote against dental care too.
Excellent.
The honourable member from Foothills.
Today, the Prime Minister has an opportunity to help families struggling with high food costs. Bill C-234 is back in the House after Liberal-appointed senators delayed and gutted that bill. This is a common-sense Conservative bill that will give carbon tax carve-out to farmers and ensure that Canadians have access to affordable Canadian-grown food. But when the Prime Minister quadruples his carbon tax, farmers will pay $1 billion a year, driving up food costs even higher. So will the Liberals reject the Senate amendments, take the carbon tax off farmers, and lower food prices for Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Let me tell you what is common sense for working families across our country. It is common sense to have a national system of early learning and childcare with fees reduced by 50% across the country and down to $10 a day in 7 provinces and territories. It is common sense to support hardworking families with the Canada Child Benefit that has lifted millions of children and families out of poverty. And it is common sense to do what we're going to do this year, which is provide dental care to our seniors, having provided it to our children. The Conservatives oppose every single one of those things.
The honourable member from Foothills.
It is uncommon to see a government ignore the fact that 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank every single month. And yet the Liberal NDP Carbon Tax Coalition wants to quadruple that carbon tax, making farming unsustainable. When you tax the farmer who grows the food, you tax the trucker who hauls the food, you are increasing taxes on Canadians who buy the food. Again, millions of Canadians are going to a food bank every month, but 234 in its original form will provide relief now. Will the Liberals reject the Senate amendments, take the tax off, and ensure Canadians can afford to put food on their tables?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his question. But being a farmer, I fully understand how important an environmental plan is for the government. I'm sorry, but his party does not have an environmental plan. We as a government do have an environmental plan. And with that environmental plan, for example, Mr. Speaker, we're able to invest $1.5 billion into farmers and ranchers across this country to make sure they stay on the cutting edge. We have and will continue to make sure farmers and ranchers stay on the cutting edge. Thank you.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
Never before have we seen ignorance used as a political strategy the way this Liberal government uses it. It's shameful. At the end of the day, Canadians are struggling day in and day out to be able to heat their homes, to be able to put food on their tables, and to be able to care for their families. And the carbon tax only increases that cost more. And what do you know? On April 1st, the carbon tax is scheduled to go up yet again. This government is going to hike it again on April 1st. So would this government choose to put its feet into reality and to acknowledge the struggle that everyday Canadians face and show a little bit of compassion, scrap the tax, stop the increase?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, earlier today the Conservatives were talking about hypocrisy, and that is a subject they know a lot about. They are particularly hypocritical when it comes to talking about supporting working families and the most vulnerable. Since we formed government, 2.3 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty. The poverty rate in Canada has been cut in half. And you know what they want to do next? They want to take carbon price rebate checks out of the bank accounts of Canadian families. That's $1,000 in Ontario, more than $1,000 in Alberta, Saskatchewan. That will hurt Canadians.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
There's this government's false perception of reality, and then there's the reality that everyday Canadians are experiencing. I would invite the honourable member to consider what that reality actually is. If she could only come down from her high horse and enter into the everyday life of Canadians, she might understand. Not everyone lives in downtown Toronto and has access to the luxuries that she does. Canadians are struggling. They are struggling to put food on their tables. They are struggling to pay their heating bills. They are struggling to be able to care for their families. Record numbers of Canadians are using food banks, and it has a lot to do with the carbon tax, which is scheduled to increase on April 1st. Will this government axe the tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
case that the vast majority of Canadians do not have access to the luxuries that the Leader of the Opposition enjoys. Government-provided housing, a chef, people caring for his home. So let's be fair. People who live in glass houses should be more careful about throwing stones. When it comes to the price on pollution, that returns more money to 8 out of every 10 Canadians. Families in Alberta will be getting more than $1,000 back. That helps them.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. New Year, same problems at the federal level. Quebec is completely overwhelmed by taking in asylum seekers. It has taken in more than 65,000 people in 2023. That's 45% of the total for Canada, but we only represent 22% of the population. That's far more than our fair share. Quebec is now at a breaking point, and it's not us saying it. It's the Premier of Quebec in a letter from 17th of January addressed to the Prime Minister of Canada. When will the federal government redistribute the asylum seekers with the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to wish my Bloc colleague, welcome him back to the House. I think that we're not going to do it. We're going to do the work on the backs of the immigrants. We're prepared to make an additional effort. Quebec has done more than its fair share, clearly, but we're here to work together. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean, I would invite all the political parties to be careful when we talk about the immigration issue, and I would say that you would have thought that the federal government or the Liberals would have learned their lesson, that not only are the problems being failed to be addressed, but they're not resolved, they're getting worse. When the House recessed in December, the federal government owed $460 million to Quebec for taking in asylum seekers, and it even said it wasn't automatic. It wasn't a bank machine. Now the bill is $470 million. When will the government pay back Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. First of all, Mr. Speaker, there's good news to come this week. It's clear that it's a two-way relationship. We continue to work with Quebec to deal with the asylum seekers. It's not too close to being over, but it takes both levels of government. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Quebec is also demanding that the federal government restore visas for Mexicans. Since the Liberals suspended the visa requirement, the number of asylum seekers by Mexicans went from 110 in 2015 to 24,000 last year, but the majority of these applications are being refused. That means that the majority of these individuals are not refugees. Worse still, we know that these people can be subject to trafficking by Mexican crime syndicates along the Canadian border. They're being exploited, Mr. Speaker. Will the minister restore visas for Mexicans? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with historic levels, not just from Mexico, but it's clear, as I said publicly, that it's important to take a stricter view. This is not something that the details are being discussed publicly. So decisions will be made. I would call for patience, but we need to act.
From Thornhill.
Every time the Prime Minister comes back from another extravagant vacation he didn't pay for, or Cabinet decides to have a meeting in a luxury hotel, more Canadians are without a home that's affordable, and even more are worried about losing it. After 8 years, they've doubled the cost of a home, the price of rent, and a down payment that you need to buy one. Interest payments on a mortgage are going up a staggering 30% this year. 8 years of Liberal NDP government's inflationary spending has made owning a home unattainable. So how can anyone trust the people that created the crisis to fix it?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition seems interested in drawing on the anxieties that people are experiencing that are very real when it comes to housing affordability in this country. However, when you actually look at the plan they're putting forward, it's clear they have no idea what they're talking about. Where we are reducing taxes for home builders, they want to put taxes back on. Where we are making investments to promote affordable housing, they plan on making cuts. In fact, they want to do away with the Housing Accelerator Fund, which has now created 30 agreements that's going to see 500,000 homes added over the next decade. We We will build the homes. They will make the cuts. Canadians can make their choice.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Thornhill.
Speaker, those are photo ops the minister is talking about. Home construction was actually down 7% last year. That's even worse than his nameless predecessor who was fired from the gig. You cannot live in a photo op. The videos won't bring warmth to the 300,000 people without homes. His tweets won't help the single mom who's trying to make her mortgage payment next month. And his press conferences will not help the thousands of young people trying to move out of their parents' basement. Why won't he stop subsidizing the bureaucracy who are blocking construction and focus on getting builders with shovels in the ground?
That's right. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
What the Conservatives dismiss as photo ops are binding agreements with cities that have led to them to already change their rules to get more homes built. What they dismiss as press conferences included a new measure this morning that's going to extend low-cost loans to colleges and universities and builders to help those young people find a home and to free up supply in communities. And if they are concerned with housing stats as the appropriate metric, I would point out never once when the opposition leader was the housing minister did he get as many homes built as we did last year.
Hey! The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canada's housing crisis keeps getting worse. Canada saw over 17,000 less housing starts in 2023 than in 2022. And the average asking rent in British Columbia is now $2,500 a month. Working class people are living in their cars in parking lots. And their own housing agency even said that there is no plan to build the number of houses that Canadians need here in this country. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. When will the Prime Minister have a plan to build houses, not bureaucracy?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to build houses. In fact, we have a plan to build houses in real communities. Let's take the honourable member's constituency as an example. She represents the good people of Kelowna. Not only have we put programs in place that supported affordable housing in her community, we have invested $31.5 million to change the way that homes get built permanently in Kelowna. This is going to add up to 20,000 new homes in stock in the cities that she represents. And on both the plan to change the way the city builds homes and the specific project, she voted against the programs that fund them. I think we can rest our case, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from New Westminster, Burnaby.
Hate led to the murder of 6 worshippers at the Quebec City Mosque 7 years ago today. They were killed in cold blood because they were Muslim. The perpetrator of this Islamophobic terrorism was influenced by the hate that continues to multiply online. This Prime Minister promised to take action to combat online hate within his first 100 days in office. Years have passed and there is still no action. When are the Liberals finally going to crack down on online hate? When will they take action?
Hear, hear. Minister for Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
I want to thank the member opposite for that question and acknowledge that today is the 7th anniversary of a terrorist attack at the Quebec City Mosque, where we commit ourselves to commemorate those victims and also to take action on Islamophobia. The point he's raising about Islamophobia and about all forms of hate is a very, very important one. We know that the radicalization of people that take violent and sometimes lethal acts in this country is fueled by what they learn online. That's why we are committed to addressing this matter in a comprehensive piece of legislation that will tackle this pernicious issue and will address and promote the safety of Canadians.
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
The same day that the ICJ ruled that there is a risk of genocide in Gaza, the Liberals paused funding to UNRWA, which is a lifeline for millions of innocent Palestinians. People will lose their lives. And unbelievably, the Conservative leader has accused 30,000 UNRWA humanitarian workers of being terrorists. He does not deserve to lead. We support an investigation into the 12 former staff, but defunding UNRWA is collective punishment and it is illegal. When will the Liberals stop abandoning Palestinians?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Thank my colleague for that important question. These allegations are extremely disturbing and we take them very seriously. We've communicated that to the head of UNRWA, Philippe Lazzarini. What we're doing, which is the prudent thing to do, is to pause funding while this investigation is ongoing. We will continue to be there for Palestinian civilians through working with like-minded partners on the ground, trusted partners who are doing important work to deliver life-saving food, medicine, and other much-needed supplies to the people of Gaza.
The honourable member from Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, through the Housing Accelerator Fund, our government is partnering with the City of Richmond with a tremendous investment on housing in our community, building over 1,000 new housing units, way more than what the Conservative government had done. While the Conservative leader continues to marginalize our municipal partners, our government is committed to working together with municipalities like Richmond to build more homes faster. Can the minister share with my community how we are working with our local municipality to build more homes faster in the City of Richmond? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague not just for his work to secure $35.9 million for the City of Richmond, but for the thousands of homes that will be built as a result of the changes that we are incentivizing. We are putting federal money on the table to permanently change the way that cities build homes, to create more density near the services, infrastructure, and post-secondary education institutions that people need to do well in their community. This program is creating thousands, hundreds of thousands of homes across the country, including in Richmond, and I once again want to thank my colleague and congratulate him on his important work.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, in the Prime Minister's own writing, rent has gone from $760 a month to $2,249 a month. That's 3 times the costs. This Prime Minister just thinks about himself. He traveled to Jamaica at $9,000 a day on the taxpayer's dime. Can he come back to reality in Canada and take care of Canadians' housing problems, including in his own riding, Papineau, in Montreal? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructures and Communities. Well, Mr. Speaker, this opposition leader's solution is to state that mayors are incompetent. That is not at all appropriate. We are doing everything we need to build affordable housing in La Belle Province. For example, we signed an agreement with Quebec to build 8,000 new affordable housing units. We will continue to make these important and essential investments to build a great many new homes quickly. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I would have very much liked to be a fly on the wall when I heard the discussion between the Prime Minister and the Mayor of Montreal about housing. The Plante administration blocked the construction of 25,000 new houses and apartments, and the Prime Minister is repaying that incompetence by continuing to send the Mayor blank checks. Clearly, no solution came out of that meeting. So why not link money to municipalities to the number of housing starts? That's just common sense. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that in order to succeed in housing, you need to cooperate with buildings and the private sector, with municipalities and the private sector. Just the opposite of what the leader of the opposition is doing. He's insulting the mayor of Montreal, the mayor of Quebec City. He's insulting Quebecers. We don't need him, Mr. Speaker. We know how to build homes, and we don't need him to come along and just insult Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent has never been so high. The cost of rent has doubled, and there isn't enough housing in the first place. We have now learned that there are hundreds of new homeless encampments in our regions, such as in the Saguenay region. That's what Canada is like now under this government. People are in the street because they don't have enough money to put a roof over their heads, or because there's just not enough housing. When will the Liberals finally listen to our common sense plan and build housing? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Well, instead of insulting people, Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell my colleague that several weeks ago, the member for Port-Neuf, Jacques Cartier, insulted people from the Magdalen Islands, and he still hasn't apologized. I have a simple question. Will this member criticize his colleague's words, or will he simply bury his head in the sand? We are very proud Quebecers in the Magdalen Islands were waiting for an apology. My colleague should stand up and apologize. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should support competent mayors who have sped up housing builds in places like Victoriaville, Trois-Rivières, and Saguenay. Montreal, on the other hand, has seen its housing starts decrease by 37% over last year, and in Quebec City, 40%. Once our leader is elected, he will give federal bonuses to towns that speed up housing starts. When will the Liberals finally listen to our common sense plan and finally build more homes? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely extraordinary to hear this kind of thing on the floor of the House of Commons. It's up to the federal government to sign agreements with the provinces, not municipalities. We are continuing to build housing more quickly and more affordable housing, and I hope that the Conservative Party will support us. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's stubbornness on the emergency loans is pushing our SMEs to bankruptcy. After the January 18th deadline, some SMEs have lost $20,000 in grants, which means that businesses that are already struggling to pay back the $40,000 now have $60,000 in debt. That's a death sentence. The federal government could either let them keep the $20,000 or it could secure the loans. Why not give these businesses an opportunity to pay back the loans?
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, we know that this is still a very difficult time for small businesses. They still have nearly 3 years to pay the money back. We extended the deadline for these loans to ensure that small businesses can concentrate on recovering after the pandemic. We are also helping startups with their taxes, and we are reducing credit card fees by up to a quarter. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, it sounds like the Liberals are saying that there's nothing to look at here, that everything is fine. If that were really true, entrepreneurs wouldn't have had to remortgage their houses or take up personal loans to pay back the federal government. And thousands of others are struggling to pay back the $40,000. So adding $20,000 more will be the end for them. The federal government will lose all that money unless it wants to start thousands of collections processes. We need to save these businesses so they can pay back the money. We need to give them a direct line of communication. We need to give them flexibility. And we need to let them have the $20,000. When will the government finally understand? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to inform my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois who seem very concerned that 80% of businesses have already paid back the entirety of their loans. I would also like to remind us that during COVID, the federal government invested to help businesses with rent, with wage subsidies. We also have many programs with Economic Development Canada and other federal institutions to help our small businesses.
Then I have the Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
In just 2 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister has doubled the interest payments on his explosive debt. That's more tax dollars going to bankers, bondholders, and this Finance Minister's Bay Street buddies than on health care. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost or his waste, like the $35 billion infrastructure bank that's built 0 projects, yet line the pockets of Liberal cronies. When will this Prime Minister cut the waste, cut the corruption, fix the budget to bring home lower prices, bring down inflation and interest rates?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we've already heard Conservative hypocrisy. Now we are hearing Conservative alarmism. So let's set the facts straight. The reality is Canada's public finances are sustainable, and that's not me talking. That is the credit ratings agencies, which have awarded Canada a AAA rating. It doesn't get better than that. But the real question Canadians need to ask themselves is, what would the Conservatives cut in their reckless and ideological pursuit of austerity? We've heard about them from healthcare. That's the first place they would go to make cuts.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, first we're going to cut the amount of Liberal seats in this House and replace them with a common-sense Conservative government. And And let me give this fast and furious finance minister some free non-consultant advice. Why don't they cut woke policies like an axe the carbon tax to bring down the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating and pass Bill C-234 for our farmers? Why don't they cut the $20 billion this Prime Minister gives to Liberal consultants to cover up the incompetency by his own cabinet? After 8 years, we all know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will the Liberals fix the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates already?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
I'll tell you one thing we know they would cut for sure, because that's what their votes during the marathon voting session showed. They would cut, shamefully, our support for Ukraine. They would not send weapons to Ukraine. The member opposite is an MP for Alberta, and I would like to ask him what his heckling colleagues have just shouted. Why do they support Putin? Have they no shame? Have they no shame?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Depuis 8 ans, ce gouvernement...
Mr. Speaker, over the last 8 years, inflation has reached a record level, the debt has doubled, the government has never budgeted a single budget, has never balanced a single budget, and it's completely supported by the Bloc Québécois. Now, we, the Conservatives, would balance the budget by getting rid of liberal waste, like, for example, the $54 million spent on ArriveCan. Will the Prime Minister admit that this is all his fault, and will he let common-sense Conservatives take over? Before asking the Deputy Prime Minister to answer, I would just like to remind us that the Chair has already made a statement about associating any political party with a completely unacceptable regime. That is very important to maintain decorum and respect in this House, so that we don't associate any political party with unacceptable regimes. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to public finances, it's very important to be clear and tell Canadians the truth. And for that reason, it's important to quote objective authorities like credit agencies, which continue to give Canada a AAA credit rating. My question for the Conservatives that all Canadians and Quebecers should ask: what will the Conservatives cut because of their austerity ideology? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are working hard to buy a house, but we know that the Leader of the Opposition believes that slogans and attacks on municipal leaders will lead to more housing starts. Now, on this side of the House, we know that the federal government is responsible for leading the effort to make housing more affordable. Can the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance tell the House about how measures in the fall economic statement will enable us to build more housing more quickly? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government knows that we need to build more homes more quickly. And that's why, in the economic update, we're investing $15 billion further dollars in the apartment building loans program, which will enable us to build 100,000 more homes in the years to come. We are also removing GST on new housing development projects. We will continue to work hard to build more housing more quickly.
Grant.
Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He gave us 3 different versions of his Jamaican vacation. First, he claimed he was paying all the expenses for his family's stay. Secondly, he claimed he was staying at no cost at a location owned by a family friend. And then he claimed that he and his family stayed with friends. Now, all 3 different versions cannot be accurate at the same time. Which version did he tell the Ethics Commissioner?
Here, here. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and his family took a Christmas vacation. Before the trip, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner was consulted on the details to ensure the rules were followed. The Prime Minister and his family then proceeded with the trip, and all the rules were followed, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, I didn't hear excuse me, Fort Saskatchewan, forgive me.
After 8 years, senior public servants have spoken out about lies and abusive process in the Arrive scam scandal. We've now learned that shortly after their critical whistleblowing testimony, these senior public servants were put on leave without pay. They were told they were under investigation less than 3 weeks after their testimony, and they were suspended before the investigation had even concluded. This NDP Liberal government is punishing public servants for their Arrive Can testimony. What are these Liberals trying to hide with this retaliation and intimidation of witnesses?
Here, here. What are you hiding?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, senior officials of the Canadian Border Services Agency that are responsible for ensuring that all the appropriate contracting practices are followed have appeared before the committee, and my conversation in early January with the president of CBSA was to the effect that we should share with the committee looking into this information obtained by the internal audit. Mr. Speaker, CBSA is doing its important work to ensure that everyone is responsible for following the rules. They've called in the police where necessary, they've done internal audits, and will continue to do all of this to ensure taxpayers' value.
The honourable member from Edmonton Mill Woods.
For 8 years, this Prime Minister, he's just not worth the chaos and crime. Mr. Speaker, Canadian businesses across the country are being extorted by international gangsters because of the NDP Liberal government's ideological soft-on-crime policies. Businesses and family homes are being shot at. In Edmonton, since November, over a dozen houses under construction by different home builders have been burnt down. It was this government that made it easier for criminals to get bail and allowed for shorter jail terms by scrapping mandatory minimum sentences. Mr. Speaker, when will they start cracking down on serious crime?
The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General for Canada.
Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And with respect to bail, what I would underscore is actually the unanimity with which this House spoke on amending the bail provisions so that we could keep communities safe. That was a sign of success in terms of what parliamentarians, when we cooperate on community safety, can achieve. What we continue to do is to keep crime and addressing crime as the topmost priority of our government. That means keeping communities safe. That means protecting victims. We'll continue to do that with respect to various issues that are facing Canadians, including auto theft with the summit, which is coming up in a few short days.
The honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Speaker, this week marks Red Tape Awareness Week. I would like to thank all the small businesses in my riding that have continued to show entrepreneurship and work hard to foster economic development here in Canada. We know that many of these businesses face administrative challenges in day-to-day operations, and our government has been there every step of the way to listen and adapt regulations to better suit their needs. The Conservative Party claims to care for small businesses, but yet calls supports for business inflationary. Mr. Speaker, can the President of the Treasury Board please tell this House how our government is supporting small businesses to build a stronger economy for all Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Secretary of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. Small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy, and we stood with small businesses during and after the pandemic, including in terms of reducing credit card transaction fees, establishing a program for small businesses in federal procurement, and assisting the tourism sector. Unlike the Conservatives, who have no plan to reduce red tape, we will continue to stand with small businesses with Bill S6. It's on second reading. We're bringing it back before the House, and we will create an efficient and effective economy for all small businesses. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried about the climate, and they expect their government to take action. People are struggling to pay for their bills, yet oil and gas CEOs are polluting our planet while raking in record profits and bonuses. In some cases, they've upped their own salaries by 75%. For far too long, this Liberal government has been stacking the deck in favor of billionaires at the expense of Canadian workers and the environment. Will the Liberals rein in these obscene bonuses by making oil and gas CEOs pay what they owe?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome back my honourable colleague to this House and say that I agree with her. I think that the profits of these companies must be addressed in this House, and that's what our government is doing by putting in place measures like no other countries in the world have put. We have put forward the world's most ambitious target to reduce methane emission, a very powerful greenhouse gas, to reduce them by at least 75% by 2030. We've eliminated fossil fuel subsidies, the only country in the G20 to have done so, and we're also in the process of putting a cap on the emissions of the oil and gas sector. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. We're on the theme of Liberal promises that keep being broken. Here's the question. We have Bill C-50, which is the Sustainable Jobs Act, which kicked down the road coming up with the Sustainable Jobs Plan till December 31st, 2025. Then it went to committee where all the Liberal MPs at present and all the NDP MPs present voted to extend that deadline to December 31st, 2040. Can the Honourable Minister tell us how this is going to be fixed? Can this be repaired? It so reminds me of Bismarck. Laws are like sausages, better not to watch.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following months of Conservative filibustering and obstructionist tactics, they proposed over 21,000 amendments to the Sustainable Job Act in an attempt to stop workers from getting a seat at the table. When it came to a vote on these amendments, the committee was chaotic. The Conservative members were actually shouting over top of each other. A handful of the thousands of Conservative amendments were passed by the committee in the chaos. I encourage the Green Party leader to review the 9 amendments that I have put on the notice paper that address and rectify this issue now.
I wish to draw to the attention of members in the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Lauri Hussar, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Estonia, the Honourable Deiga Mirenia, Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Latvia, and the Honourable Victoria Chemilite Nielsen, Speaker of the Parliament of Lithuania.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, rising on a point of order. During question period, the Fisheries Minister, the member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles, claimed that I insulted the people of the Magdalen Islands. If people listen to the audio feed of what was actually said, well, I would like to ask the Minister to... That sounds like a point of debate, but I will review the House of Commons transcripts. It being 3:15, pursuant to order adopted earlier this day, the Honourable Member for Montcalm, rising on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make 2 points of order. Should I do them one after the other? All right. Mr. Speaker, could you please remind the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis that we cannot knowingly mislead the House? The Bloc Québécois voted against the Liberal budget, so we do not support it. That's my first point of order. Thank you. That is a point of debate. I hope that this second point of order will be a point of order. Well, next time I will raise a question of privilege. Second, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it pains me to have to inform you of this, but before the House, you did not have control of this House, and that breached my parliamentary privilege during question period because I could not hear questions and answers. But it goes beyond that, Mr. Speaker. It was a breach of my privilege to have healthy hearing, to protect my ears. Yet again today, I felt that you lost control of this House. I could not hear questions, nor could I hear answers, unless I raised the volume to a level that is harmful to my hearing health, Mr. Speaker. So, I ask you to please quickly address this, because it is my privilege to understand and follow what is happening during question period without harming my ears.
J'apprécie énormément.
I appreciate the intervention from the member for Montcalm. This gives me the opportunity to once again remind all members to be silent while you do not have the privilege of speaking, when you have not been recognized by the chair. This is very important. This is important out of respect for order and decorum, but also, as the member for Montcalm mentioned, this is important for our health. We don't want members to have to raise the volume to properly hear questions and answers in the House of Commons. This is a duty that is incumbent upon us all. It being 3:17, pursuant to order made earlier today, I invite honourable members to rise and observe a moment of silence in honour of our former colleague, the late Honourable Ed Broadbent.
Vous remercie. C'était un grand Canadien.
Thank you. He was a great Canadian. The House will now proceed to tributes to our honourable colleague, the late Honourable Ed Broadbent. I will now give the floor to the honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to begin by extending my condolences on behalf of all New Democrats to the family and friends and those who loved Ed Broadbent, his partner, Francis, his family, and of course his many friends. I also want to take a moment to thank the Prime Minister and the Canadian Heritage for yesterday's state funeral. It was a fitting tribute to Ed and his incredible life. And I want to thank everyone who helped to organize it and who participated, particularly the Broadbent Institute. I shared this story at the funeral, and I want to share it again. Every time I was at an event with Ed, and I could see him in the crowd, and I was speaking at that event, I would always take a moment to invite people to applaud the legendary Ed Broadbent. I'm not sure he always wanted that type of attention, but I did it anyway. And I also took a moment to say, looking Ed right in the eyes, I would always say, Ed, you're who I want to be when I grow up. And Ed, as a very generous and compassionate person, would laugh as if it was the first time I had said that. And initially, it was maybe a bit tongue-in-cheek. And every time I said it, I meant it more and more. And I wish and I hope Ed knew how much I meant that. And the reason why I meant that I want to be Ed when I grow up, if you look at Ed's life, Ed spent his life in public service. He committed his life to a clear vision of building a fairer, more equitable world. And he believed in that vision with his entire heart, and he dedicated his life to that vision. If you look at what he did, Mr. Speaker, he was elected as a member of Parliament from the auto worker town of Oshawa by a huge margin of 15 votes. And when he won, he went on to run for leadership and won as leader, and then served for almost a decade and a half as a leader of the party. Now, that would be a great political journey, and it would have been a significant contribution, and he could have called it a career. But that wasn't enough for him. After having served as leader and retiring, many years later, he was asked to run again. And folks in this House will understand what that's like, to be the previous leader and to be asked to run again, and he agreed under Jack Layton to run again, and he won his seat in Ottawa Centre as a member of Parliament once again. Then when he finally took his retirement, again, one would say he has done his service. He has fought for working class people the way he wanted to. But it wasn't enough for him. In his retirement, when most of us would think of lots of ways to spend our retirement, he then founded an institute in his name. Didn't just found the institute, the Broadbent Institute, but was an active participant, constantly finding ways to push forward and grow the institute so it could be a place for working class people, a place for the activists, and to train the future leadership for the movement. He was persistent in his clear pursuit of a vision of social democracy. That's not all. On top of being very active with the institute he founded, most recently he wrote a book, again laying out his vision for social democracy. That's why it's who I want to be when I grow up, to never stop giving back, to dedicate one's life to a vision of a better world. And he made it clear what a better world would look like. For him, Ed Broadbent believed in democracy. But for him, democracy wasn't just the idea of having the right to vote, that the political right or the civic right was not sufficient, wasn't good enough. One also had to have the true elements of democracy, meaning people needed to have economic equality, economic justice. What that meant is you needed to have the right to vote, but also be able to earn a good living, to be able to have a safe place to call home, to be able to get to and from the polling station in safety, and to be able to participate meaningfully in society. He was a true believer of democracy in all of its elements. He also made it clear that he was not satisfied with New Democrats just being the conscience of Parliament. He made it absolutely clear he wanted to be Prime Minister. He believed we needed to use our power in this place to make life better for working people. Ed Broadbent croyait qu'il fallait...
Ed Broadbent believed that we needed to use the government's power to do good, to tackle those with power and protect the most vulnerable. He believed that Ottawa needed to work for people and not for billionaires. It wasn't enough for him to be the conscience of Parliament. He wanted to be Prime Minister. He didn't engage in false debates where it was a choice between respecting one's principles and winning an election. He thought that it was possible to do both things. In fact, the only way to win was to show Canadians a political platform based on principles that put their interests in top priority. We see that we can continue his work. He had the belief that Canada could and should do better.
He left behind. Back in 1989, in this very chamber, older chamber, but the same principle, he put forward a motion 35 years ago almost to rid Canada of child poverty. At the time, nearly 1 million kids in our country were suffering child poverty. And he thought in a country as rich as ours, that should not be the case. That was something he put forward, and it was voted on unanimously. And I think many people thought it was just a proposition or a value statement. But for Ed, he believed fundamentally that is the work of government, to make sure people are protected, to use the power we have to lift up the people around us. Now, sadly, there has been some advances, but then a lot of step back. And to this day, right now, there are still 1 million kids that are, according to many reports, living in poverty. UNICEF in 2021 put out a report that for the first time in 2021, the rate or the number of children in child poverty was actually increasing. This should give us some serious pause. And it really reminds us that the legacy of Ed Broadbent's work is that we must continue to fight hard. Another thing about Ed is that he would never have said that Canada is broken. He would say that Canada needs to do more and can do a lot more and must do more to lift up the people around us. He was committed to that. He believed in the power of persuasion. He believed that we should never stop listening to each other.
I don't mean to interrupt the honourable member from Burnaby South, but I'm going to ask the Sergeant at Arms if he could just go outside to ask people who are outside of the chamber to try to keep things down so that the House can hear the member from Burnaby South continue with his tribute to Mr. Broadbent. The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Thank you very much. He fundamentally believed in the power of persuasion, that we could persuade to see the better way forward, that we should never stop listening to each other, even if we disagree. He was not afraid to fight. He would take on a fight directly with the political opponents, but he was also someone that was known for his ability to work together with people, to find the common ground that we could work together on, and to build a brighter future for everyone. He believed fundamentally that we needed to lift up wages. We need better wages. He spoke about not just the rights of women, but the economic rights of women many years ago, when maybe it wasn't as common that people would bring that up. And he reminded us of our fundamental commitment to Indigenous people, something that remained a major priority throughout his life. He spoke to me a number of occasions, and as a new leader of a political party, one that he was such a legend in, I have to thank him from the bottom of my heart for something that he did that was very special to me. Maybe when I was elected as leader, I wasn't what people imagined when they thought about what a leader would look like. And when I first was elected finally as a member of parliament, and I was introduced formally in our caucus meeting, Ed Broadbent was there. And he wanted to use the respect that he had gained, not just in the New Democratic Party, but the respect he had gained across the country, and say that he stood beside me and said that, yes, he belonged. And I thank him to this day for that generosity. In fact, anytime I asked Ed for help, he always said yes. Whether it was advice or meeting up for lunch or coming to introduce me at caucus or campaigning in Lansdowne Farmers Market, he was there for me. And I just can't imagine what that meant for someone that at that age could have been doing so many other things with his time. For him to mentor a young leader just again shows that generosity of spirit, his willingness to continue to give back. And I hope that in the future I could give back even a small degree the way that he did throughout his life. I want to also reflect on his advice that he gave me about the Supply and Confidence Agreement. Now, he was very proud of the work that we did. He told me he was proud of the dental care program, that it was in the tradition of Tommy Douglas to make sure people had access to dental care. So he's proud of that. But he was concerned. Thank you. He was concerned about a number of things, though. He was concerned that in the very New Democrat tradition, he wanted us to do more, and he wanted it to be faster. And he was also very concerned about the Liberals, and he did not want them to be let off the hook. So I promised him that I would make sure I did all those things. I want to say a big thank you to Ed. I want you to know, Ed, that we will not let you down. We will keep on fighting for that vision of a more equitable society that you believed in. We've got lots of work. We're going to keep on fighting. And Ed, you're still who I want to be when I grow up.
The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
House to pay tribute on behalf of the Government of Canada and the Liberal caucus to an eminent Canadian who sadly left us earlier this month, the Honourable Ed Broadbent. On January 11th, Canada lost a man who, for decades, had been a fixture of our democratic life. For over half a century, he was one of Canada's most compassionate and respected voices. He has been at the epicenter of some of the most defining debates in modern Canadian history. Debates from repatriating the Constitution and enacting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in the 1980s, to the national debate over free trade with the United States of America, to elevating the plight of children in poverty onto the national consciousness and tirelessly advocating for more ambition in putting an end to it, something that my honourable friend, the leader of the New Democratic Party, just referred to. He brought compassion and thoughtfulness to every debate. Il est né à Oshawa.
He was born in Oshawa, Ontario in 1936, while Canada was still gripped by the poverty of the Great Depression. His parents called him John Edward Broadbent, but of course, we all knew him as Ed. This name reflected his behavior. He was completely without pretension. He treated others always with respect. This was a characteristic that was the heart of everything Ed Broadbent did as a young university student, as an MP, as leader of the federal New Democratic Party, as an advocate for human rights and democracy here in this House, but also throughout the world.
Unlikely politician, but one whose determination and deeply rooted values propelled him to the forefront of our national conversations. In the 1968 federal election, after a stint in academia, he ran for the federal NDP in the then riding of Oshawa-Whitby. And as my colleague, the NDP leader, said, he defeated his closest opponent that night by just 15 votes in what was, in fact, a close three-way race. That would mark the beginning of a remarkable career as a member of Parliament that would, in fact, stretch over decades. And in 1975, following an earlier unsuccessful attempt at the NDP leadership mantle, Mr. Broadbent was elected leader of his political party. His tenure at the helm would last 14 years until 1989 and see him steer the party through 4 general elections. Au cours de cette période,
throughout that period, his passion would leave no one indifferent in the House. He led his troops by relentlessly putting his party's priorities on the political agenda. His incisive style during question period led to very dark discussions between him and the prime ministers that he questioned. He regularly faced Prime Ministers Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Brian Mulroney, measuring his talent as a speaker and debater with theirs. He proved to be a very stubborn opposition leader and won over the respect of all those who found him on the opposite side of the House. When Ed Broadbent spoke, his parliamentary colleagues would stop what they were doing and they would listen. Mr. Speaker, he showed us the best of what the House of Commons can be. He showed us that in a parliamentary democracy, we can debate each other without stooping to lows. He showed us that the very essence of this chamber is to be a place for debate and the exchange of ideas.
In 1989, he was appointed the founding director of the International Center for Human Rights and Democratic Development, leading the nonprofit's work in countries around the world until 1996. In 2004, as my colleague just noted, he returned to the political arena, winning the riding of Ottawa Centre for the New Democratic Party. Though his second stint would only last 2 years, during this time, Mr. Broadbent brought his trademark thoughtfulness to his interventions and was a source of counsel to many of his colleagues, including me. In 2011, he founded the Broadbent Institute, a social democratic policy think tank built on the Broadbent principles, and thus his legacy continues to this day. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to get to know Ed and his then wife, Lucille, as they were longtime and close friends of my mother's and my stepfather's. I will always treasure the many evenings at my mother's home, sometimes with a cigar when Mr. Broadbent and my stepfather were there, and it was always the source of an interesting conversation, of wise advice and wise counsel, and like so many who had the privilege of getting to know Mr. Broadbent personally, he also had an important impact on my political thinking, and for that, I will always be grateful. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a better place for having had Ed Broadbent as one of its citizens and one of its servants. And this chamber is a better place for having had Mr. Broadbent as one of its members. So as I said, on behalf of the Government of Canada and my colleagues in the Liberal caucus, I want to extend our deepest condolences to Mr. Broadbent's family. May he rest in peace, and may his wonderful legacy live on through the generations. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Oshawa's constituents and our Conservative caucus, I rise this afternoon to join members in paying tribute to one of my esteemed predecessors, the late Honourable Ed Broadbent, who served as a member for the riding of Oshawa-Whitby and Oshawa from 1968 to 1989. Across my community, from the shop floors of General Motors and the local 222 hall, in hockey rinks, or in any of Oshawa's countless cultural centres, there was only one Ed. After World War II, Oshawa underwent a surge of immigration from Europe. Though many may have struggled with their adopted tongue early on, most would learn instantly that recognize the name of Ed. In many cases, Ed was the first name they'd ever voted for in a democratic election. Ed was gifted, brilliant, and a clear thinker. He bore a sharp mind and a sharp wit. He was a scholar, philosopher, and a doting teacher. Ed was an icon within his beloved New Democratic family and a strong ally of Canada's unions. He was lively and engaged, a man who exhibited heart, spirit, and determination. And that's the one thing about Ed. He was always so darn determined and effective. Ed surprised many in Oshawa during the general election in 1968. He edged out our beloved late friend, Canada's first Ukrainian-Canadian cabinet minister, the Honourable Michael Starr, by a mere 15 votes. After one of our city's closest election contests, one beloved Oshawa legend bequeathed his legacy of service and compassion to a rising star. I first met Ed when he was doing the usual politician thing during an election at my front door. To set the Oshawa scene of the day, Mr. Speaker, there was a sea of NDP signs, except for the big PC sign in front of our house. So I stuck around to witness the encounter between my dad, a staunch conservative, and Ed. I thought, this is going to be good, fun to watch. Ed insisted on speaking with my dad, listened to what he had to say, and respectfully bid adieu and agreed to disagree. My father remarked, right guy, wrong party. Ed's hometown success wasn't just due to his political strike, but rather his deep resolve, a profound sense of purpose, and his common touch. And that's something that never changed with Ed over the years, even after politics. Whether driving his Chevette through Oshawa in the 1980s or in more recent years out for a jaunt on his bike here in his Centertown neighborhood, he had a smile and a kind word for everyone. When we were both elected in 2004, after my very close win in Oshawa, not quite the 15 votes win that he first experienced, we met on the floor of the House later in the fall. It was a day I won't forget. He greeted me with a big handshake and a warm grin, his hallmark. He shared several words of advice and encouragement. But he was also concerned that an Oshawa boy, me, had somehow ended up on the wrong team. To which I replied, we're both on the same team, Ed. We're on Team Oshawa and we both drive the right cars. He gave me a big pat on the back and said, that's the spirit, let's get to it, Colin. Whenever we ran into each other during those few years we served together, Ed always had a few suggestions and some quite pointed remarks, just like a stern teacher. In 2005, Speaker Milliken hosted a parliamentarian dinner for the newer MPs, and I was pleasantly honored to be able to sit next to Ed. We had a wonderful chat filled with Oshawa stories. I said to him that I learned from him, and he pleasantly replied, maybe a bit too much. Ed came from the era when politicians could be strong opponents but remain cordial and supportive. I'm pleased to have been here long enough to say that I miss those days. As we parted that evening, I remember his words to me. He said, Colin, I wish you the best of luck and future. Personally, I think it was Ed's humorous way of saying right man, wrong party. Gracious with his time, Ed made everyone feel like they were important, and that what they had to say was important. He always put relationships first. Ed cared deeply about those who studied with him, worked with him, or campaigned with him. Though he'll be remembered as one of Canada's most influential leaders, we should recall a man who believed deeply in humanity. Although many folks never agreed with his policies or platforms, there was always an unquestionable earnestness and sincerity about Ed. His efforts were always directed at driving us closer to his understanding of our shared aspirations. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is why so many people in Oshawa and across Canada feel Ed's passing in such a personal way. To Ed's surviving family, stepson Paul, daughter Christine, grandchildren Nicole, Gareth, Caitlin, Brett, great-grandchildren Alice and Freya, and to Ed's life partner Francis and his surviving former spouse Yvonne, we extend our most sincere condolences. Oshawa is forever grateful that you, the Broadbent family, shared Ed with us. We, in turn, are proud to have shared Oshawa's son, our Ed, with all Canadians, and for having known you, Ed. Miigwech, merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Bé.
The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolet Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and as the Dean of this House, it is an honour to rise to celebrate the memory of Ed Broadbent, the third leader of the New Democratic Party, who passed away at the age of 87. The broader NDP family lost more than a former leader on January 11th. It lost the incarnation of a vision who, 35 years after being leader of the party, had almost become its identity. Believe it or not, I sat in this House with Ed Broadbent as leader of the NDP. From 1984 to 1989, 5 years. Just as I continued to have the honor to sit beside a caucus of 25 of his successors. His nickname was Honest Ed, and his influence has not disappeared over the years. Perhaps because he led the NDP from 1975 to 1989. That is the longest period in the history of the party. Over the 4 elections where he led, the party solidified its position in Ottawa and met with its greatest electoral success. His dynamic personality was part of his success. At the peak of his career, he was at the head of polls asking Canadians who their favorite politician was. It was his vision of a more egalitarian Canada that ultimately led to his influence lasting for decades. He was born in a working-class family in Oshawa, and then he was member for that same riding from 1968. His mission was to represent the working class and workers themselves on the federal political scene. He fought for democracy. A democracy that went beyond civil rights and included social and economic rights for everyone. A democracy where everyone would have a right to a life of dignity and a chance to realize their full potential. His vision of social justice played a key role in solidifying the relationship between his party and unions. His vision also enabled the NDP to move towards the left and to find more enthusiasm among Canadians. Ed was a remarkable parliamentarian. He had a rich vocabulary, an extremely strong critical thinking sense, and great talents as an orator. When he rose at question period, ministers trembled. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell everyone an anecdote. Ed would always prepare his 2 questions very well and would express them very clearly. But at one point, during a major strike, he rose in the House with a very well-structured question for the responsible minister, for that file. Then the minister rose and said, "I wish to inform the leader of the NDP that there has been an agreement and the strike has been settled for the past half hour." So everyone thought that Mr. Broadbent would have no way to move on to the next question. With great dignity, he rose and said, "The minister has done great work in this file and we should all applaud him." So he showed great dignity and saved face, and everyone was very impressed by his spontaneous and appropriate response to the situation. In 1988, for the first time in its history, the NDP, with the most popular leader in Canada at the time, became a credible option throughout Canada. However, the fact that Ed Broadbent was the most popular party leader in Canada did not lead to success throughout Canada. Ed Broadbent left the NDP as leader in 1989, but he only left as leader. He never left the NDP, nor did he leave politics. And in fact, he briefly came back to this House as an MP from 2004 to 2006. But it was mostly behind the scenes that he continued to support his party and political thinking throughout Canada. The most salient point of the second part of his career was certainly the fact that in 2011 he created the eponymous Broadbent Institute. This think tank will perpetuate his vision of politics. With its own media and providing training for activists, the Institute will continue to spread Mr. Broadbent's ideas. For new generations of political leaders, like the mayor of Montreal, Valérie Plante, which was part of the board, Mr. Broadbent is no longer among us, but his influence will survive, as will the memories of him in the hearts of those who loved him. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to his spouse, 2 children, grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren. I'd also like to offer my condolences to his political family in the NDP and all those who knew him professionally or personally. Thank you, John Edward Broadbent, for having devoted your life to public service. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. C'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole.
It's a great honor for me to rise this afternoon to add my words to the extraordinary words of our colleague, the Dean of this House.
Thank the strong words and memories shared from the Honourable Member from Beausejour. And particularly, I think I was moved by the Honourable Member from Oshawa for expressing so clearly that sense of what politics used to be like. At yesterday's state funeral, Brian Topp, in his address, referred to Ed Broadbent's time in politics as being a place where he continually displayed that you could disagree without being disagreeable. I had the honor to know Ed Broadbent before I got into politics. I didn't even join a political party till 2006, but I was kind of noisy from my role as an environmental activist. And quite often, I can remember times that Ed Broadbent and I got along fabulously well. Once I entered politics, we had the occasional moment where we disagreed. Famously, though, I never did get to debate Ed Broadbent in any leaders' debates, but in 1988, he actually referred to my resignation from the government of the day over a point of principle to rather make a point of the failures on some of the aspects of environmental policy, as he put it to Brian Mulroney. I can tell you nothing quite alerts someone who's watching a long leaders debate like finding yourself mentioned by Ed Broadbent in the midst of the debate. I was deeply grateful then for his support for the stand I took. I'm grateful to this day. I reflected, first of all, I do want to say a thank you to the Prime Minister for the decision to have a state funeral. It isn't easily done. It's rare, but I think certainly the words from the Honourable Member from Burnaby South, we all appreciated the opportunity to share with Ed's family in expressing our deep sorrow at his loss and our gratitude for a life well lived. In the course of yesterday's funeral, I think it was Jonathan Sass, the co-writer of Ed's new book, who referred to Ed Broadbent's first speech in this place. I remember his last speech, and I went back and found it to see if I remembered it accurately. It was May 5th, 2005. And I recommend people who want to watch something wonderful. He was surrounded by so many other people I really love, watching it on YouTube. There was Bill Blakey, there was Alexa McDonough, and Ed Broadbent's last speech shared some advice that I think is worth repeating for all of us who remain working in this place. What Ed Broadbent talked about on May 5th, 2005, and it's been mentioned already that he served in this place on behalf of, as the member for Oshawa from 1968 till 1990, but came back in 2004 as the Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre. In his speech, he reflected on how many people had asked him in that interregnum between leaving the House of Commons in 1990 only to return 14 years later in 2004, did he see a difference? And he reflected in that speech on the decline, this will sound familiar, Mr. Speaker, the decline in decorum, the increasingly partisan nature of debate. Quote, he said, "I note the decline in the civility of debate." He said, May 5th, 2005, "If I were a high school teacher, I would not want to bring my students here anymore." He said, "There's a difference between personal remarks based on animosity and vigorous debate." And he urged the members of Parliament there present, and I think those words should extend to us here right now, to restore to our politic a civilized tone. And in closing, he turned to the words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to say that they apply in this place. And he read these words that we must, as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights says, recognize the inherent dignity and the equal and unalienable rights of all members of the human family, and that recognition of inherent rights is the foundation of freedom and justice and peace in this world. So in honor of Ed Broadbent, in honor of his legacy, and for all those parliamentarians who've served in the House of Commons before us and those who will follow after us, let us try to listen to our better angels, as Premier of Manitoba, the Honourable Wab Kinew, said yesterday. Us listen to our better angels. Let the quality and the character of our debate be elevated as we recognize in each other our shared humanity, our common commitment to Canada, and that we agree on far more than those things on which we disagree, that we serve our God, our country, our community, and our planet by expressing ourselves grounded in mutual respect and recognition of our shared humanity. Thank you for your leadership, Ed Broadbent. May you rest in peace.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that due to the tributes to Ed Broadbent, government orders will be extended by 37 minutes.
Daily routine of business, affaires courantes ordinaires, dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 102 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Merci beaucoup. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de
Presenting reports from committees.
the député de Waterloo.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Happy New Year. It's good to be back to this chamber and to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I had the honour to represent in both official languages the 56th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 56th report later this day. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees. Présentation de rapport du comité. L'honorable député de Madawaska.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, entitled MAID and Mental Disorders, The Road Ahead. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government present a response to this report. Thank you.
I believe we have a dissenting opinion from the Honourable Member, and I got caught up for the first time since I got here today. Hastings, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table the Conservative dissenting report on medical assistance in dying, where mental health is the sole underlying condition. This report was completed because Conservative members of the Special Joint Standing Committee, Medical Assistance in Dying, believe that the main report did not fully reflect the sense of urgency that we heard from stakeholders and witnesses on this very serious question. Mr. Speaker, for years, Conservatives have been calling for this government to introduce legislation ensuring that Canada's most vulnerable will not fall victim to a system that has often already failed them, and that the pause on extension to MAID, where mental health is a sole underlying condition, to be made permanent. It's time the government finally take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Monsieur le Président, si la Chambre donne son...
If the House gives its consent, I move that the 56th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs tabled today be passed.
Those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. D'accord, la Chambre.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who oppose the motion will please say nay.
Motion is carried. Still under the rubric of motions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be back. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Ms. Matheson from London Fanshawe for Mr. Green, Hamilton Centre. Thank
you.
All those who oppose that the Honourable Member move the motion, please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion.
Opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Still under the rubric of motions, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliament. I want to make sure the Deputy House Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on Motion 45 to concur in the 12th report the Standing Committee on Finance, and motion number 46 to concur in the 14th report on the Standing Committee of Public Accounts. No quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair, and that at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motions be deemed put, and a recorded division be deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
Ordered.
Still under motions, Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Oh, rather.
We'll try that again. Just to be sure. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried.
Now, under motions, Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Perron, moves that the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs moved Thursday 23 be concurred in. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Surwa. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish a very happy 2024 to everyone in the riding of Salaberry-Surwa. I wish you happiness and good health for the new year. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to debate a report from the Procedure Committee which has looked at and studied the behavior of the Speaker of the House of Commons, the member for Hull-Aylmer, and who, in our opinion, or which behavior which needs to be looked at. And Mr. Speaker, for those who may have forgotten or for those who have not followed this story, I would like to remind you of some important elements from this story. As you know, in the Bloc Québécois, we are principled, we are honest, and the current Speaker was congratulated by the Bloc Québécois when he was elected new Speaker, and we told him at the same time that he had a major challenge to meet because he was going to have to leave his position as an MP, and as an MP he was a partisan MP, to move to the seat that you yourself are sitting in now, and it's a seat that requires impartiality and clear, obvious impartiality, and the person who sits in that chair has to have the trust of all members and has to conserve that trust. And Mr. Speaker, I told him at the time, and I remember very well, that it's going to be difficult. And for the Bloc Québécois, we wish you the best of luck, but you'll be closely monitored because it's a major challenge. Now, after a couple of weeks, we saw a major mistake, an error of judgment, in our opinion, an action, an intervention where the Speaker was partisan. He appeared at a partisan event wearing his Speaker's robes, the hat. It was quite clear that the Speaker was speaking as the Speaker of the House of Commons to Liberal supporters, Ontario Liberal supporters. And when the video was broadcast, he was introduced as being Speaker of the House of Commons. So that took place around December 2nd or 3rd last year, Mr. Speaker. And it was clearly expressed right after that it's inappropriate for a Speaker to appear at a partisan event like that. It undermines the trust of parliamentarians in the Speaker, and it's very important that the Speaker be impartial. Completely impartial. And now we were surprised. We were surprised and shocked because it was such an inappropriate intervention. And when we were debating that, the Speaker decided to leave the House of Commons to travel on an interparliamentary delegation to Washington, D.C. And what we learned when we did the study at the committee, Mr. Speaker, is that the trip had already been planned, but as he was the Speaker, he added a few speaking engagements as Speaker of the House of Commons to justify the trip, if you will. But now, it seems as if the Speaker hasn't understood that when you're in that position, you truly have to be perfectly behaved if you want to maintain the trust of the House of Commons. Now, the Speaker was generous December 11th when he spoke to members of the committee. He spoke for quite a long time, and he spoke with sincerity. I know that, but the Speaker waited until December 11th during his appearance to recognize that he'd made a mistake and to apologize. Now, he was courageous because it wasn't difficult. It wasn't an easy moment for him, rather. But he said, yes, I'm sorry. I made a mistake and I won't make that kind of mistake again. Following that, after the study, the Bloc Québécois, we sat down and we said, listen, after having made two major mistakes like this, he doesn't have the confidence of the House of Commons. At least 149 members, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind you that 149 members had indicated they don't have confidence in him, but he decided to stay in place, and the recommendations of the report did not meet the satisfaction of the Bloc Québécois, and that's why we provided a dissenting report. So why, Mr. Speaker, are we coming back to this question today? Well, it's because in the last sitting week of December, there was, in our opinion, another event, another intervention from our Speaker in a political event in the riding of the Liberal member, André Fortin. So we saw the Speaker with his colleague, the member for Pontiac, we saw his picture was taken at a fundraising cocktail. And listen, we did not understand what was going on. We did not understand why, after these debates, after a report was passed which recognized that the Speaker had made a mistake, how is it that we found ourselves again faced with evidence of another event like this? And at this fundraising cocktail for the Liberal member of the National Assembly of Quebec, well, it turns out that took place before the video that was presented to the Ontario Liberal event. And so at that point, I asked myself a number of questions. Well, how is it that when he appeared before members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on December 11th, the Speaker did not reveal, he recognized that he'd made a mistake, and he committed in his apology to not make this kind of mistake or this kind of intervention again, which undermined the House's confidence in him. So why, at that time, did he not take that opportunity to say, listen, you're looking at what happened on December 2nd, December 3rd, but before that, I also participated in a fundraiser for my Liberal colleague in the National Assembly of Quebec, and I'm sorry for that. I'm revealing it now, and I'm sorry, but he didn't do that. So either he doesn't understand that this kind of behavior is inappropriate and unacceptable, and he continues to undermine the confidence of members in this House, or it's because he hasn't understood. Now, listen, Mr. Speaker, I rise here today to raise this issue again. It's an issue that is without a final response, and so that's why I will move that Proc, at a meeting later today, I will move that Proc meet to discuss this issue again. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about what happened, every time I talk about this, I get a whole range of emails from people who don't have very nice things to say about the situation. Now, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois because in the Bloc Québécois, we have a respect for this institution, we have a respect for the functions of the Speaker, and we have a respect for the Speakership and the authority of the Speaker. And every time that we have spoken, it's been in a way that is respectful because sincerely, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely nothing against the member for Halle-Omer. He's a good person. A good person, a nice person, but we feel that he does not have what it takes to regain the confidence of the House. And I know that there are some people who have written in to say that I have malicious intentions and that there's a reason why I'm going after the Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I will read an excerpt from the motion that was passed unanimously. Unanimously, that means by everyone, by all the parties here in the House. It was the motion that started the study to look into the mistakes made by the Speaker. And so I'll read from it. The Speaker of the House of Commons, it says, has not shown the impartiality required for this institution. This is a major error of judgment which undermines the confidence of the House and which undermines his ability to carry out his responsibilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I've just read, this isn't a partisan declaration from the Bloc Québécois. It's not something that's been written by the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire, by myself. This is a motion that was unanimously passed by all the members of the House. And the Speaker, when he appeared before Proc on December 11th, very clearly said that he agreed that he had made a serious error and that he was going to fix that. So I'll come back to my question, Mr. Speaker. At the Bloc Québécois, we congratulated the Speaker when he was elected. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, the member for La Prairie, spoke very highly of the member when he was elected Speaker. But just a few days after his election, all the leaders here in this House, all the whips here in this House, participated in a discussion, and as whip of the Bloc Québécois, I told the Speaker that he would be under close surveillance. Now, everyone who knows the member for Hull-Aylmer knows that he has been somebody who has been a strong partisan Liberal for a very long time. Now, he's done great work through his career. But when you take the speakership, when you sit in that seat, you can't allow yourself to make these kinds of mistakes where your impartiality is called into question. You have no room to maneuver, because if the Speaker loses the confidence of the House, well, the basic workings of the House are threatened. And right now, 149 members of this House have said loud and clear that because of the errors of judgment, by the fact that impartiality has been lacking, that they do not have confidence in the Speaker of the House of Commons. Now, I'll remind you that at the Bloc Québécois, we've made some constructive proposal in our dissenting opinion, and if we had received unanimous consent, maybe things would be different today. In our dissenting report, we made two main proposals, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, we invited the Speaker to demonstrate his good judgment and to simply step down from the position so that another Speaker could have the confidence of the House. And if that didn't happen, we suggested that we hold a secret vote, give him the opportunity for every member of this House to provide their perspective on his speakership once again. And if he won the election, well, we'd be ready to give him a second chance because democracy would have spoken. But those recommendations were not accepted by the members of the House Affairs and Procedure Committee. So now, obviously, today I'm speaking about this again today, and I want to say this very clearly. I'm just shocked. I do not understand why today I have to come back before the House with this issue again because of the events of November 15th or 17th, where he participated in a fundraising cocktail for the federal Liberals. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would really like to ask him if he consulted his chief of staff for that event. Did he consult the clerk? Did he use all of the resources at his disposal to make sure that his participation in this fundraising cocktail event, this partisan event, whether it be for the provincial Liberals, the Parti Québécois, the Québec Solidaire, it doesn't matter. It's just that a speaker should not be participating in any partisan fundraising activity when he is in the speaker's chair. He should not give the impression that he has partisan leanings. The speaker, also has friendships with the ministers and the government House leader. And so we really have to wonder, will he be able to resist any requests or questions that might come from his friends, his colleagues, former colleagues from the Liberal Party? And given the evidence before us today, we think that it would be necessary for the Speaker to come back to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to explain to us why, when he appeared before us on December 11th, he didn't simply say that he had participated in a partisan activity in November. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll say this again. The Bloc Québécois is not going after the member himself. He is a good person. I've said it and I'll say it again, but it's a question of principles. The principle of maintaining the confidence of parliamentarians in the authority of the House of Commons. And so that is why, Mr. Speaker, and it's with a certain, I hope that the people who are listening, the members who are listening, will give their support to the Bloc Québécois, and that they will support us to get to the bottom of this story and to give the Speaker the opportunity to explain himself for this mistake which was made in November. And so I will read the text of the motion. That the motion be amended by that the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14, 2023, not be concurred in, but rather be sent back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with the following instructions. A, to study the new facts related to the participation of the Speaker in a political fundraising activity, a cocktail with the provincial MNA for the riding of Pontiac on November 16, 2023, and any other facts coming out of any other participation by the Speaker in any political partisan activity since he has taken on the speakership. And B, to amend said report in consequence so that new elements be specified and that the recommendations and conclusions of the committee's report be take into account these new events. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable.
Point of order.
Sure, point of order.
I thought I heard the member move an amendment. Did she move an amendment?
Was that okay?
Are you going to read that first and then?
Non, je pense que c'était pas un amendement.
I think it was not an amendment. I will ask perhaps for a clarification. The Honourable Member for Sudbury-Sur-Roi, did you propose an amendment to your motion?
The
Honourable Member for Sudbury-Sur-Roi, I think I made an error. I can't amend my own motion, correct? So that's exactly right. The member cannot propose an amendment to her own motion. Thank you very much.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Kingston Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess we will pick up our debate where we left it off on the Friday before we resumed for the Christmas break. So, what we discovered and what I talked about in my speech on that Friday prior to us leaving for the Christmas season was that this is actually nothing new. As a matter of fact, the member from Regina Capel, when he was the Speaker of the House of Commons, went to a fundraiser and paid $100 to go to it for the member of Regina Wascana at the time. And he was there. There are pictures of him there. He was there with the now leader of the opposition. They have pictures documenting this. So this is not something unique to this particular speaker. This is apparently something that has been going on. Coming from a riding who's had the longest serving Speaker of the House of Commons, I'm fully aware of what a speaker will do and how they will engage in their riding and perhaps just in one or two of the neighboring ridings. So I'm curious if the member from the bloc can inform the House as to when the member from Regina Capel did the exact same thing, how many times the bloc called for his resignation at that time. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? Perhaps the members from the bloc never even bothered to question it when it was the member from Regina Capel. So we're being fed this story right now, Mr. Speaker, that this is somehow, just this speaker because he did something wrong and it's nothing personal about the speaker, yet the bloc doesn't have the history of actually calling this out in the past when it has happened. I'm wondering if the member can inform the House as to how many times the Bloc Québécois raised the issue when it was the member from Regina Capel going to a fundraiser in the member from Regina Wascana's riding and paying $100 to go there.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll make a quick comment before I answer the question. I don't know why the member speaks so loudly. Every time he appears to be shocked, even though I was calm. I know I speak in French. I'm not sure if he has his earpiece, but I speak calmly. I'm not in a conflictual stance. And in terms of compared who made the mistake, well, that's not really the question. The question that the Bloc is raising is about the new component that the members of the PROC committee did not study when they concluded their report and made recommendations. What we're asking, Mr. Speaker, is the procedural committee members to be called back and to analyze this new fact. I don't think it's that complicated, and it would solve this file in terms of the Speaker's mistakes. I know my colleague wants it to be conflictual, but that's not what is behind this for me. What I want is to be able to talk about this file calmly, and he can't deny that the Speaker did make another mistake when he did participate in the funding cocktail with the Liberal member, André Fortin. It's another mistake, a lack of judgment, another lack of judgment, which undermines further confidence in the House. That's all we're asking for, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her intervention. And I share her concern about some of the enthusiasm that we hear. I also want to say that there are some people who speak in this House, and when they speak, I definitely take my headset off because I don't like to be yelled at in two directions. But I think, some of the concerns that are being brought forward are serious ones. We just spent a period of time talking about the amazing NDP leader, Ed Broadbent, and the tremendous work that he brought forward. And part of that was bringing together people. And I do know that other speakers have participated in fundraising events that were quite concerning. So I'm wondering if this member shares my concern that we need to review these rules and make sure that they're clearer so that the House can better hold speakers to account.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I can't disagree with that proposals to review the rules, but quite sincerely for me, it's implied. It's very clear. When you're in the Speaker's chair, you cannot leave any doubt in terms of members' minds when you participate in partisan activities. And we're not talking about just one participation. We're talking about a video that was played. We're talking about trips to Washington while there was an upset here, and we were talking about confidence in the Speaker. In addition, they participated in the fundraising cocktail. It's a lot for someone who has just occupied this position recently. Sometimes it's very obvious, the rules, and I don't understand that the Speaker could have participated in these activities without even himself wondering if he was making a mistake. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like the Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River, I do take my earpiece out, not because it's loud, it's just that I quite frankly don't want to hear what the other side has to say. But on this issue, this is an important issue because it speaks to the confidence that this House has in the Speaker to make objective rulings in a nonpartisan manner. And the expectation by me, and I'm sure by my colleague in the bloc, is that the Speaker is to make those rulings in a non-objective, nonpartisan manner. But the activities of partisanship and the continued bad judgment speaks to a real problem. And my question is a pointed one. Does the Honourable Member have confidence in this Speaker to be objective, be nonpartisan, and to act in a manner in which he or she should as they take that chair? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. I think I was very frank, so frank that this was recognized by the Speaker himself. My confidence is undermined, and for all bloc members, it would be hard to go back to a fully confident position. It's also the precedent that this creates. It means that during the next Parliament or the next election of the next Speaker, we would accept off the bat that you can make a mistake and be partisan, go to a funding cocktail, play a video at a partisan event. You can accept from the start that this could happen. You apologize, you pay for the House resources, and then it's wiped out. And that's what I find sad, because, quite frankly, we're talking about a democratic institution here. The Speaker occupies a central role. They are the House's authority, and they need to conserve members' confidence. And it's a precedent we are creating by refusing to reopen this issue at PROC. It creates a precedent that lowers our standards, our important democratic standards. So, Mr. Speaker, I would calmly ask my colleagues, in all due respect, to come back to the table to redebate this issue.
Come on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you. Since he was elected Speaker, he has made mistakes. And historically, we've never seen this in this chamber. At PROC, I was there. I listened to what our Speaker had to say. And I think we didn't know about Mr. Fortin's cocktail with the Liberal Party. We didn't know that he attended, but I think that with the discussions that took place at PROC, he should have spoken about it. He could have acted honourably, but he did not. And then we had PROC's report on the many events that took place with the Speaker. And between then and today, point of order.
Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member just referred to the Speaker and said that he did not act honourably. And I think that you and he certainly know the rules, that we are not to imply that any member of this House does not act in an honourable fashion. Perhaps you would ask him to rephrase that and to apologize for using that terminology.
I'm just going to refer to my friends at the table for a moment. I did not hear the exact phrase that the Honourable Member heard, so I would just simply say that we should all be judicious in the things that we are saying.
We should speak with the necessary level that is required. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I don't think I said anything like that. I will continue. There are two fundamental rules for Speaker, judgment and impartiality. And what I'm saying, between the time when the report was tabled and now, there's a new fact, and that is why we think at the Bloc that we have to do our duty, and that's why I asked the member, my colleague, a question. Would there have been a possibility during the PROC meeting to make amends? Would there have been an opportunity to do so? The honourable member for Sudbury-Sauva. When he did testify on December 11th, the Speaker was very generous. He stayed quite some time to answer the questions from all members of the committee. And quite sincerely, I would have really have appreciated for him to have stated himself this fact and not learn it afterwards when his colleague posted it on Instagram, who published this photo that he was so proud of at André Fortin's cocktail. He should have and could have done it. It would have improved our understanding of how his error was perceived, and also showed awareness of the mistakes that were made.
I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a motion.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, there have been some discussions amongst the parties, and I expect if you were to seek it would get permission to go back to, or allow me to deal with the questions on the order paper for today.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopted.
Carried.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go as quickly as I can through this. The following questions will be answered today. Question 1945, 1950, 1953 to 1955, 1957 to 1960, 1971 and 1972, 1974, 1976, 1983, 1984, 1988, 1989, 1992 to 1995, 1998, 1999, 2001, 2004, 2005, 2007, 2008, 2011, 2016 to 2018, 2020, 2021, 2027, 2028, 2031, 2036 to 2038, 2040, 2041, 2046, 2054, 2057 to 2060, 2062, 2066, 2067, 2073, 2079, 2080, 2090, 2092, 2094, 2097, 2098, 2105, 2106, 2112, 2115, 2118, 2119, 2122, 2129, 2130, 2133, 2136, 2139, 2141 to 2146, 2149, 2150, 2153, 2154, 2158, 2162, 2163, 2167, 2168, 2170, 2172, 2174, 2178, 2179, 2183, 2184, 2192, 2193, 2194, and 2201. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question 1888, originally tabled on December the 11th and 12th, 2023, and the government's responses to questions number question 1943, 1944, 1946 to 1949, 1951, 1952, 1956, 1961 to 1970, 1973, 1975, 1977 to 1982, 1985 to 1987, 1990, 1991, 1996, 1997, 2000, 2002, 2003, 2006, 2009, 2010, 2012 to 2015, 2019, 2022 to 2026, 2029, 2030, 2032 to 2035, 2039, 2042 to 2045, 2047 to 2053, 2055, 2056, 2061, 2063 to 2065, 2068 to 2072, 2074 to 2078, 2081 to 2089, 2093, 2095, 2096, 2099 to 2104, 2107 to 2111, 2113, 2114, 2116, 2117, 2120, 2121, 2123 to 2128, 2131, 2132, 2134, 2135, 2137, 2138, 2140, 2147, 2148, 2151, 2152, 2155 to 2157, 2159 to 2161, 2164 to 2166, 2169, 2171, 2173, 2175 to 2177, 2180 to 2182, 2185 to 2191, and 2195 to 2200 could be made orders for return. These returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Part of me wants to say bingo, and the other part of me wants to say, could you repeat that? But I'm not. Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. Let me say agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, and then I'll go to you.
That all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And the Honourable Member for Mission, Maskey, Fraser County on a point of order.
In good faith, I just wanted to clarify if you got 2122. Okay.
Well, that's not a point of order. We will go back to get the information that the Honourable Member needs. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, knowing how important that particular question was to my colleague across the way, if he wants to walk over, he can take a look at the numbers that I read off. I suspect it was there. And as the clerk at the table is very efficient and already indicated that it's there. Mr. Speaker, there's a number of thoughts that come to my mind in regards to what it is that we're debating today. Members would be very familiar with myself standing up to express concerns whenever there is actually a concurrence report that's brought on the floor of the House of Commons. And the reason why I do that, Mr. Speaker, is because I recognize the finite amount of time that the House is in fact operational or open, where we're actually able to deal, whether with private members' business, opposition days, government business, and so forth. And what we have seen over the last number of months is a great deal of effort to prevent government agenda items from actually being debated. And I'm going to go specifically onto this particular concurrence report. But before I do that, I just want to highlight, we're going to be sitting later tonight. And the reason why we're going to be sitting later tonight, Mr. Speaker, is we have the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance that we have to deal with. We also have to deal with the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Mr. Speaker, these are all concurrence reports. And opposition members also have other mechanisms or tools. And this is where it becomes a little bit more relevant, even for the motion that's been put forward to us by the Bloc today. You see, Mr. Speaker, we all know or have a very good sense in terms of the feelings with respect to the report in which I support, Mr. Speaker, I must say, and I believe has the majority of the House that will be supporting the actual report. We know that because it actually passed through a standing committee with a majority vote. And then there was 2 opposition reports attached to it, or dissenting reports. The concern that I have, Mr. Speaker, is, if in this case it's the Bloc, but most often it is the Conservatives, that when they bring up these concurrence reports, what they're actually doing is they're preventing substantive debate on a wide spectrum of different issues. So, for example, today, Mr. Speaker, we are actually supposed to be debating the fall economic statement in the legislation.
And it was interesting. The very first debate that we had was a private members' hour, and it was dealing with the farm carbon price. And Mr. Speaker, you'll recall, because I know you were in the chair at the time, and the member stood up, and the very first thing he said was that we have 4 priorities as a Conservative Party. And I thought it was interesting when then, an hour later, the leader of the Conservative Party stood in his place, and he, in essence, said the same thing. We have 4 priorities, and then he listed the 4 priorities of the Conservative Party. Well, I know what they are. You know, axe attacks is one of them, but I don't want to really get into them, Mr. Speaker. You know, housing was the second one, and then they had to deal with the government cuts. That's the hidden Tory agenda, and then they want to deal with the crime issue, even though they filibustered the bail reform legislation. But anyway, so you had the very first debate. And then you had the second debate on the fall economic statement. And then during member statements, you had another member of the Conservative Party stand up and say, we have 4 priorities that we want to debate today. And then if you listen to question period, I think at least 3 of those priorities were in fact raised, Mr. Speaker. The government says, well, let's talk about your priorities. I love to contrast Conservative policy with the government or the Liberal Party's policy. I love the contrast, Mr. Speaker. I welcome it. In fact, I was looking forward to debating that today. But much like previous concurrence reports, by introducing the concurrence report, it's preventing that debate. We've already had the debate about the Speaker. We have spent hours debating that issue. It's gone to a committee, and now the committee has provided a report. You know, why is it that we want to be talking about the Speaker again, Mr. Speaker? I don't believe that it is the type of priority that members opposite think it is. I think Canadians are more concerned about issues like inflation, interest rates, jobs, investments, health care. These are the types of things in which Canadians from coast to coast to coast are concerned about, Mr. Speaker. Not to regurgitate another report that passed the House already with a majority of the members, Mr. Speaker. And now you have a sense of frustration. Well, as opposed to preventing the debate on those types of important issues, the Bloc has opposition day motions. They could have incorporated this into an opposition day motion if they so chose, Mr. Speaker. If they really felt that this is the type of a road that they want to take Canadians on, that was an excellent opportunity. I listened earlier because I'm the one that actually asked questions of members of the Bloc. They too this morning started their debate on the fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker. I listened, disagreed with a lot of the things they said, but they had some merit in some of the areas in which they provided a comment on. But I honestly thought that we would have that continuation of what is so important in every region of our country, Mr. Speaker, concerned about the realities of what's taking place in our communities, Mr. Speaker. And I don't believe I'm alone. I think that there is a majority of members that would agree with me that we need to be talking about the issues that are relevant to what it is that our constituents want us to be reflecting on. You know, I looked at the report, very, very short 3 recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Let me read the recommendation that surprised me. I would have thought would have been already in place. Was recommendation number 2. That the House administration be tasked with preparing, as part of a briefing binder, guidelines for any future Speaker of the House that presents clear boundaries for impartiality and nonpartisanship. Well, Mr. Speaker, to be honest with you, I honestly would have thought that there would have been something of that nature, and I suspect maybe there is more of an informal one, I don't know. But I think that that's a wonderful recommendation. Because as the member from Kingston and Niles has pointed out, on many occasions, it's not like what happened here with our current Speaker has never happened before. It has happened before. I question the motivation as to why it is the Conservatives in the Bloc want to persist with this issue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it has more to do with a Conservative agenda. And I often talk about the whole idea of that mega right, Mr. Speaker, how things from the south kind of creeping up north. Leaders of the official opposition's office seems to be opening that door wide to it, where what they want to try to say is that the Parliament is dysfunctional. And today, what they're doing is they're trying to amplify the Speaker's chair, as if there's something wrong with the institution, Mr. Speaker. But there's nothing wrong with the institution. Yes, the Speaker made a mistake like other Speakers have made a mistake in the past, Mr. Speaker. That happens. This time when it happened, not only was there a great deal of debate before we adjourned, but there was a recommendation. And that recommendation was to bring it to the Proc Committee for a report, and that's what it is now. They want to actually debate, even though they had hours of discussions and debates, Mr. Speaker, prior to it going into Proc, whether it's formal or informal, or while it was at Proc itself. So there has been a thorough letting in terms of what has taken place, and members have been able to express their concerns. I too believe in the impartiality of a Speaker. I understand the importance of it. I've highlighted the fact in my political career, most of it has been actually in opposition. I've gone through progressive conservative speakers, New Democratic speakers, liberal speakers, and I can tell you, I don't think any of them are absolutely perfect. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day, when we take a look in terms of the discussions that I have seen both inside here or heard secondhand in terms of what taken place in Procedures and House Affairs Committee, the conclusion I would draw is enough. At the end of the day, I do not believe for a moment that this is the type of issue in which Canadians in all regions of our country want us to be debating. It's much like when we talk about the Conservatives wanting to show as much as possible that the institution is broken. And that's one of the reasons why I would argue they bring in the concurrence reports, or why they at weird times will try to adjourn debate, Mr. Speaker, or adjourn the day's proceedings. The many different filibusterings that we see, Mr. Speaker, that are put into place from the Conservatives. Legislation that is unanimously supported in the House, yet they will still filibuster. All sorts of tactics, Mr. Speaker. I'm used to the tactics. You know, I spent many years in opposition. There's a good reason why you have those type of levers. But the way in which the Conservative Party and cooperation with at times with others like the Bloc today, are using it, is to disrupt the government legislative agenda, Mr. Speaker. Who do you really think pays the price? Well, maybe it's an individual's members, because at the end of the day, there's a legislative agenda, and we got to try to get that legislative agenda through. And if there's a finite amount of hours, Mr. Speaker, that means that the more that they filibuster, the less time that there's going to be for debate on government legislation. When I was in opposition in third party, I remember saying then, and that's one thing about Hansard, you to be able to find it, that time allocation is a necessary tool at times to be able to use in order for government to get its agenda through the House. And that's even if there's a majority of government, Mr. Speaker. Because there is a legislative agenda, a budget that has to pass. And that time is very, very precious. And that's why I look in terms of what it is that we've actually seen and witnessed is a lot of politics. And let me give you an example of that, Mr. Speaker. You know, there was some interesting quotes. You remember when the issue first came up? The member from Megantic Lirab stood up and he provided some comments. And this is actually before it went to the Proc Committee. And he said, the solution for the Speaker is none other than to ask for his resignation because he has lost the confidence of the House. Mr. Speaker, this is something that he said in Hansard before it even went to Proc. Proc was the one that was responsible for studying it. You know, the House refers the matter to the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs with instructions that it recommend an appropriate remedy. That was the essence of the motion, Mr. Speaker. And that's a motion that was actually brought forward by the Conservatives. You know, the member from Red Deer Lacombe, and I quote what he has indicated, "Of course I will listen objectively to all the witnesses who are going to come to the committee. I am looking forward to hearing not only from, and I hope the Speaker will come to Proc. I alone am not the judge and jury of Proc. I'm just one member, and I'll have my questions, and I suspect I'll get a wholesome answer from all who come." Mr. Speaker, member from Red Deer Lacombe is someone that supported the Speaker's resignation even before it went to the Proc Committee also. And at the end of the day, when you take a look at some of these quotes, is there any surprise, Mr. Speaker, that there's an actual report which comes up with some recommendations, those 3 recommendations, and I'll go through them very quickly, Mr. Speaker, but there was also dissenting reports. And I was not surprised because we knew about this even prior. The official opposition's dissenting report states, "The office of Speaker of the House of Commons is one of the oldest in our constitutional form of government, dating back 7 centuries for the most part." And it goes on. "The current Speaker of the House," and states the name, "shattered the ancient tradition 3 times in a week earlier this month. In doing so, he failed to meet his duty of care for the House, thereby squandering all goodwill and trust of the official opposition. Compounding that, the evidence before the committee undermined the Speaker's version of events." You know, the Conservative Party, in a dissenting report, is suggesting that the member from the Speaker resign. And it's the same thing in terms of the dissenting opinion that comes from the bloc. But there are those three recommendations, ultimately, that had the support of the majority. And the recommendation one, that the Speaker undertake the appropriate steps to reimburse a suitable amount for the use of parliamentary resources that were not related to the performance of parliamentary functions. I already made reference to recommendation number 2, to ensure that there's guidelines, Mr. Speaker. Recommendation number 3, that the Speaker issue another apology clearly stating that filming the video both in his office and in his robes was inappropriate. His remorse for the situation and clear outline of what he and his office will do to ensure this does not happen again, and the principle of respect, impartiality, and decorum are values he will continue to prioritize as the Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, as it has been clearly enunciated over many hours of debate and discussions, both formally and informally, the speakers from the past have also made mistakes. And I think that these recommendations are fair, and we support them. We have seen whether the Speaker has given a formal apology at the PROC committee itself, and I believe he might have done it twice inside the House. And I suspect, and I'm just purely speculating, that he might even have said it informally to others. And I say that because I do believe he is very much remorseful, and that it is not going to be happening again. I think that we can take a lot from the main report from PROC and feel good in terms of what it is that the PROC Standing Committee has done, Mr. Speaker. That the need to have this thing go back to PROC, the issue go back to PROC, or the need to carry on the debate indefinitely in one form or another, I believe is doing a disservice to Canadians. Because at the end of the day, as I indicated towards the beginning of my comments, that there are far more issues of reality that Canadians are facing every day that we should be dealing with. And today we're supposed to be debating the fall economic statement. This was a wonderful opportunity for members to be able to express what their constituents are saying about what's taking place here in Ottawa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, it's as interesting as ever to listen to our colleague. I'd like to reassure you, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't really compare myself to the Conservatives because what we're doing is not partisan. We do not want to create chaos in this House, but we want a certain principle to be respected. We expect rigor, discipline, and when we looked at the report in the Procedure Committee, and I looked at the transcripts of all our meetings, and I did so with respect for the honourable member for Hull Aylmer. I never did not respect him. And if the member across the way cannot tell us why the member for Hull Aylmer, our present Speaker, did not say that on October 11th, he also made a mistake when he went to André Fortin's cocktail party. With his experience, can he tell me if he understands why the Speaker did not declare this himself?
Mr. Speaker, here's what the Bloc's conclusion in their minority report is, and it's A. The Speaker resigned from his office as Speaker as he no longer has the confidence of a substantial number of members. Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member to stand, or any member of the Bloc, to stand in their place and give a clear indication that no other Speaker prior to the Speaker has conducted or had things of a similar nature while they were Speaker. And why it is that the principle of yelling and demanding a resignation wasn't put forward by them. The member from Kingston made specific reference to the member from Regina Coupelle, and how the member from Regina Coupelle, as a speaker, was a participant in a major fundraiser.
There's more, actually.
And there's even more to that, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, no one is saying that what happened was something that we should support. We've all been very clear that it was inappropriate. The Speaker himself has recognized that. And he has demonstrated remorse. He has apologized. There is no such thing that I'm aware of in my 20 plus years, I think 88, do the math, whatever it is, my number of years as a parliamentarian, I can honestly say I have not yet seen a perfect speaker, Mr. Speaker. Present company might be a possible exception that's in the chair. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, no one is perfect. A remorseful speaker came to the House, went to the committee, and I believe that there's recommendations, in particular recommendation 2, that's the one I really like, that I think draws and should draw the matter to a close.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things I find curious every time the member gets up and speaks is almost this contemptuous nature that he holds on members for bringing these issues up. The Bloc Québécois has the right and an obligation to be an opposition party, which they're doing. And what we're dealing with is a concurrence report from the Proc Committee on not just the investigation into what happened with the Speaker, but it also gives an opportunity for the House to deal with this. And we also understand that there's other business of the House that can occur. But in this case, the Bloc felt, through the honourable member, the whip of the Bloc Québécois, to bring this to the House, to have this debate, to talk about it more, and to find concurrence of the House. So the honourable member, if he wants to, he can vote either for or against the concurrence report. But the Bloc has the right to use the tools, as every opposition member does, to use those tools in a way to hold this government to account, and in this case, to find concurrence on a report that came out of committee. Why does he hold so much contempt for this? In fact, I would argue that when he was in opposition, these very same issues would come up, that they would also do concurrence reports on this. So why the difference now compared to when he was in opposition, and this contemptuous nature that he continues to hold for this institution and our ability to hold the government to account?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born yesterday. I've been a parliamentarian for many years. And what the member from Barrie Innisfil has just said, what a bunch of crap. Quite frankly, when he wants to talk about using the word contempt, maybe the members should be...
Order. I mean, there's sort of a line of the words that we're allowed to use in this chamber, so maybe I would allow the member who has been a parliamentarian since 1988 to, by the way, the year I graduated from high school, that maybe the honourable member could back up and maybe retract that word and continue. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I completely, without hesitation, withdraw that word. But it was an acronym that was used for the Reform Conservative Reunion. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the member's not fooling anyone, no matter how genuine or sincere he tries to come across. At the end of the day, you know, the member knows full well that there's a finite amount of time for government legislation. And ultimately, he would be able to say, well, if we want to be able to stop the debate on government agenda items every day on a concurrence of reports, we should be able to do that. And yes, the member can do that. There's no doubt about that. But remember how upset, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party got when there was a concurrence report on one of their opposition day? They went crying, Mr. Speaker. I tell you, they just went berserk. They couldn't believe that there was going to be a concurrence report on an opposition day. Those are really sacred. But government? No. Government only counts to the Conservatives if by chance they're on this side of the House, maybe 10, 15 years from now. But Mr. 20. Speaker, at the 20. End, yeah, maybe 20. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I'm familiar with the rules, as I'm sure the member opposite is familiar with the rule. And this is an obstruction tactic that the Conservatives use time and time again.
That's right.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I'm rising for the first time since the former leader of the NDP, Ed Broadbent, passed. I want to also send my condolences to his family and to everybody across Canada that loved Ed, especially those in Oshawa and in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, in terms of this issue, Proc has been seized with this issue. This is a serious issue, Mr. Speaker. And we know that this mistake wasn't just made by the current Speaker, but also when the member from Regina Qu'Appelle was the Speaker, he made the same error. In fact, he's made that error as an MP as well. So this is an ongoing occurrence, and we need it to stop. So this report, I'm glad to hear that my colleague has talked about supporting recommendation number 2. But what about recommendation number 1 and recommendation number 3? That's in this report. There's only 3 recommendations, Mr. Speaker. This isn't complicated. What we're looking for is to come together in this House, work together to ensure this doesn't happen. Now, recommendation 1 is asking that the Speaker undertake the appropriate steps to reimburse a suitable amount for the use of parliamentary resources that were not related to the performance of parliamentary functions. Number 3 is that the Speaker issue another apology clearly stating that filming the video, both in his office and his robes, was inappropriate and showing his remorse for the situation. This isn't a lot to ask, Mr. Speaker. This makes sense, and I think we should come together here, and hopefully the government and the Liberal Party can listen to the rest of the parties in this House and actually support this report. Will my colleagues support those other recommendations?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the question, and just so that I'm perfectly clear, the Liberal Party supports all 3 recommendations.
We support the concurrence.
I was just highlighting the fact with recommendation number 2 that I was actually a bit surprised when I first read that recommendation, because I honestly would have thought that there would have been some sort of a formal binder or a proceeding where whoever is elected as the Speaker of the House would be, sat down or told to, sit and listen for a while and to go through it in great details and just to put some checks in place, because there is, a huge expectation. I have a huge expectation of the Speaker's office, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure all of us do. And that's why I don't, it is an important issue. There's no doubt about that. But the issue has been debated both here, it's gone to committee, and it's had thorough debates. And I'm telling you, to the very best of my knowledge and the consultation and the working that I do with my constituents, it's time that we leave this issue and start talking about the reality of issues that are affecting Canadians every day.
And we have time for maybe a quick interaction. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, everybody, whether it's the Speaker or the member, are human beings. We all do mistakes. Many times unintentional mistakes. I think we should consider those things and move on. I want to ask the Honourable Member, who has been a parliamentarian for last 30 years, the year 1988, when I finished my MBA and started my career. Now I'm close to retirement. With his long experience, I want to know his comments whether the tone of debate, the tone with which the members interact in this August House, has it changed? Is there any way we can bring back much more decorum into this space?
And we are out of time. It'll allow the Honourable Member to respond. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I have witnessed over time is that never before have I seen an official opposition party as far or as extreme as that I've witnessed now. And I do believe that does play somewhat of a destructive force here on the floor of the House of Commons. That's what I have witnessed in particular over the last 2 years.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it is indeed with some sadness and unfortunate circumstances that I rise to debate this concurrence debate. It's brought forward by our colleagues in the Bloc Québécois. And it is disappointing because I wish we didn't have to be debating this. I wish we didn't have to be in the situation where we have to debate the conduct and the actions of the Speaker of this House. Indeed, if it was in a perfect world, we'd be here talking about axing the carbon tax, building more homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, here we are having to debate this issue due to not only a single lapse in judgment, but unfortunately what appears to be a series of lapses in judgment by the Speaker of this House of Commons. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I, like many Canadians, didn't expect this to happen. Indeed, I'm sure many of us were surprised when this story first broke. I was just wrapping up a community event and received a text from a provincial counterpart informing me that they had just seen the Speaker of the House of Commons at the Ontario Liberal Party convention. I thought he was joking, especially since he said that the Speaker was in his robes, and I thought, surely to goodness, the Speaker of the House of Commons wouldn't be at the Ontario Liberal Party convention wearing his robes. But he sent me a picture. He sent me a picture of the large screen at the Ontario Liberal Party convention, a picture of the Speaker in his robes, in his office, in his Speaker's chambers from here on Parliament Hill. Wow. I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was quite frankly shocked. And I hold this institution of Parliament in high regard, and with it, the office of Speaker. And while I may disagree with some of the opinions and judgments that a Speaker may offer, I have the greatest of respect for the office and the institution of Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, if you were to review what was then called the British North America Act, the Constitution Act 1867, the office of Speaker is mentioned no fewer than 4 times, showing the high regard with which Canadians and the founders of this country held the office of Speaker, considering that the office of Prime Minister wasn't even mentioned in that original 1867 document. And if we review the great history of the office of Speaker going back quite literally centuries, we are reminded of the central role that the Speaker of the House of Commons plays in defending the rights and the privileges of parliamentarians. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I need not remind you of the famous quotation from Speaker William Lenthal, who, in direct response to King Charles I in 1642, said, and I quote, "May it please your Majesty, I have neither eyes to see nor tongue to speak in this place, but as the House is pleased to direct me, whose servant I am here." Mr. Deputy Speaker, the servant of this House is the Speaker. We, as parliamentarians, elect the Speaker with the understanding that they will be impartial and will serve members to the best of their ability in a manner of nonpartisanship. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, if we refer to the authorities of this place, this concept is fundamental to the impartiality of the Speaker of this House. Indeed, I would draw your attention to citation 168 of Beauchesne's Parliamentary Rules and Forms, 6th edition. Quote, "The chief characteristics attached to the Speaker in the House of Commons are authority and impartiality." It goes on to say, "The actions of the Speaker cannot be criticized incidentally in debate or upon any form of proceeding except by way of a substantive motion. Confidence in the impartiality of the Speaker is an indispensable condition of the successful working of procedure, and many conventions exist which have as their object not only to ensure the impartiality of the Speaker, but also to ensure that there is a general recognition of the Speaker's impartiality. The Speaker takes no part in debate in the House and votes only when the voices are equal, and then only in accordance with rules which preclude an expression of opinion upon the merits of a question." It goes on to say, in order to ensure complete impartiality, the Speaker has usually relinquished all affiliation with any parliamentary party. The Speaker does not attend any caucus nor take part in outside partisan political activity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to this citation from Beauchesne's because the rulings of the Speaker are not subject to appeal. What's more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we cannot criticize the rules and the judgments of the Speaker. because we, as partisan members of this House, accept that we have chosen a Speaker who ought to be acting in accordance with an impartial and nonpartisan approach. When we lose that ability to trust the impartiality and the nonpartisanship of the Speaker, every judgment, every ruling of the Speaker has the potential to be seen in that negative context. You know, the rules of electing our Speaker have evolved over time to the point that we now elect our Speaker by secret ballot rather than by motion by the Prime Minister. And I am reminded of the first time that this occurred with the election of Mr. Speaker John Fraser. And at the time, the then leader of the Liberal Party, former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable John Turner, in congratulating the Speaker, he said this: "You know what we demand of you, Mr. Speaker, perfection. We want fairness, independence, decisiveness, patience, common sense, good humour, upholding the traditions of the House, knowledge of the rules, and an intuition for changing mood and tone of the House as we move through our days." Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, former Prime Minister John Turner recognized the role that an elected, non-partial Speaker would have in this place. And as I said, the authorities of this place recognize that as well. To quote from Boskin Gagnon, I would quote, "The duties of the Speaker of the House of Commons require the balancing of the rights and interests of the majority and minority in the House to ensure that public business is protected against the use of arbitrary authority. The Speaker is the servant neither of any part of the House nor of any majority of the House, but of the entire institution, and serves the best interests of the House as distilled over many generations in its practices." Mr. Deputy Speaker, that begs the question of how a Speaker of this House can continue to serve all parliamentarians when the two largest opposition parties have expressed our non-confidence in the current Speaker. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to focus on what brought us to this place and the series of events and activities that led us here. I want to quote from the remarks made by the Speaker to the Ontario Liberal Convention, and to again reinforce the point that the Speaker delivered these remarks in his robes in the Speaker's office with a chyron stating a message from the Speaker of the House of Commons. And the Speaker said, and I quote, "And boy, did we have fun. We had a lot of fun together through the Ottawa South Liberal Association, through Liberal Party politics, by helping Dalton McGuinty get elected." That's bad enough, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Speaker would make such comments, again, in his Speaker's robe. But he goes even further to state and reflect on the fact that he was the Speaker of the House of Commons. He says, "When I think of the opportunities I have now as being Speaker of the House of Commons, it's because of people like John." He actually reflected on that fact. Again, other parties, the Liberal Party has tried to explain this away as a singular mistake, a one-off. But the fact of the matter is that it is not a one-off. The Speaker can claim that he was confused or he didn't fully understand what this video was being made for, but that doesn't negate the fact that he gave a public interview with the Globe and Mail in which he again expressed partisan leanings. In a Globe and Mail article on December 1st, 2023, which he freely undertook with a journalist. It wasn't as though he was scrummed on the way into question period like many of us often are. He sat down for an interview and he talked about the Liberal leader's, Mr. Fraser's work on behalf of our party, on behalf of the Liberal Party. So within a period of about 48 hours, two specific examples of partisanship from an entity that ought to be non-partisan. But then what happened immediately after this came to light? You would think that having clearly been called to account for a partisan activity, he jets off to Washington, D.C., jets off to relive his glory days as president of the Ontario Young Liberals. And at an event in Washington, D.C., that he quickly threw on some official activities to carry on with his visit to reflect on an old dear friend, he talked about his activities and his glory days with the Ontario Young, or with the Young Liberals of Canada. So again, these activities. Again, so we're on number 3 of a partisan activity, but then we find out afterwards, later, once this report was finalized and tabled in the House of Commons, we found 2 more examples of partisanship by this speaker. We found out that he attended a Quebec Liberal event, which was organized for supporters and where donations were solicited at a riding in Pontiac. And then we found out that he had actually called up a former Liberal Party MP and encouraged him to write an article defending him and criticizing the opposition Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, this is a pattern of activities that we have seen coming from a position that ought to be non-partisan. And I think, like many colleagues in this place, when this speaker was first elected, we had some concerns. We were willing to give the benefit of the doubt, as we ought to give to a new speaker, but we had concerns going in. This was a speaker who was elected just days after having served as parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. This was a speaker that in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, of which I was a member, when he was a member, would filibuster for lengthy amounts of time to try to protect the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff from testifying at committee. This was an individual who served as a senior advisor to Liberal cabinet ministers, who served as the national director of the Liberal Party of Canada, who served as president of the Young Liberals of Canada. A long history of partisanship, which many in this House, many of us, have histories of partisanship. That's why we get elected. That's why we run under the banner of certain parties. But in recent times, it's been clear that those who seek the office of Speaker try to find a way to step back from partisanship. Indeed, the preceding Speaker had served as the Assistant Deputy Speaker for 4 years prior to becoming the Speaker. In 2019, the Speaker before that had served as both Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Speaker. And of course, the member from Kingston and the Islands served for a long period of time, as known as an expert prior to becoming the Speaker of the House of Commons. But the fact is that speakers try to go beyond what is minimally necessary to ensure that their partisanship is not an issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's been quoted a few times in this place about past precedents and where things have occurred in the past. And indeed, I would quote from Hansard, March 8, 1993, at page 16,578 of the debates, in which the then member, House Leader of the Official Opposition, Mr. David Dingwall, said this: "How can an officer of the House appear to be impartial or claim to be impartial when she undertakes so active a role in the partisan activities of her own political party? How can members of the House who belong to other parties put their trust in the impartiality of the chair under such circumstances, especially in the heat of the most partisan part of the parliamentary day? Question period." Mr. Speaker, I agree. I don't agree with much with Mr. Dingwall, but I agree with his comments in that context. Now, the Speaker made it very clear that in that particular case, Mr. Speaker Fraser ruled that there wasn't prima facie question of privilege on that specific issue because they were dealing with the Deputy Speaker, but he made it clear that the Speaker themselves was held to a higher standard. And in his ruling, he said, I quote, "I have some difficulty in agreeing with the Honourable Member for Cape Breton East Richmond that the Deputy Speaker is cloaked with the same exigencies that are expected of the Speaker himself or herself. The Speaker himself or herself is expected to be beyond the pale, beyond any threat of partisanship when they are coming to this place. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer the House back to the original motion that referred this to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Because what is often overlooked is that this House collectively condemned the actions of the Speaker already. I would quote from that amendment that was passed unanimously, quote, "A breach of the tradition and expectation of impartiality required for that high office, constituting a serious error of judgment which undermines the trust required to discharge his duties and responsibilities." So this House, collectively and unanimously, has already declared that there has been a breach of the trust of this House. Now, the committee came back with, I would suggest, what amounts to a slap on the wrist for such a flagrant violation of the impartiality of this office. And I would draw the House's attention to the dissenting report of our Conservative opposition, which laid out some of the major concerns we have with the Speaker's actions. First of all, I would point out the fact that the Speaker claimed that he didn't realize that this was going to be played in such a public setting, implying that perhaps it was okay to be partisanship or display partisanship if there was fewer people who were watching it, that somehow if it was a private gathering, it was okay to be partisan while wearing Speaker's robes and being titled as the Speaker of the House of Commons. But it goes beyond that. The testimony that was delivered at committee by none other than John Fraser himself indicated that that was never actually even under discussion, that it was always meant to be shown at a public gathering of the House of the Ontario Liberal Party. So it was never even meant to be a private gathering. It was always meant to be something that would be publicly shown and live streamed for Canadians to see and to unfortunately reflect that very negative concept that occurs there, to see that a speaker in their robes, in their tri-corner hat, delivering a message, a partisan message, highlighting the fun that the Speaker had with the Ontario Liberal Party. It's exceptionally unfortunate, exceptionally disappointing, and like I said, I have a strong degree of respect for the institutions of this House, and it's unfortunate that this has come to this. And so, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I would move an amendment seconded by the Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14, 2023, be not now concurred in, but it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the Speaker tender his resignation in light of additional examples subsequently coming to light of his partisanship and poor judgment, including asking a former Liberal Member of Parliament to write an opinion column condemning the official opposition, as well as attending a Quebec Liberal Riding Association's cocktail reception for partisan supporters where donations were solicited. And I so move that motion, Madam Speaker.
Faut-tu que je le lise, par exemple? Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Richards, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented on Thursday, December 14, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it amend the same so as to recommend that the Speaker tender his resignation in light of additional examples subsequently coming to light of his partnership and poor judgment, including asking a former Liberal Member of Parliament to write an opinion column condemning the official opposition, as well as attending a Quebec Liberal Writing Association's cocktail reception for partisan supporters where donations were solicited. I will actually take this this motion under advisement, and we'll come back to the chair as soon as come back with a decision as soon as possible as to whether or not this amendment is actually admissible. Thank you. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy House Leader for the official opposition.
Or the government.
Yes, we're getting our marbles in order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in the midst of this ordeal that occurred late last fall, the member from Regina Capel tweeted this in reference to this issue. He said, "It's totally unacceptable. When I was Speaker, the only fundraiser I attended was in my own riding. This is something all speakers are allowed to do because they must run under a party banner, and other parties run candidates against them. We now know that that was categorically false, because 3 months prior to that, I know the member from Barrie Innisfil is finding this surprising too, and he should, because 3 months before that, we have a photo of the member from Regina Capel, who was the Speaker at the time, along with the member from Regina Wascana and the member from Carleton, posing at that a photo at that fundraiser that he attended. So we know that he was not telling the truth in that tweet. I'm wondering if the member can comment on whether or not we should also be opening up an investigation into not only the untruthfulness of the member from Regina Capel, but the fact that he did something that he categorically claims to be unacceptable.
He intentionally missed it.
Questions and the honourable member for Perth Wellington. Order. There's cross conversations. I think if those members want to add to the conversation, they should take it out for now. The honourable for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the investigator from Kingston, the Islands, for his crack investigatory work on this matter. But I would throw it right back to him. Does he have the picture of a speaker in his robes, in his tri-corner hat, as this speaker was doing? Was it when the House was sitting? Was it when the House of Commons was in session? Or had it been at the point that Parliament had no longer been sitting in the lead up to a general election, as was the case? And so, Madam Speaker, it's very clear that this was a pattern of abuse by this speaker, by this Liberal appointed speaker in his robes, in his tri-corner hat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Advise the Honourable Deputy House Leader that he had an opportunity to ask a question. He should, if he has anything else to add, he should wait until it's time for other questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague's speech, and I have a question rather simple to ask. I know on the other side of the House, they're trying to almost spread misinformation by saying in Proc's report, all of the Speaker's mistakes were dealt with. That's not true, because after the study, a new event was revealed, and what we're asking is this new event be rediscussed at Proc. Madam Speaker, it's not a question of comparing who made the mistakes, whether it's the Conservative or the Liberals. That's not the issue. The issue is that this Speaker did commit another error after Proc's work and after the conclusions were made and after the recommendations were provided. And what we're asking, and does my colleague agree with this is what we want to know is why did the Speaker, when he appeared on December 11th, did not declare the partisan event that he participated in November 2023. Does my colleague not agree that it's a question that has to be dealt with at PROC?
Député de Perth.
The honourable member for Perth.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Block Whip for her excellent question. Yes, we need to know why the Speaker did not provide all the information to the committee. How come he did not say that he participated in a partisan event of the Liberal Party of Quebec in Pontiac with Liberal supporters from Quebec, where there were donations requested by people who were present? That is a big question. And even we learned that he asked a former member to write an article condemning the opposition party here in this House of Commons. These are new facts for the committee. This issue did not come up during the committee meetings, and we did ask questions to the Speaker. We would like to, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And I have always enjoyed working with this member. We used to sit together in PROC, and I appreciate a lot of the information that he shared with us today. I would say that I am concerned that this is becoming very much focused on one speaker instead of looking at the office of the speaker. And what we've seen very clearly here, and I don't have a lot of time for, well, this context, the point is that when we have a speaker, they should be above that, because we need to trust on them in this place to be the voice of the House and to help deal with some of the fun issues that we seem to have in this place. So I'm wondering if the member agrees that perhaps PROC does need to do a study that is not related to this study, but really to the role of the speaker and how we can broaden those scopes so that when these types of things happen, there's not a lack of clarity on what to do, but there's actually rules. We can't continue to have these things happen, not just from one speaker, from multiple speakers. And we know that the member from Regina Capel did participate in a fundraising event that was outside of his riding, and that is the point. Let's get clarity so speakers moving forward know their role. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very good point.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from North Island, Powell River, for her question. And she made the comment that the speaker should be above that they should be above partisanship. And I would hope that all of us in this House can agree to that whoever is the Speaker of this House of Commons has to not only be above partisanship, but be seen to be above partisanship. And I think the unfortunate case that we've seen here is a series of infractions by one speaker, the current speaker, that have led us down this path. And we have to deal with this issue first and foremost before we go to a broader study of the role of the speaker, of the office of speaker. We have to first agree with the exigencies of the current situation, where we have seen a speaker on multiple occasions undertake actions that have seen to be partisan, that have seen to be outside the scope of what the impartiality of a speaker ought to be. And so I think first and foremost, we need PROC to deal with the current speaker before any further studies be undertaken on the more broad question of the office of the Speaker of the House of Commons.
For Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I also like my colleague's comments, and thank you very much for his speech. Thank him very much for his speech. Comments on the fact that this current speaker has also showed a lack of judgment on numerous other occasions. Because I would believe, and I'd ask him, he has much more knowledge than I do, is the current speaker the only speaker to also have an ethics violation labeled against him as well in his role? And does that also speak to some of the possibly lack of foresight he's had as the speaker as well?
For Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Regina and Louvain for his question. And he is, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, correct that the current Speaker is the only one to have broken the ethics law, to have been found in violation by the Ethics Commissioner for past actions. So that is a concern. And it ties into some of the concerns that we all had when we tried to provide him with the benefit of the doubt when he was first elected of his past partisan activities. We remember him rising in the House of Commons immediately after the Prime Minister physically elbowed a member from the Bloc Québécois, that the now Speaker rose in his place to try to dismiss it, to try to say that they were diving like a soccer player. So it was a real concern of past activities that we've seen from this particular Speaker in the time leading up to him taking on this current responsibility.
Question, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
And I thank the honourable member for Perth Wellington, who is, as ever, thoughtful and lays out precedents. And I'm not saying I'm not troubled by the events, but I am troubled by another issue, and I'd like the member for Perth Wellington to share with this House. It's unprecedented to have removed one Speaker since the last election. If we were to remove another, would we not undermine the role of Speaker so that the role becomes insecure? As he's mentioned, there are unwritten rules. We can't question the Speaker's decisions. We can't appeal the Speaker's decisions. This is a very slippery slope we're on if we remove Speakers frequently. I don't think that the offences so far meet that threshold, but I wonder if the honourable member is troubled by the precedent that we might be setting.
The honourable for Perth Wellington, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank the member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for her question. And I'm troubled by it. I am troubled by the entire situation. We ought not to be in a situation of removing speakers prior to the end of a term. One of the reasons we elect a speaker at the beginning of the term is that they ought to be there for the entirety of the Parliament, and so that we can build the trust that they are there from a nonpartisan perspective for the entirety of the Parliament. What we see now is that didn't happen, and so in a scenario where normally a member would run at the beginning of Parliament, be able to express their platform, their ideas, that didn't happen for this particular case because of the mid-session removal of the Speaker. So this ought not to become the norm, and it would certainly be my preference that we elect one Speaker at the beginning of the Parliament, and they have the full trust of this House to serve out the entirety of a Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am a little disappointed that we have to be here today to speak on this issue again. It has gone through the committee. We're here debating the concurrence of it. Obviously, there was enough support to get it to this place, so hopefully we can move on as quickly as possible to some very important issues that I definitely heard in my riding while I was home during that time to spend time with constituents. You know, Madam Speaker, it makes me think of Myra Falls, a mine in that area that just recently got shut down. The workers are very concerned about what that means for their future and are talking to me about the bankruptcy laws and the fact that they know that their pensions are at the bottom of the list still. And we know we've done some work in this place on it, but it hasn't gone through the regulatory process. And that concerns me and something that I will be fighting for, because we want to make sure that the workers of this country, when they are faced with significant challenges, get the support that they desperately need. And I also want to take a moment, Madam Speaker, to recognize that today is a very sad day in Canada. I remember in 2017 when there was the mosque shootings in Quebec, and how horrific it was to realize that that had happened in our country. And I had a great deal of brokenheartedness, I would say, because it was definitely not something that I wanted to see as the fabric of our country. And one of the things that is always hard for us in this place is how we have to face the realities that are reflected in our country, and then as parliamentarians internalize what that means and find a way to process that, not only as individuals but as representatives of ridings across this country. So I hope that today, in the hecticness of our schedules, that we also remember basic human rights and dignity for all people, and that we always stand against any form of discrimination that happens in front of us or in our communities, and that we be fearless voices, because our voices carry an amount of power that not everyone is so granted by their constituents, and we need to always fight against any form of hate that jeopardizes the safety of people in our country and around the world. So, Madam Speaker, we are here talking about the Speaker, and I can't help but share this very strange story about being here in this place when we had, of course, the representative from Ukraine here speaking about what's happening in Ukraine. And Madam Speaker, there's a lot of people in my riding that are of Ukrainian descent, and they were very happy to see Canada working here. And then, of course, we know what happened. And it was the NDP that first asked the past Speaker, who did resign, to resign. We stood up, we said, you can't do that kind of behavior. You have a responsibility to this House, and you failed it. And it did have an impact on our communities. Madam Speaker, I had a little bit of skin cancer on my forehead later last year, I should say, and I had to go in and get it removed. And I want to thank all of those amazing health professionals that help us in these trying times. But as I lay on that table having that cancer removed from my forehead, all they could talk about was the role of the Speaker in the House and having that member who represented something that Canadians mostly stand firmly against, and how that felt like a betrayal of their Canadian identity to see that kind of behavior. And so, as I was dealing with that and having that conversation with the people performing on my forehead, it really let me know that that had a profound impact on our communities in a way that we perhaps don't understand. And that it is really important that when we're in this House that we do so, everything that we do, that we make sure that we're doing the best that we can. And we understand that people make mistakes. We are human after all. But we do have to set a tone. And when that tone is broken, I think it's important for us to stand up. And it would also be remiss of me to not talk about the fact that we did have a state funeral yesterday for Ed Broadbent, who was such a man of incredible character, who led the NDP so fiercely in his time as leader, but also just as a continuous member of this party. And he always talked about basic human rights and respecting them. And he also talked very often and personally to me about having integrity in this House, and that decorum actually really matters, and how we treat one another really matters. And I continue to do the best that I can. I often have a moment that I have a bad day, but I continue to try to have decorum in my behavior and respect. And although I have heckled a few times, I don't believe I have ever heckled personally against another person in this place. I may not agree with their policy and share that louder than I should, Madam Speaker, and I've been called on it once publicly. But I try never to attack people personally, because I believe that underneath this all, regardless of party, we are all Canadians who really believe in our country, and Quebecers who believe in their area as well, and that we must always stand up to build a better and stronger community and country. So it was really disappointing. I was totally taken aback and shocked when I saw the Speaker wearing his robes, was on television because he had been at an event, or he'd been shown in a video at an event that was of political nature. I found that extremely upsetting, especially after the fragility that I was feeling in this House, after having, like the member said earlier from the Green Party, having done something that in this place had not really been done before. It does create a sense of insecurity within our place of work, because we have to figure out how to deal with something that we don't necessarily want to deal with. And we also have to figure out how to articulate what that means to our constituents when it's something new that we all have to deal with. And so when I saw that, I was just heartbroken. I felt like, here we go again. We're just getting back to some normalcy, trying to get moving forward on things that matter to Canadians. And here we are again, put in this place where the Speaker of the House is being perceived in a way that I think is less than what we would like to see. And I will always give grace, Madam Speaker. I think, when you're new to something, you may not know, you may not think out what that could mean, but I really hope that any of us would take a moment to think about what it means. Because when, I always make jokes about this to my husband. I say, people invite me to lots of things, but they're actually not necessarily inviting Rachel. They're inviting the Member of Parliament from North Island Powell River, because they acknowledge that because I have that title, I have a role to play in this riding, in this country, that they want that role to hear something so that that can be carried back to the work at this place. And so for a speaker to not think about what that means, to sort of not be careful, conscious, it does concern me greatly. But what I'm also really disappointed about this debate right now is, I think of this and I think, when something goes wrong, you have to stop taking the personal and you got to go back to the process. Because the more personalized we make things, the less we focus on changing and modifying the rules so that we can have better outcomes. So we know for a fact that other speakers, the Conservative House Leader as an example, we have proof of that, participated in a fundraising event outside of his riding. We know that other speakers have done the same. They've participated outside. Now we know that a speaker in his riding, his or her riding, they must participate in fundraising because they have an election to run. And I think we all understand that. We give, allowances for that. But when you step outside of your riding, you're no longer the MP for that riding. You are the MP for that riding and the Speaker of the House. You're both of those things, and that actually means something. So what I'd love to see is that we let go of this report. This report is done. But if we want to see some work done in PROC around what are the rules, how will we deal with them better, let's look at what other things have happened that show concern for the Speaker, and how do we elevate that. And I really do appreciate, the Bloc Québécois whip, when I asked a question about this, said, these rules are implied, why don't they understand? And I understand that. That makes a lot of sense. For me, it seems like an automatic thing as well. It would never occur to me to do some of the things that I've seen done. That's just my nature. But I also understand that it's not everyone's nature. And I'm not going to put a lot of judgment into that. I'm just going to say it's not everyone's nature. So if we need clear rules that make sure that we get the kind of speaker that we want in this place, so that we know what to do when something untoward happens or makes us feel uncomfortable, we're not debating it in this situation, but really looking meaningfully at the rules, reflecting on those rules, and making recommendations that we can change and modify these rules moving forward. It concerns me when we focus on one person, and I'll say this again, and not the process. I want to focus on the process so that we can get to a solution. Because I do feel that this place, we are losing a lot of our respect for one another. I remember, I've been here over 8 years now. I remember speaking about things that really mattered to my riding. And I come from a more rural and remote riding, and we have particular challenges that are meaningful for us. And I would stand up in a speech and I would talk about the people in my riding and how that was impacting them. And members from other parties would say, I hear that too. And we would begin to have conversations about what that meant and how we could work collaboratively to create a solution so our constituents across the board were better treated, were more respected, and that the policies put in place would actually have a better impact on our folks. Because we knew it's a big country with a lot of different needs and a lot of different realities. Unfortunately, I don't see that anymore. And I don't believe for a minute that our country is broken, because I know the people of our country. I think we go through hard times, and I think they are extremely painful. And sometimes they're extremely unfair. But I don't believe it's broken, because we in this place don't get to decide that. Our country and the people who live in it get to decide that. And so I really hope that as we have these debates, we remember that dignity. That we remember that people are asking us not to go forward and get them angry, but to go forward and find a way for us collectively to do better by them. Madam Speaker, we're here talking about the Speaker. The NDP obviously stood up and asked the previous, now resigned Speaker to resign, because we saw that what happened, unfortunately, intentionally or unintentionally, the impact was so profound, it was really affecting how people saw their country. It was affecting internationally the perception that Canada had. We needed to stand up in that moment and say, that cannot happen. Because not only did it make the citizens of Canada feel so uncomfortable and betrayed, it also is having impact on how we are seen internationally. That is our job in this place. It is our job to stand up at those moments and say, we cannot abide by that. An apology simply will not do because of the depth of this betrayal. Again, I'm not here to negotiate the intention. I'm here only to say the impact had that. Now we are in a position where we're seeing a lot of political mistakes that I certainly hope stop. Because I hope that whoever is elected to sit at any seat in this House, including the Speaker seat, understands that their role is to support all of us to do their work and to support Canadians. That has to be our fundamental goal when we're in this place. How do we support Canadians? And so we do not need this instability. So I hope deeply that we don't see any more of that behavior in this place, because we need a stable place to do our job. But I do not appreciate seeing this becoming so personalized and not about a process and a policy where we all reflect on what we're seeing happening and not just blame, but look at how we could all do better. So, Madam Speaker, I think about this role of a Speaker, their commitment to being impartial, to having that role where they're not political in this seat. And it's really important. And I thank the member that's on the seat right now. I find this Speaker in particular, Madam Speaker, I find you very fair. Sometimes I don't appreciate because you're hard on us, and I've had a few moments where you've been very firm with me. But I will deal with that because I want to know that the person sitting in that seat will provide that leadership and will not use it for any other method except for to make sure that this place is dealt with in a very positive way. So I think that, when I look at this debate, I hope that we can move on from this, that we can see a meaningful motion tabled in the Committee of Proc around reviewing what we want to see in the future, reviewing the rules that we currently have and where the gaps are, and understanding that we now have a society that is changing, that everything that we do is eventually going to show up on a video somewhere anyways. So we better be more thoughtful in what we do in front of a camera, especially when it is planned, and that we be careful about how we speak about our party and other parties, especially when we are in a role of a speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments à l'ordre. Conformément à l'article 38 du
Pursuant to the standing order, I'd like to acquaint the House with the questions that will be dealt with later this evening.
Oil and gas industry, and the honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster carbon pricing. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I know that the member had listened in terms of my comments already in regards to the debate. And it's not necessarily to take anything away from the importance of the institution and the role that the Speaker plays. But she raised an interesting point that I kind of picked up on, and I want to maybe get her to expand on it. And that is that there's nothing that prevents Procedures and House Affairs Committee in setting their agenda to review a wide spectrum of different issues. So if in fact there was a need for opposition parties or the government, any member, to say, hey, we want to be able to further look into X, Y, and Z, that the opportunity is also there because, quite frankly, it's a majority that will make the determination in terms of what it is that PROC will in fact look at. And I'm wondering if she could just kind of expand, because the thought is that at least from my perspective, is there is no such thing as that perfect human being. That mistakes do happen. There's been a great deal of remorse demonstrated on this. There's been the recommendations, from what I understand, have been fulfilled. And I'm wondering if she could just provide her thoughts in regards to PROC and its potential agenda in the future without necessarily...
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And, I appreciate that there's been expressions of remorse. I just want to start there first. But what I'm really looking for is actions to follow it. I would hate to be in a position again where we're having to ask the Speaker to resign. So I'm really, really hopeful, but very hesitantly hopeful, that we will actually see an ongoing respect of this office in a way that will make us all feel comfortable. In accordance to the other part of his questions, yes, I think it is up to PROC. I was a member of PROC for many years, and I know that it is an important committee. It's the mother committee, and I think this is relevant. It should be brought up, and there is a different mechanism to bring forward this really important issue, although I am not on PROC right now, so I don't know everything that they're studying off the top of my head. So I think it's also very important that in this place we don't decide in this context what the committee should be doing. That's really up to the committee to decide. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And before I begin my comment to my honourable colleague, I would like to recognize the life of former City Councillor John DeChico, passed away during our break. May perpetual light shine upon Mr. DeChico. I wish his family all the best in this difficult time. I went to school with his son, and he had done a number of great things. Now, Madam Speaker, I listened carefully. Thank you. I know that my colleague had spent some time in Kamloops. So I listened with great intent to my colleague's speech, and we got to know each other on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and I do respect her quite a bit. And she was very truthful about her decorum in this place. And I can see it on all parties that perhaps sometimes things get out of hand. We've all made mistakes. One question I have for her, in her capacity as whip, is are her exhortations that she makes to this House something that she is prepared to also extend to her party as well, because every party needs improvement in this area? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member, and I'm so sorry to hear of the passing in his community. It's always hard to lose a community leader in your area, and it's good to appreciate them, and of course their tremendous loved ones who support them so much. For me as whip, I know we all struggle with trying to support the Speaker in providing as much decorum as possible. I know that I've had many challenges, both in my party and outside of my party, trying to figure out how to do that. So I will continue to work with my party, as I have since 2019 when I became the whip, to make sure that if they do heckle, that they don't make personal attacks. And if they do heckle, I have chats with them as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's clear that the speakership is something that's, very difficult work. And the proof of that is that the Speaker must end participation in caucuses, but he also has to abandon his party membership according to the standing orders. I'm not certain about that, but I understand that to be the case as well. And the member made some interesting proposals in terms of the function, but here we have a case that is immediate and must be dealt with. A study was done, but there are facts now that have come out that we did not know when the study was done. Does my colleague not find it peculiar that the Speaker didn't think that it was a good idea to declare those facts when he was already in hot water by previous facts?
The Honourable for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for that question. And I think all of this is peculiar, to be quite honest. This is a very trying time for us, and it's a very internal process, but it's very legitimate because we have to make sure that as we do our work that we have people who are in certain roles that provide a good context for us to move forward. So what I would say is, again, I still see that personal attack that's happening. It's not that I agree with the behavior. That's not what I'm saying at all in my speech and in my time here. What I'm saying is we have proof that other speakers in the role have done similar activities. So, this member is asking me, well, shouldn't he have said this or that? Well, if other speakers at different times have done the same thing that he was doing, then why would he think that that was something he had to confess? That is the problem. The process is the problem. It's not the person. Doesn't mean I agree with the person. It means that we have to do better in this place to have rules or clarity or a process of training for new speakers. I'm not sure what the answer is. That's really up to the committee if it chooses to make that study. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Gentleman for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend from North Island, Powell River. I know this is difficult for all of us. I want to reflect on how the Green Party handled the previous controversy, which we found egregious, and the honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming was in the wrong, accepted responsibility and stepped down. We're the only party in this place that did not call for his resignation. It was difficult. We saw and I hugely respect the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby, and I remember sort of the intake of breath and the shock when I heard him say, we think the honourable speaker must resign. I think it's a very dangerous thing, and it gets worse, and I'll take the point from the honourable member for North Island Powell River, that it gets worse not just when it's personal, when it becomes partisan. It's very difficult in this place to say we've gotten over any sense of partisanship. I go back to Lucien Lamoureux. He was the only speaker in this place who once, and of course in those days you weren't elected as a speaker, this is back in the 1960s, he chose to leave his caucus while serving as speaker. That's not uncommon. But he chose to run for re-election in his riding as an independent. Two major parties stood down so he could do that. Strangely enough, it was the NDP that ran against him. When he ran for re-election the second time as speaker, he still ran as an independent. Nobody stepped down, and he still won. But unless we are prepared to make those kinds of concessions that no one ever runs again as other than an independent, we'll always have the risk of partisanship. And if it becomes...
I'm sorry, I just want to... I've been giving the honourable member a signal. The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the question from the member. And I think this is the important debate that does need to happen, because we do have to find a space where we're outside of partisanship, where we think from all party perspective as a place that needs to function, how do we do this in the best way moving forward? And it is hard. It is hard to step out of partisanship. And what I would hope is that as parties, we all think very carefully about who we send to certain committees when we're having those kind of debates, because we would like them to be as nonpartisan as partisan as possible, so that we can actually have a meaningful debate and create rules that fit for all of us. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the honourable for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I also want to thank the healthcare workers that supported her through her difficult journey last month. And Madam Speaker, she talked about where this debate should take place. We know Proc's been seized with this issue. Here we are, another concurrence motion. I'm not saying that this isn't an important issue, but I'm wondering where that debate should take place. We've had concurrence motions before Christmas. I've been trying to table a petition in support of volunteer firefighters and search and rescue since early December, Madam Speaker, and the House has been seized with concurrent motions. We haven't been able to table an e-petition that's been signed by over 16,000 people from rural Canada that cite that this is important. So are we going to get to that business, and how are we going to get there? Thank you.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River, a brief answer, please.
Well, Madam Speaker, I hope we do get to petitions today. It would certainly be timely, but we have seen a lot of concurrence motions, and I think it is important for us to reflect on the purpose of them and if they're actually helping us help Canadians. And at the end of the day, I know for myself and for my NTP colleagues, we really want to make life better for Canadians, so I hope we can all find a space to do that here. Thank you.
Before I go to the next speaker, I just want to indicate that the honourable member's motion, the honourable member for Perth Wellington's motion, which was seconded by the member from Banff Airdrie, is in order. So resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I'll start off by saying that I find that the character assassination of the Speaker of the House of Commons by the Conservatives and the Bloc is extremely troubling. And the reason why I say that, Madam Speaker, is because unlike a politician who is assigned to a political party, who actively participates in a political party, the Speaker of the House of Commons, quite honestly, doesn't have the ability to give their side of this story. The Speaker of the House of Commons has to remain neutral even in the time that there is an attempt to assassinate his character, which is exactly what's going on. And I find it extremely troubling that once again, we thought we had dealt with this matter in the fall, that the Bloc and the Conservatives, for their own reasons, which I'll mention shortly, are just absolutely insistent that they do whatever they can to destroy the reputation of the Speaker of the House of Commons. And they have their motives, and I'll get to what I think that those are in a second. But you know what the Speaker did, Madam Speaker, when he recognized that he made a mistake? The Speaker came before the House, he apologized to the House, he accepted that what he did was wrong, and he left it at that, because quite frankly, that's all he can do. You know, I learned a lesson very early on in my municipal political career, Madam Speaker, and the lesson was, you do not attack the staff. You do not attack the people that support you, the people that are there to give you advice, the people that are there to give you opinions, because they don't have the vehicle to defend themselves. They don't have the ability, they don't have the voice that a sitting member has to defend themselves. It's the same reason why we don't attack the table officers. Now, I regret to say that I've seen that happen in this House, where they're being shouted at, but we don't go after them because they don't have an ability to defend themselves. That's right. And when we elect a Speaker, we ask the Speaker to be as impartial as the table officers. So the Speaker, right now, has to be subjected to all of this and does not have an opportunity to give their side of the story. But you know what he did do? He did apologize. Do you know what another Speaker did when he was basically being accused of the same thing, or being accused of being partisan? He said this, and I know you already know which Speaker it was. It was the member from Regina Capel on September the 24th, 2014. He said, another of our time-honored traditions is that the respect of the officer of the Speaker. O'Brien and Bosk at page 313 state that, quote, reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, an allegation of bias, for example, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly, end quote. That's how the member of Regina Capel dealt with similar accusations. Threats of breaches of his parliamentary privilege. That's not what we see from the current Speaker. The current Speaker accepted his fault, apologized for his fault, and asked forgiveness. Now, the Bloc is going to tell you now, as they've been saying today, they've been saying, we just want to say this in a real calm fashion. We just want to calmly say that, you know, we want a full investigation into this, to look into this new information. You know, how are we being so unreasonable? The Bloc want to paint this picture, Madam Speaker, as though they just showed up on the scene and are being the arbiters of good versus evil, of partisan versus nonpartisan. Let's not forget that it was the Bloc Québécois on day number 1, before the issue went to Proc, before anybody had an opportunity to even discuss this matter, the Bloc was calling for the Speaker's resignation. As a matter of fact, I remember it vividly. The member from Regina Capel came out here to stand on a point of order. I'm pretty sure he thought it was going to end at that the Speaker had made this error. Then the Bloc Québécois got up and demanded the Speaker resign. Not to be outdone, the member from Regina Capel sprints back into the House, stands up and says, I too call for his resignation. The Bloc Québécois has been leading this charge from day 1. They sat there through committee, they've had the debates in this House, and now they're here. And why are they doing it? Why are they doing it, Madam Speaker?
They're doing it for political opportunity. They're doing it for the same exact reason why the Conservatives have jumped on the same bandwagon. They see opportunity in Quebec to take Liberal seats by showing that there is chaos within the Liberal Party. That's their sole reason. Everybody knows it. It's as clear as day, and it's very, very obvious. The Conservatives just don't want to be outdone by the Bloc. They're fighting for those seats too. So they're pulling the same moves, trying to trump up and over-exaggerate allegations. I represent the riding that Peter Milliken once represented. I knew Peter Milliken in my time when I was a city councillor, in my time before that. I am very aware of what the longest-serving Speaker of the House of Commons did in our riding and perhaps the one or two neighboring ridings, what he deemed to be acceptable, what he didn't. And as a matter of fact, there's a CTV article here that talks about this from August the 25th of 2015, ironically written by Jordan Press when he was with the Canadian Press, a Queen's grad I'll mention, and a former reporter of the Whig Standard. But listen to what Peter Milliken, he said that Peter Milliken had to say in that. Peter Milliken, the longest-serving speaker in Canadian history, didn't attend the Liberal Party's weekly caucus meetings, nor did he go to party conventions. During elections, he didn't attend any events where Liberal leaders stumped for votes, believing it would be inappropriate to be in attendance. Milliken said that the trick to campaigning as Speaker is to avoid taking stands on federal policy issues. You can say what your party's position is on a particular topic, but you don't express a position on a topic on which the party hasn't taken a stand. The same rule doesn't apply to local issues, only national ones, he said. Milliken also said that he said that he avoided attending any events where the Liberal leader was stumping for votes, believing it was inappropriate given how he tried to keep a firewall between him and the party. The member from Regina Capel, obviously they use his real name in here, however, opted to attend Harper's event at a farm outside Regina where many of his supporters were in attendance to hear from the Conservative leader. What? So while the member from Regina Capel was the Speaker of the House of Commons, while he was threatening MPs not to challenge his nonpartisanship over the possibility of breaching his privilege, he was attending events where Stephen Harper was showing up for campaign events.
Double standard, I think.
The double standards are endless with them, and I have more examples. Here, you can go to the Regina Capel Conservative Association, backed by popular demand, cigar and scotch tasting, $175 per person, dinner and shooting. That will be held at the Regina Capel Skeet, Shoot, and Dinner event. This was not during a writ period. This was in advance of that. Now, he'll argue that away by saying, well, it was my riding, so it was okay. Member from Regina Capel has countless violations. He hired his sister-in-law, which he then had to, in the Speaker's office, by the way, which he then had to fire after the press found out about it. The member from Regina Capel shifted cash to a Tory campaign smeared in the robocall scandal. This is the same individual that then had to preside over those deliberations after that election where the robo scandal came out. It turned out that his riding was the one giving money for these robocalls into Guelph. Wow. And he presided over it. And don't dare question his impartiality, because if you do, you're breaching his privilege. He didn't waste any time making sure members knew about that, as I previously indicated. The House Speaker, referring to the member for Regina Capel, December 14th, 2011, used a firm linked to the Kotler calls. The calls that went out there to say that Erwin Kotler had resigned. The member from Regina Capel broke Parliament's rules by filming a partisan video in his office. And that wasn't even that long ago. Incredible. You know, Madam Speaker, I asked the member from Regina Capel when I thought we were going to last have this debate on the very last sitting day prior to the break. I asked him specifically. I said that I referenced a tweet that he had put out the day before. So on December the 14th, the member from Regina Capel said in a tweet, he said, in reference to what was going on with the member from Hallmeimer, the Speaker of the House of Commons, he said, it's totally unacceptable. When I was Speaker, the only fundraiser I attended was for my own riding. This is something all speakers are allowed to do because they must run under a party banner, and other parties run candidates against them. And so the next day, on December the 15th, just over a month ago, I asked him, I said, I know that yesterday the member tweeted out an explanation as to why it's okay for him to attend a political fundraiser in his own riding, and suggested that it is okay to do it in one's own riding, but not outside one's own riding. I'm wondering if the member can just expand a bit on that and inform us why it would be okay to do it in their own riding that they are the Speaker in, but not in a riding outside. And the member from Regina Capel responded to my question by saying, that's a great question. I appreciate the friendly question from the member from Kingston, because there's a very important difference, and it really does change the nature of it. Speakers have always had to run under party banners until the day comes when parties have a convention or agreement that we will not run candidates against the Speaker. The Speaker has to go into an election and has to have signs and pamphlets and organize volunteer meetings. There has never been an exception that a Speaker would cease partisan activities for the nature of their own re-election. Previous Speakers have done it for decades. In fact, the previous Speaker, the member from Nipissing-Temiskaming, made a government announcement in his own riding for government funding. Nobody objected to that because it was clear that he was communicating to his own constituents. He was talking about the work that he does as a member of Parliament and informing constituents as to the government's decision in his riding. We were aware that the former Speaker had made this announcement, but that did not offend members of Parliament because it was in his own riding. The same can be true for partisan fundraising activities. That's very important. The member from Regina Capel said to me in this House, the same can be true for partisan funding activities, and you should only be doing them in your own riding, according to him. The problem is that in 2015, the member from Regina, Wascana, who is a neighboring riding, not the member from Regina Capel, his riding, so not in the Speaker's riding, before the election, long before the election, this was in May, the writ period didn't start till August, the member from Regina Capel attended a $100 a person fundraising event because the Regina Wascana Conservative EDA is pleased to invite you to participate in a networking event with the Honourable, now Leader of the Opposition, Member of Parliament for Nepean Carleton on Tuesday, May 19th at 6:30 p.m. This event is taking place in a member's home and therefore space is very limited. We fully expect this event to sell out. Tickets are $100. Posted on May the 21st, days later, Madam Speaker, is a picture that has the member from Regina Capel, the member from Regina Wascana, and the now Leader of the Opposition standing next to each other, and the member from Regina Wascana had a caption under that picture that read, on Tuesday evening, I was joined by the Honourable Member from Regina Capel and the Honourable Member from Carleton at the Wine and Cheese event hosted by the Regina Wascana Conservative Party EDA. It was a great night of discussion and fellowship. Wow. So you have the Conservatives that are trying to use this, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, for nothing more than political chaos, political gain. Member from Regina Capel knows full well of the countless violations that his standard would have applied to him when he was a Speaker, but for some reason, there's absolutely no shame in his approach when he makes the demands that he's making on the current Speaker of the House, who, by the way, as I started off my speech, acknowledged his error and apologized and asked for forgiveness. Now, I told you how the member from Regina Capel dealt with similar scenarios. He threatened parliamentary privilege upon people if they continued to challenge his potential bias nature while sitting in that chair. What message are we sending to people? What message does this send to our children? You know, if you apologize and you ask forgiveness, you're going to get doubled down on by the Conservatives and the Bloc. They're going to go after you even harder. They see you as weak now. They see you as a political target. They see you as somebody that they can exploit you for political gain. And that's all that's happening. That's what's happened with this issue from the beginning. It's how it started with the Bloc outdoing the Conservatives. It's how this was completely conducted in Proc. It's how this is being conducted now. There's just absolutely no sense of being able to rectify with the fact that somebody has made an apology, somebody has said that they will attempt to do better, and that somebody owns up to their mistakes, which is exactly what we're seeing. Instead, we hear from the Bloc who are now saying, oh, well, new information came to light because the member from the speaker was at a provincial Liberal volunteer event. You know, I listened with interest when the Bloc spoke earlier because two fallacies they kept repeating was they've referred to it as a fundraiser. It wasn't. And it was a volunteer appreciation event. And they said it set a precedent. It certainly doesn't set a precedent. The only thing that has set a precedent with respect to this issue is the manner in which the Bloc and the Conservatives are treating it. Because the precedent has been set. The precedent was set most likely long before the member from Regina Capel, but it certainly was a precedent that he upheld because he continued to act in a manner that he now deems as being completely inappropriate. The precedent was set, and so the Bloc want you to believe that, oh, well, if we set this precedent now, it changes everything going into the future. I got news for the Bloc. This is not precedent setting.
That's right.
So, just so we're absolutely clear on this issue, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois takes great exception, suddenly, to the Speaker going to a volunteer appreciation event at an Ontario Liberal event, so not even, I don't know how it works in Quebec, maybe the Bloc Québécois federally and their provincial counterparts all get together, but I can tell you in Ontario, the Ontario Liberals and the federal Liberals are two completely separate entities. We see each other at Christmas time in my riding anyhow and say hello and shake hands, but in any event, that really offends the Bloc that the Speaker went to a provincial riding association volunteer appreciation event, but somehow the member from Regina Capel going to a $100 a person fundraiser at the equivalent federal level riding association next door to his, where he had to pay money to go there, is somehow a non-issue. Don't worry about it. It was happened so long ago, it doesn't even matter, I guess, anymore. No, that's not what this is about. It's not about them, it's not about the Bloc comparing the member from Regina Capel to the Speaker now. It's not about the Bloc Québécois comparing the Speaker now to any other Speaker. It's about a character assassination of the Bloc Québécois. That's what this is. They want to stir up political turmoil, and they're seizing their opportunity, and that's all that this is.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The latest accusations are ridiculous. The Bloc's whip, who presented the question, did so in all due respect. It wasn't personal at all. It was a question of confidence, Madam Speaker. And that is what the member for Kingston and the Islands doesn't seem to understand or doesn't want to. I think it's the latter. And yes, we asked for him to resign because confidence was undermined. This person must be impartial, and this is essential for the democratic institution we're working in. We can accuse the Bloc of many things in this federal parliament, but they can never accuse us of not respecting institutions, Madam Speaker. It's in this spirit of defense that this procedure was requested, and since confidence has been undermined, we did participate in the study in good faith. We were not satisfied, as we said. We did table a dissenting report, and we learned other facts after the fact that we should have learned during the study. Not only is it not complete, it's nothing personal. The study is not complete. We have to end it, and like my NDP colleagues are proposing, we need to clarify the rules so it doesn't happen again. And saying that someone else did this does not solve the problem. If a police officer gives me a ticket and I say someone else did it, they'll still give me a ticket. We have to stop going around in circles.
Deputy House Leader.
I don't even know if the member from the Bloc knows what we're debating right now, Madam Speaker, because what he just said that the NDP are asking for is in the concurrence motion. It's in the motion. We're going to vote in favor of it. I voted in favor of it at Proc. I'm fully aware of the concurrence motion. It's in the motion that we actually ask that we set up standards for the Speaker. That's exactly what's in there. The member suggests that the Bloc came here all good intentioned and in a nice calm way. The whip from the Bloc said, you know, we really think we should. Listen, that would hold a lot more water, Madam Speaker, if the Bloc had not been hell-bent on demanding the resignation of the Speaker. From the first opportunity that they sniffed a little blood, they started circling around like a group of sharks looking to pounce on the Speaker. That's all that happened, Madam Speaker. This member knows it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Before I begin, I want to recognize a constituent who passed away during the break, and his name was John Nitz. And I owe a debt of gratitude to John because when I was a brand new lawyer, opening up my own firm, he gave me my first set of robes, which are, for any lawyer out there knows, are quite expensive. My deepest condolences to his family, and may perpetual light shine upon him. My question for my honourable colleague is this, Madam Speaker. I've seen the member make a big deal out of small things, make a big deal out of some things bigger than others. I wonder, if the shoe was on the other foot, if this was a Conservative Speaker, would he not be similarly calling for the resignation? Because, you know, history does tend to repeat itself, so I'm wondering whether he does believe this, and would he be in the same position? Thank you.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I grew up in my riding with the Speaker of the House of Commons being somebody that I saw all the time. I'm aware of what the Speaker of the House of Commons does in their riding and in their region. I think that that's a fair question to ask on any other issue, because quite often, sometimes I do say to myself, how would I actually act if I was on the other side of this? I have, believe it or not, I do have the ability to self-reflect from time to time. But I will, but I will say, on this issue, I'm very confident in my position on it, because I watched Peter Milliken literally growing up since I was in high school. I watched him as the Speaker, as a member of Parliament, as a Speaker of the House of Commons. I saw what he did. I saw how he engaged, and I saw what his role was like in this House. And I believe that I am on the right side of this.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I think my colleague talked a little bit earlier about the member from Regina Capel, who also was a Speaker, broke the rules, and now, Madam Speaker, he comes forward in the House, and this is the height of hypocrisy. And my colleague from Hamilton cited that earlier as he moved a motion at Ethics Committee to have the member from Regina Capel to come and testify at committee, Madam Speaker, because that member, Madam Speaker, also broke the rules, not only when he was Speaker, but he broke the rules when he was a member of Parliament, using parliamentary resources to support his colleague or his candidate from Oxford in a partisan way. And I guess my comment through you, Madam Speaker, is first, if the member from Regina Capel is calling for the resignation of the Speaker, should he also then resign if the Speaker should resign? I guess that would be the question to him. And does he support this report, the three items that we've identified in that report? Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston, the honourable deputy House Leader, government deputy House Leader.
Yes, I support the report. I did at committee along with the NDP, and I certainly support it here. I think that there are some good recommendations in here, because who would want to be Speaker now? Honestly, who would want to sit in that chair now, knowing that you can't defend yourself when accusations are brought against you? The most you can do is say, well, I'm sorry. And if you do that, by the way, you should expect to be looked at and perceived as being weak while people just pounce on you looking for even more blood to extract from you, Madam Speaker. So, I mean, I certainly, you know, I think that we're in a really interesting position right now. I think that it's important that we define what those rules are. So I certainly support the motion, and I really apologize to the member. I forget the first half of his question.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can just comment in regards to the fact that we're having yet a concurrence report. And we've had this debate for hours back in December. It went to committee, it was studied, we got the recommendations, majority support the recommendations. Today, I look at my constituents, and I think what they want us to be talking about in the House is the reality of what's happening in our communities across this land. Issues such as inflation, affordability, the need for investments, the type of things that government is doing to support Canadians. And that's actually what we were supposed to be debating today, the fall economic statement. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on that.
Deputy Government House Leader.
Well, by using similar tactics, the Conservatives didn't let us vote on the last fall economic statement until June of 2023. It was almost summer by the time they finally let us vote on it. And so when we're wondering why we haven't passed the fall economic statement, and when Conservatives get up to rhetorically wonder why that is in March, April, May, I hope they remember this moment, and undoubtedly, Madam Speaker, so many more moments like this to follow, because it's just become a procedural tactic now being utilized by the Bloc Québécois also. Yes, there were very important things in the fall economic statement, things that actually mean something to people and can significantly change people's lives. But rather than actually help people, because that's why we're here, Conservatives and the Bloc would rather just create controversy and turmoil, sometimes where it doesn't even exist, because it will slow things down. Their priorities don't lie with Canadians. Their priorities lie with their political futures.
The
Honourable Member of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Brief question. What we heard earlier was really fascinating. What's fascinating is to hear a member who has not listened to the speech by the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, and yet he's spouting off, and he just said he doesn't like it when we scrutinize these things too closely. But this is democracy. It's parliamentarianism. He's not listening, so maybe he shouldn't say anything. Maybe he should put his criticism to the side and do away with his partisanship. Because something was done before by the Conservatives, we can't wash our hands of it. What is it he's on about?
Government House Leader.
The member should review Hansard, because in the exact same question that he told me I didn't listen, he also said that I said I didn't like it. Well, I had to have listened to it if I was going to make the comment. I'm sorry that the member doesn't like the fact that I disagree with him, because I do disagree with him. And I disagree with the intentions that he sets out. I disagree with the intentions of his whip. I disagree with the intentions of the Bloc on this. I think that they're motivated not by replacing the Speaker because they think that it's the right quote-unquote thing to do. I think they're motivated for political reasons only.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the House today. And before I get to the subject at hand, I do want to acknowledge a tragic anniversary today. Today is the 7-year anniversary of the Quebec mosque shooting, a horrible act of Islamophobic violence in our country, and I want to extend my condolences to the families, the members of that community who are still dealing with the pain of that, and also to all of those throughout the country who have been profoundly affected by this event, and those who are deeply concerned about Islamophobia today. I had many conversations today with members of the Muslim community about the challenge of present Islamophobia and some of the escalating tension and division we're seeing in our society. Madam Speaker, in the course of those conversations, I had an opportunity to reflect a little bit about the importance of integrity. When we're looking at difficult issues that may be contentious within or between different communities, what people are looking for from their politicians is integrity. That is, to be a fully integrated person, to be the same consistent person, regardless of where you are, regardless of what group you're speaking to. And it's very important for us in the Conservative Party that we act with integrity. So if we're speaking to one group and delivering a message in that group, and then we're speaking to another group, perhaps with a different perspective, that we nonetheless deliver the same message, that we stand for the same things, that we believe the same things, that we are the same things, regardless of who we're with or who we're talking to. That we don't change who we are or how we describe our convictions or what we say our policies are, depending on who we're talking to, but that we are leaders with integrity. And I think some of the frustrations, and one of the things that's really driving some of the tension and the confusion around this government's position is that on some of the critical issues facing our country and the world, that we see very clearly an absence of integrity. We have a government that on certain issues, their strategy is to say different things to different groups of Canadians, trying to sell them the message that they want to hear. So reflecting on this issue of what integrity means and why it is so important is what brings us to this discussion today, a discussion about an action taken by the Speaker. Now, we are at the following a decision of the bloc to move this motion. We are debating a concurrent motion on a report of PROC, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, that deals with the conduct of the Speaker. It responds to a series of incidents involving the Speaker acting in a partisan way that is contrary to what is appropriate to the office. And the largest incident, the most prominent incident, was that a video was recorded of the Speaker wearing the Speaker's robes in the Speaker's chamber, speaking in a partisan fashion and identifying himself with a political party. And when he was caught for doing that, he provided an explanation, I think a challenging explanation, and then subsequently there have been other points or revelations that have been brought up of the Speaker acting in a partisan way. And I think what we would expect from the Speaker, what we need from the Speaker, is to have confidence that there is a consistency, an integrity in his or her, as the case may be, presentation, that if they are, as they are, in a role that requires nonpartisanship, that they would be consistent in demonstrating that nonpartisanship, again, regardless of what room they're in, regardless of who's in the room, that the Speaker would act with that kind of consistency. And it is clear that this particular Speaker comes to the position with a history of partisan activity, but we would have expected that be put aside when he took on that role, and that has not happened. This led members of this House, close to a majority but not quite, to take the position that we needed to have a new Speaker. The reason the committee in the end did not recommend a new speaker is because, ironically, the committee divided along partisan lines. And when you have the governing coalition of New Democrats and Liberals saying we endorse the Speaker continuing in their role, a role that has included the Speaker acting in a partisan way, and then you have the opposition parties, the two real opposition parties, saying that they don't have confidence in the Speaker, that underlines the problem. When the Speaker's position is a point of partisan cleavage, that illustrates the problem that the Speaker is not, in fact, able any longer to identify as a nonpartisan representative of the whole House. But in a way, the Liberals taking the position that they did is not particularly surprising. You have a Speaker in his robes speaking at a Liberal Party event, being then supported by the Liberal Party in continuing in his position. You know, I obviously there was a problem at the end with the last speaker, but I'll give the last speaker credit for making a very important ruling that went against what the government wanted and that protected the prerogatives of this House right before the last election. The previous speaker, I think, demonstrated integrity in that ruling by applying the precedent and defending the prerogatives of the House, even when the government likely didn't want him to. So after his resignation, when he took the fall for something that I think the government itself bears a substantial amount of responsibility for, a speaker came in who had a history of much more partisan positioning, and the partisan Liberals have supported the continuation of a speaker who engaged in partisan Liberal activity while in his office. And this is unfortunate and isn't defensible from a view to grand principle, but it is understandable based on past behavior of this party. What is perplexing is what the NDP have in mind. What the NDP have in mind, not just in this case, Madam Speaker, but across the board, we have seen how the New Democratic Party is defending and protecting the Liberals from scandal prosecution. Why would this coalition partner of the government be so eager to always provide cover for a scandal-plagued Liberal Party? And, Madam Speaker, that is a question that is harder to explain. The NDP have for a long time now been supporting Liberal cover-ups, supporting the adjournment of committee meetings, looking into scandals, preventing questions of privilege from proceeding to the House when the privileges of committees have been violated in terms of their requests for documents. We have seen time and again how when Conservatives have tried to probe Liberal scandals, Liberals have been able to rely on their cover-up coalition cousins in the corner to block these investigations. And we saw this again in this particular case with the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've been talking about integrity, about saying the same thing regardless of where you are, about presenting yourself in a consistent fashion in different environments. Now, far from this vision of integrity, the NDP have themselves twisted up into knots because they want to now, for electoral reasons, be seen to be challenging the government. They want to talk tough on the government. And you heard the NDP leader's question today, trying to sound very tough, saying, why hasn't this government done more on homelessness? Well, Madam Speaker, he has an opportunity to oppose this government, to express his non-confidence in the government, if he doesn't have confidence in how they've handled the homelessness challenge or other problems facing our country. We gave the NDP leader hundreds of opportunities in the fall to express his lack of confidence in the government if he was so willing, but he wasn't. He wasn't. The NDP are increasingly trying to perform in a tough way, while on every occasion where it counts, providing a blank check to the Liberal government, helping to cover up their corruption, supporting their confidence and supply measures while they persist in showing flagrant disregard for the concerns of Canadians. So they bring forward motions at committee asking the government to do things that they did not include in their confidence and supply agreement with the government. They say the situation is unacceptable, and yet they continue to preserve the status quo through their blank check coalition with these Liberals. And most critically, when it comes to the issue we're discussing today, issues of scandal, issues of corruption, the NDP are consistently standing with the Liberals in helping them do those cover-ups. Madam Speaker, I invite the member across the way to heckle a little louder, and I'll respond, because I can't quite.
I remind members, if they have an opportunity, if they have questions and comments, to wait for the order. I want to remind members, if they have questions and comments, that they should wait till the appropriate time to do that. The honourable member, Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to hear from the member for.
I'm sorry, the honourable member is not in his seat, so. Unless he wants to be recognized, he has to be in his seat. The honourable member for point of order. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm always happy to debate my colleague from Sherwood Park, and I'd wish that he had given an opportunity I can actually respond to some of these accusations he's made. But I understand that decency is.
Point of order is because he's going into debate. Again, that's not a point of order, and I just want to remind members they might want to look at the standing orders to see what a point of order it really is and what it's not. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to see my friend from Edmonton-Griesbach here. I enjoyed debating with him. I also enjoyed door knocking in his riding. It's a riding that I think is very enthusiastic about the Conservative message, and a riding that didn't think they were voting to keep this Prime Minister as Prime Minister. When New Democrats campaign in Alberta, they rarely admit how close they are with the current Prime Minister. They rarely admit how complicit they are in covering up corruption with their Liberal partners. But the realities, Madam Speaker, are very clear. And in this vein, I think it is important to underline for the House what has happened in the Arrive scam scandal and how the NDP are continuing to facilitate this government's efforts to avoid accountability. Now, we have a situation where two senior public servants have given very frank testimony at the Government Operations Committee. On November the 7th, we received very frank testimony from two senior public servants. And immediately after that, less than 3 weeks, they both received letters saying that they were the subject of investigations for inappropriate behavior. Those investigations have not been concluded, and yet these senior public servants have now been suspended from their jobs without pay. So you have two public officials come give critical, frank testimony about what happened with the Arrive scam scandal, and then they are suspended without pay within months after that testimony. So in response to this, I raised a question of privilege in the committee. I said parliamentary committees need to be able to hear from public servants and from others without those witnesses or potential witnesses fearing that they will face reprisals as a result of their testimony. When we call and insist on a public servant coming before the committee, that person has an obligation to come to that committee, and they have an obligation to tell the truth as they see it. And when we have a situation in which public servants come to committee, tell the truth as they see it, and then are subject to professional reprisals, very, very rare extreme forms of reprisal, that undermines the privileges of Parliament, the ability of Parliament to be able to ask frank questions and get frank answers. It's notable that some of the most explosive testimony from these individuals, it wasn't part of their opening remarks. It wasn't stuff that they necessarily came planning to say, but they were asked frank, direct questions, and they provided answers to those questions. So I asked a question period today. Can the government explain why there are reprisals being levied against people immediately after their presentations at committee? What is the government trying to hide with respect to the Arrive scam scandal? And we saw this explosive report from the Office of the Procurement Ombudsman just came out. This new report from a critical watchdog finds that 76% of the contractors did no work.
Government House Leader?
Really stretching
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member is really stretching the relevancy issue here. Maybe he could just make some reference to what the debate is all about would be very helpful, I would think. He's off on something completely off base.
So I do want to remind members that when MPs are doing their speeches, they do have a bit of latitude, but I also want to make sure that members are aware that they should be speaking to the motion that is before the House, and I'm sure that the honourable member is linking that together. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The irony of these points of order interruptions, by the way, just from a procedural perspective, is that there is limited time for this debate, and the more points of order we have, the less time will be available for questions and comments. So I welcome the opportunity for debate. If members don't interrupt on points of order, there will be more time after my speech for us to have an actual debate in the proper format. Madam Speaker, now. The point, though, the point of highlighting what happened in Arrive scam, the point of talking about how 76.
Again, I would prefer if members, when they rise on points of order, if they can maybe tell me which point of order that they are referring to, which standing order. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, we're talking about relevance. Madam Speaker, he's deep into OGO and Arrive can. What's relevant, that's relevant to this debate, is it's a gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. That's what exactly is happening here, Madam Speaker. And he's going through the list of gotchas instead of talking about the relevant debate that's happening here in the House.
Again, I want to remind members that there is that latitude. The honourable member is just getting back into his speech from a previous point of order. I do want to remind members again, or the honourable member, that if he can make reference to the motion and specific points within that motion, that will help his ability to not be interrupted with points of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from the NDP says that this is just a gotcha. Well, the NDP is really got here, I've got to say, and that's why they're objecting, I think, because what I'm talking about, what I've been talking about for some time, is how this issue with the Speaker, as well as the issue with the Arrive can, as well as the investigation we wanted to do on the Prime Minister's vacation, are all examples of the NDP choosing to cover for their coalition partners in the Liberals. The NDP could have done the right thing and joined with the opposition in standing for integrity in the Speaker's office and consistency in the Speaker's office. They could have joined with us in demanding accountability for those who were trying to penalize those that spoke out.
it's not time for questions and comments yet. I want to ask members to please wait until it's questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan is the one that has the floor. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know members have been missing me over the Christmas break, so it's good. It's good to see everyone back. It's good to be restored to my friends here in the chamber, and it's sad in a way because many of them will not be here after the next election. So we should spend as much time together in fruitful, substantial debate as possible, Madam Speaker. But the point is, and in the time I have left, Madam Speaker, we have a concurrence report here regarding the actions of the Speaker. And it should have been a clear case that after repeated instances of partisan activity by the Speaker, including an incident involving being in the Speaker's office, wearing the Speaker's robes and so forth, it should have been clear that the Speaker could not continue with the conference of the full House. But the governing coalition, backstopped by the NDP, made a choice to defend scandalous behavior. And the NDP is tied up in knots consistently because they want to be tough. They want to challenge the government. They want to be in the opposition and in the government at the same time. But Canadians can see the hypocrisy. They can see how every time there's an important vote or every time Liberals are under investigation, which is a lot these days, every time their friends in the NDP will back them up. Madam Speaker, what we are calling for is a restoration of integrity in politics, where people do the things they say and where they're consistent in what they say regardless of where they are or who they're talking to. Where politicians don't take on an office and then do things that are contrary to the requirements of that office. Where politicians don't attack the government on the one hand and then provide them with a blank check on the other hand. This is fundamentally what this debate is about. And I challenge the NDP in particular. You know, Liberals are going to act in a scandalous way, but the NDP should stop covering for them. What I said when this coalition deal came about is that we were at risk of getting the worst of both worlds. NDP economics and Liberal corruption. And Madam Speaker, that's what we've got. Radical left-wing NDP economics with typical same old Liberal corruption.
It being 7:02, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the amendment. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. de Bellefeuille, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14th, 2023, be concurred in. Amendment.
By Mr. Brassard, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 55th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, presented on Thursday, December 14th, 2023, be not concurred in, but that it be referred back to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with instruction that it amends the same so as to recommend that the Speaker tender his resignation in light of additional examples subsequently coming to light of his partisanship and poor judgment, including asking a former Liberal Member of Parliament to write an opinion column condemning the official opposition, as well as attending a Quebec Liberal Writing Association's cocktail reception for partisan supporters where donations were solicited.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be passed or passed on division, or if a member of a recognized party, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Madam Speaker, I call for a recorded division.
Okay. Conformément à l'article 40.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, January 30th, 2024, at the end of the time provided for oral questions.
The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motion. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
It is with a great honor for me to table e-petition 4594 that was signed by 16,724 people from coast to coast to coast in support of Canada's volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers, Madam Speaker. They're asking the government to increase the tax credit from $3,000 to $10,000, Madam Speaker, to help with recruitment, to help deal with the cost of inflation, but most importantly, Madam Speaker, to let them know that they are valued, Madam Speaker. And these volunteers put their lives on the risk, Madam Speaker, and they work out to about $450 a year with this tax credit. It would be increased to just over $1,200, Madam Speaker. And they only do, this is based on a fact of doing 200 plus volunteer hours a year. Madam Speaker, I hope everyone in this House of Commons will join these e-petitioners in support of that, and I hope the government will acknowledge it in the upcoming budget. And Madam Speaker, I do have 91 certified petitions for any member in this House if they would like one and they want to table it in support of the volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers of this great country. Thank you.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I present a petition whereas employment insurance, maternity, and parental benefits provide parents with critical financial support while they care for and bond with their new child. Having a parent at home longer is a critical first year of a child's life, or placement within a family better supports healthy attachment and the well-being of the child. Adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current EI system. All parents are deserving of equal access to parental leave benefits. Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leave for adoptive and intended parents. The Speaker of the House of Commons has ruled that the passage of Bill C-318 requires a royal recommendation. We, the undecided citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to support adoptive and intended parents by providing a royal recommendation for Bill C-318. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 7:07 p.m., the House will now proceed to orders of the day. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Resuming consideration of the motion to concur in the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, merger of Royal Bank of Canada and HSBC Bank Canada, saying the name of Mr. Bush.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's quite unusual to be here tonight debating the takeover of RBC, taking over HSBC, because it already happened. We were in debate of this important motion in December, and there was an adjourning of the debate made by the NDP, of all people, that supported the Liberal government. And lo and behold, during the Christmas break, the Finance Minister approved the merger of RBC, buying the #1 Bank of Canada, buying the #7th Bank of Canada. It's 800,000 mortgage holders in one big gulp. And the result is going to be a disaster for Canadians. And why, Madam Speaker? Well, we have a monopoly problem in Canada. Canadians pay the highest fees in the world for cell phones. The #1, the largest cell phone bills on the entire planet. 2 airlines control 80% of all the airline business in Canada. 5 grocery stores, 3 Canadian and 2 American, control 87% of groceries, but also the wholesale for groceries. Insurance companies are dominating with oligopolies in Canada. Beer, it's a travesty that 85% of Canadian beer is owned by 2 companies, and none of them are Canadian. And banks, Madam Speaker, 6 banks control 87% of the mortgage market. But when HSBC is bought by RBC, that means that 5 banks will control 90% of all Canadian mortgages. The government, in a lackluster Competition Act, protects monopolies and oligopolies, and we have a monopoly problem. We have an overregulated government industry that protects them. You know, our banks are an oligopoly, a word invented in 1930 that literally comes from the word oligarch, because it means a few sellers. And it stays true to its names, a few sellers, because it only benefits a few. It's stock owners and the government, but not consumers. Our monopoly problem means that consumers lose. Higher fees, less choice, higher mortgage rates, lower investment, lower productivity, fewer startups. But more importantly, really bad service and lower wages and low wealth inequality. And Madam Speaker, the NDP may want to listen to this, because monopolies and oligopolies result
there seems to be some conversations going on at the other end, and it is disturbing the speakers in the House. I do want to ask members, including the minister, to please step out and have the conversation out there. The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, the members might want to listen to this, because, you know, we are at the worst housing crisis in the history of this country right now, and the worst housing bubble in the whole world. In 8 years, rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled, the amount needed for a down payment has doubled. 66 of average Canadian income is needed now to pay for a mortgage payment. Down payment in Toronto is average $220,000, and in Vancouver it's $237,000, and it takes 25 years to save up for a down payment, when it used to be 25 years to pay off a mortgage. Tent cities are popping up all over Canada, in major cities, but also in rural cities, like my hometown of Belleville, Ontario. In 2015, the Prime Minister made an election promise to expand the Learn to Camp program, which, when it was elected, was meant to help Canadians camp, but Canadians didn't have in mind that they aren't camping in the wilderness for fun, but they're camping on public land just to survive. And this is a distinct Canadian problem. Canadian housing prices are 45 to 75% higher than our American counterparts. A lot of times in border cities, the prices are 100% higher. Canada built fewer homes than it did in 1972, 50 years ago. And when it comes to HSBC, it was a competitor. Most importantly, it was a competitor in the areas of Vancouver and Toronto. It held 10% of Vancouver's mortgage book and 5% of Toronto. In those areas that are some of the most expensive and unaffordable in all in Canada. When it provided rates, and we talk about a scrappy competitor, HSBC, a month and a half ago, provided 5-year variable mortgage fixed rates at 6.4%. And you compare that to RBC at 7.15, meaning that HSBC gave a family that had $500,000 mortgage, and good luck in Vancouver having $500,000 mortgage, that family would have saved $312 a month. And when you look at the number one bank, RBC, with $1 trillion in assets under management and total assets of $2 trillion, buying the number 7 bank, HSBC, at $120 billion in assets and 800,000 mortgage customers, we took that competitor out of the market and we only gave it to the largest bank, making that oligopoly and that monopoly larger. And there was a fail-safe, Madam Speaker. The regulator, although the Competition Act failed to protect consumers, was that the minister, the regulator, could have rejected this deal on behalf of Canadians who are in the worst housing crisis this generation and this country has ever faced. But she approved the deal to protect HSBC for having to find another buyer, or at the very worst, having to have the remaining banks compete for its clients. And I say approved because, again, we had a debate scheduled in December. We passed a motion at the Finance Committee that was approved to reject the merger, have real debate, and again, the NDP shut down debate and stopped us from having the debate before, lo and behold, the merger was approved by the Finance Minister, and it's going to be going through in March. You know, the member from Elmwood Transcona for the NDP shut down debate in the House of Commons, you know, and at the end of the day, you have to look at why. Why, when we look at Vancouver and BC mortgage holders who are having a real tough time making their mortgage payments as a whole, but really trying to find a way to keep their homes, why would you approve a merger that would raise prices for those consumers? And this happens all the time with monopoly. Dozens of studies now show that every time a merger goes through, prices go up. But more importantly for the NDP, and this is the comment I have, more studies now are showing that through oligopolies and through mergers, wages are going down. Dozens of studies now document how monopolies and oligopolies are driving income inequality. An OECD study of 7 European nations found that oligopolies reduce wages an average 7% overall, but by 13% for the working class. A UK competition and market authority study published a report last week that they said there's an amounting in evidence of suppressed wages from labor market concentration or oligopolies, and wages are on average 10% lower in the most concentrated markets. Economists in the U.S. found that going from a very competitive industry to an oligopoly resulted in 15 to 25% reduction in wages for workers. So this vote in this debate to allow an oligopoly to get bigger, it wasn't just about prices, which is really important. It was about wages in a country that cannot afford any more wage erosion. You know, it's easy to see. You can go all the way back to 1776 when Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. And if those that have ever studied this, he talked about the invisible hand, that if you have many buyers and sellers, you then negotiate price, and price goes down. And when it's same thing as with wages, with the invisible hand, when you have many employers working for the same employees, with competition and that visible hand, wages go up. But when you eliminate the invisible hand, meaning we create monopolies and oligopolies, and by the invisible hand, losing those employers and concentrating that, we not only have high prices, we have low wages. And that's what the NDP supported when they adjourned this debate. You know, at the end of the day, monopolies and oligopolies are destroying the economy and the way of Canadians. And I'm going to look and talk to you, because I have that option, to talk about what happened since the minister approved this merger. HSBC had variable mortgage fixed rates at 6.4%, which was pretty low compared to RBC at 7.15. Since the merger has been approved, those rates went to 6.55%. Meaning, Madam Speaker, with a Vancouverite with a mortgage of $500,000, it just costs them $750 a year for $500,000 in mortgage. It's not hard to see. The evidence is barely a month old that approving mergers and acquisitions and concentrating our banking industry to the hands of a few hurts consumers. And we'll just only shudder to think how this is going to affect workers going forward. And Madam Speaker, it's not just one industry, as I've indicated. The banking industry is consolidated. This merger should never have gone through, but it's following another merger that is giving pains and fits to Canadians at a time when they should not be seeing increased costs. The cell phone industry and the merger between Rogers and Shaw. There was an announcement also only about 3 weeks ago where Rogers is increasing their prices by 9%. You know, the average cell phone bill for Canadians is $106. And when we compare that to Australians, Madam Speaker, they pay $30 a month. So Canadians already paying the highest cell phone bills in the world are going to have their cell phone bills increased for Rogers and Bell by $9 a month. That's 14.5%. And at the end of the day, Canadians now are going to pay 4 times what Australians pay for cell phone bills. And that's for 50 gigabytes a month, and that is for unlimited talk and text, the minimum of what Canadians are looking for just to survive. When we talk about a cell phone bill, we need it, of course, to talk to our family, friends, education, your job, your workplace, navigation, but it's also safety. Cell phones are what saved Canadians when they got alerts this summer, if they could get alerts outside of the Rogers outage, when the wildfires are ravaging across this country. You know, at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we had the RBC-HBC report from the Competition Bureau. It did state that, you know, the HSBC company was a scrappy competitor. It said that there are high barriers for other companies to get in. They talked about they had low and flexible mortgage rates. When we talk about leaders from Vancouver that say they're losing HSBC, they lose a company that donated locally to many charities and organizations. They talk about a head office that's not guaranteed to be there after 2 years or even 6 months. That's going to disappear, and that's a loss for Vancouver. But of course, you know, these things are lost when we look at what just oligopolies want, and we're not looking after Canadians. More importantly, Madam Speaker, we're losing startups. Canada has 100,000 less startups and entrepreneurs compared to 20 years ago, despite our population growing by 10 million people. And it's easy to see why. You know, we consolidate these industries, and then when we do so, we block new competitors from coming in. You know, I have a consumer-led banking bill that's coming up this Thursday that really gives an option for that instead of protecting the oligopolies, it allows many new entrepreneurs, financial tech organizations to come in and compete with banking. And it does one thing, it creates competition in banking. But in the meantime, you know, we're having the government hold that back 6 years, and yet they approved HSBC, RBC within several months. You know, the Competition Bureau knows the Competition Bureau is broken because it wrote a report on it. It says from 2000 to 2020, the concentration rose in the most concentrated industries. The top firms are less and less challenged. Fewer firms have entered industries. And you know that we're seeing profits and markups rise when again, we're seeing prices up and we're seeing wages down. Madam Speaker, nobody wins with oligopolies and monopolies. And at the end of the day, Canada only wins when we have new startups, new entrepreneurs, many industries competing for your dollar as Canadians, because that's how we drive prices down, that's how we create Canadian jobs, and that's how Canadians win. Madam Speaker, this government has failed Canada by supporting our uncompetitive monopoly problem. When you say monopoly, which is what we use interchangeably, you think of the board game. We all learned young what happens when you own all the railroads or all the utilities, or you own one block of properties. You know, if you own one block of color-coded properties, the rent doubles right away. And we've seen that exactly happening in Canada. Monopolies and oligopolies result in higher prices, less service, lower wages, and great wealth inequality, lower productivity and innovation. You know, we should be embracing competition. We should be ensuring that we create Canadian companies. We should be leading the world in IP commercialization, meaning we have companies that create great ideas that we've done in the past, and then commercializing that to create great paychecks and great wealth. But this government is intent in protecting oligopolies and monopolies and really protecting what it is, these big companies and their shareholders rather than Canadians, the stakeholders. Madam Speaker, the only answer is to push forward quickly with consumer-led banking to create competition in the banking sector. And hopefully we're going to allow some good news to Canadians and a whole lot of hurt. Madam Speaker, before I finish in my time, I want to move an amendment and that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance for further consideration. In light of the recent decision of the Minister of Finance to approve the RBC-HSBC merger, despite the Finance Committee's unanimous decision on October 23, 2023, calling for the merger to be rejected and to allow the House an opportunity to pronounce itself on this merger before the ratification process is completed. And Mr. Leroux will second it.
OK, fait qu'on ne dit pas que c'est rendu.
Question and comments?
Mr. Williams, seconded by Monsieur Leroux, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Finance for further consideration in light of the recent decision of the Minister of Finance to approve the RBC-HSBC merger, despite the Finance Committee's unanimous decision on October 23, 2023, calling for the merger to be rejected, and to allow the House an opportunity to pronounce itself on this merger before the ratification process is completed. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, in general, I agree with the member on the issue of monopolies and oligopolies. In Canada, because of the lack of competition in the banking sector and the telecom sector, as the member mentioned, we are not getting a fair deal in terms of consumers. The cost of banking is high. The cell phone cost is mentioned is also high. But importantly, the data charges, which is becoming a necessity today. No more access to internet is a luxury, it is a necessity. Things have become. So I would like to ask the member, what is that we can do to increase competition and so that the banking sector...
The Honourable Member has asked this question. We are out of time, but I will allow the Honourable Member to answer briefly.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to hear from the other side that they're seeing what's happened here as being a travesty, and I hope the member is a strong voice in his caucus to talk about this. What we need to do is increase competitors and stop the mergers. It's really important. The 3 mergers we could have stopped: RBC, HSBC, Rogers Shaw, WestJet, and Sunwing. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hope he can speak up in caucus.
It being 7:25, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and recorded divisions are deemed requested. Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to standing orders, votes will be deferred until Wednesday at the end of the period allotted for oral questions.
Resuming consideration of the motion to concur in the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, standing in the name of Mr. Lawrence.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to a really important report that was actually tabled some time ago, and I'm very pleased now that the Conservatives have found time in their very busy schedules to concur in this report, which is an important one. It relates directly, Madam Speaker, to Canada's food system. It's no secret that Canadians from coast to coast to coast right now are dealing with the reality of price sticker shock, of seeing when something they would always buy, whether that's dairy products, milk products, or the extra thing they get for their kid every time they go, the prices are increasing. Madam Speaker, this is a direct consequence of our country's inability, for the many decades leading to this report, of our inability to actually properly plan and prepare for when an emergency strikes, how it impacts our supply chains, and how Canadians can get ahead of these factors. Madam Speaker, the report is good in the sense that it directly looked at the crisis that pertained to the supply chain issues that we were experiencing due to COVID-19. But, Madam Speaker, albeit it's important that this report be understood as one to better prepare Canada, not just for a pandemic, but for in any instance that we would see a devastation to our supply chain that directly impacts the cost of goods for Canadians. Today we spoke, of course, about the importance of ensuring that we actually look at the root causes of some of this terrible price gouging we're seeing in grocery stores. It's no secret that under the cover of inflation, we've seen grocery stores directly profit from the crisis we're seeing across the country. We're seeing this kind of profiteering manifest in record-breaking profits, Madam Speaker. When we see the record-breaking profits of some of these huge mega corporations like Loblaws or Empire or Metro, we often see it is those who are most vulnerable who suffer the greatest. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, Statistics Canada was clear that 1 in 7 Canadians, which is about almost 15%, are experiencing food insecurity as of May 2020, an increase of 10.5% 2 years earlier, and albeit it's been cited, and I hope we have some kind of common goal here amongst ourselves as parliamentarians, and I hope we would see this issue as a nonpartisan one, because all of our neighbours right now are experiencing this. Whether you're a constituent of Edmonton-Griesbach, a constituent of Carleton, or a constituent of Kingston the Islands, it's true that Canadians are feeling the pinch. And they really expect us as parliamentarians to use the time that they so desperately don't have to do the work of ensuring they have what they need to get by. Albeit we did remark this day on the passing of the Honourable Ed Broadbent. And I want to make clear my condolences to the family and to all those who served with him. But I do also want to uplift a powerful message that he so often, in his time as not only a politician but also as an academic, to speak to what he always advocated for in our promise of social democracy, which was to increase the material benefit for Canadians, to ensure that no Canadian, that no matter the poverty they were to experience, that they had a place at our democratic table. That's only possible, Mr. Speaker, through the important work of ensuring that our social institutions can make possible their political will. Mr. Speaker, when we start to see poverty in our communities to the extent we're seeing it, when we see our food system in a place where during the time of COVID-19 it was impacted so greatly, it's up to us now to ensure that the recommendations found within this report to ensure that we actually have a stronger system of preparing for when an emergency strikes our food system, that Canadians are ready. But Mr. Speaker, we don't have to wait for the next emergency to happen in order to do that. We can begin this work today. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we consider doing that today, given the extreme issues we're seeing of price gouging right now. It's an emergency, certainly, in my mind. Canadian households with children are also more likely to experience food insecurity, a terrible reality I spoke to last year pertaining to the good people of Saskatchewan. While people in Saskatchewan right now are experiencing some of the highest cost of food, we're seeing a provincial government unwilling to support those persons, especially when it comes to a national food program that was tabled here in this House, something that families need, children need. And let me speak to the importance of a food program, Mr. Speaker. I grew up in a very poor family in a very poor community known as the Fishing Lake Métis Settlement, and there we were provided with meals at school. I remember, for example, my mom being nervous and would sometimes sweat, knowing as a single parent, how am I going to help my child get food today? I would see the difficult decision in her mind as to whether or not she should make a car payment or she should make rent versus feeding us. Mr. Speaker, it's truly one of the most heartbreaking truths that's happening right now. It's one of the most heartbreaking realities that families as we speak are going through. Wondering what tomorrow is going to look like for their child, whether or not they're going to actually be in the cafeteria with their friends, able to open a lunch, or whether or not they're going to spend the rest of that in a bathroom at school. Because they didn't have enough. Mr. Speaker, today, in light of Mr. Ed Broadbent, I want to be able to speak to my colleagues in a way that hopefully unites us. We speak oftentimes of the things that divide us in this place, but it is true that much unites us. The speaker, for example, just previously spoke about monopolies and our need to break down those monopolies, and I fully agree that it's now time. Subsequent of decades of conservative and liberal policies that have allowed mega corporations to flourish, it's time. We have the courage and moral will to break these companies up, increase competition, and make possible the material enhancements for those living without. Mr. Speaker, over the last decade, food insecurity rose twofold in my home province of Alberta. A new vital statistic report has found that in 2011, just over 12% of Albertans were food insecure, and the report says in 2022, this number rose more than 20%. Wow. It's heartbreaking, Mr. Speaker. It's heartbreaking to know that our friends, our families, the ones we all care about are silently suffering in line at a food bank, knowing that the prices won't come to an end, that these prices are going to continue to climb unchecked forever unless we have the ability to take control of both the vulnerabilities that are facing our food system and the challenges that are facing those small and medium-sized businesses, while also ensuring that those who are profiteering from Canadians are held accountable. What we do when we hold these companies accountable, Mr. Speaker, and I speak about Loblaws, is we take the immense wealth that they've been able to deprive from Canadians through their record-breaking profits. We use that to ensure that those who don't have the means to survive truly get the opportunity to have a full belly. And Mr. Speaker, why is that important? Why is it that in the seat of our democracy here in Canada, one of the wealthiest countries in the globe, that we happen to be debating food insecurity? Well, Mr. Speaker, that's because of poor decisions. And I'm not here to point fingers about why we're presented with this challenge today. I hope I can find a way to unite my colleagues towards a better goal, a goal that sees the truth that we all hold, towards a solution we may debate. That solution, Mr. Speaker, will enable tens and thousands, if not millions, of Canadians to truly control their own destiny. It will allow them to participate in our democratic institutions unlike ever before. We know that Canadians who are living under poor socioeconomic conditions are less likely to vote, and they're less likely to participate. What does that say for our democracy in a time when we can't feed those who need it most and they can't participate? What does that end up with? It ends up with, Mr. Speaker, those who would seek to protect the profits of those who win elections. Mr. Speaker, it's up to each and every one of us to steer clear and to know deep in our hearts the reasons why we're sent here today. That it's up to us to hold accountable those who are most powerful so that the vulnerable in our society truly have a voice. This is something that has been ingrained in me since I was born, one passed down for generations of Indigenous people whose principles lie in the fact that we are only as strong as our weakest link. Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country are really suffering, and they're holding on as best they can. I know that the government has the best will and intentions, however, may not have all the best ideas, and we've been very critical of those ideas, so have our other opposition colleagues. What is needed in our country today is truly a path forward, one that would see the immense food insecurity of Northerners, particularly the dramatic and terrible and sad stories we hear from our relatives of Inuit descent and who are Inuit from Nunavut. We see some of the largest price gouging in human history for things as basic as milk taking place there. We know, for example, the Food Nutrition North program, albeit it's good in its intentions, and I commend the government for ensuring that people have food when they can. It's a good program. The fault with the program, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we don't then check up on the companies that would absorb that subsidy. What we see, as a matter of fact, is companies that would take what is a goodwill program and then abuse it, increasing the prices of those goods in order to increase their profit. Mr. Speaker, these are the fine details that companies that are ruining our competition in our country thrive off of. They thrive off of the in-between, the fine print that allows them to get away with it. That leads me to an important piece in regards to tax fairness. We know that some of these mega corporations aren't paying their fair share. Mr. Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses in your riding, I know for certain, are paying their fair share. They're doing hard work. They're trying as best they can to put food on the table while making sure they can give back to their communities. They do so by ensuring that the local parade, whether it's Canada Day or Christmas or any other community event, is sponsored by the few $1,000s that they can take in profit. We never get to see Loblaws in a parade. As a matter of fact, I've never seen that in my community. I don't think it's been in your community either, Mr. Speaker. That's to say that those who are supporting our communities need our support now more than ever. I was disappointed to see that the CEBA loans were not extended, as were, I'm sure, my Conservative colleagues and the Bloc colleagues, and I'm sure many of my Liberal colleagues. And that's something that we'll have to reckon with as companies continue to default, as companies continue to fall behind. I want to make mention of these companies because they're the very same companies that will end the crisis we're seeing in our food chains, in our food supply insecurities. We know that if we strengthen small and medium-sized businesses, increase competition, and ensure that those who are providing for our community truly get the benefit and support of a government that is willing to support them, support communities, is a good policy. And I really do think, Mr. Speaker, we can find some kind of consensus here, so long as we have the political will. But as a matter of fact, we're still in a position where mega corporations continue to hide and avoid taxes. I spoke to the CRA in the Public Accounts Committee, to which this came from, about the very real reality of tax evasion in the billions of dollars. We can, in fact, Mr. Speaker, if we had the courage, use the funding that is being taken out of the hands and mouths of families, driven into the coffers of mega-rich international, multinational corporations, and put it back in the hands of communities that can truly end the crisis we're seeing for our food supply. I'll even go further. When we support those small and medium-sized businesses, when we support local grocers, and when we support our farmers, and we support local production of goods, we support Canada's future. Mr. Speaker, you may remember at the very start of 2001, when this report was commissioned, there was actually protesters outside this place from Prince Edward Island. Good, hard-working potato farmers. Farmers that show up every day, no matter the conditions, and make sure we have food on our table. We've seen piles and piles and truckloads of potatoes wait there because we were unable to get and secure export to the United States. That shouldn't be the case, Mr. Speaker. Those potatoes should be going right across this country. There's hungry families right across this country. Rather than looking for the better dollar elsewhere, we should have the courage and moral will to ensure that Canadians, even if a dollar isn't to be made, get the food they desperately need, rather than have so much of it gather in sites where it goes to waste. We need laws in this country that protect Canadians from the time that a food product is produced to the time that food product is eaten. We shall not and we should not allow companies to use the better power of their purchasing power to overcome the consumer. But we're seeing that, Mr. Speaker. If you don't buy the goods that they put out front of there, they throw it away. What a travesty, Mr. Speaker. What a terrible reality to know that in a food crisis in a wealthy country like Canada, we throw away tons and tons of food. And we allow those corporations to get away with it. New Democrats have been consistent in our approach that we need an understanding of both the wants and the needs of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have to be clear about the wants and needs. The free market that my Conservative colleagues so often speak about should be the market of wants. If you want an Xbox, you want a PlayStation, or you want a new skateboard, whatever the good that you find your kid for Christmas, that should be on the free market. We should certainly ensure that there's fair competition. We should certainly ensure that those goods are on the market. And we should certainly ensure that Canadian products are innovated and have a fair chance at hitting the shelves for Canadians to choose from. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the needs of Canadians, we need to be certain that in order for Canadians to actually practice their democratic rights in a political democracy, we need to guarantee their social access to the things they need: housing, food, water, dignity, things that no human should ever be deprived of. When we deprive humans of the very needs, Mr. Speaker, we deprive them of the very real outcome of being unable to participate in our political democracy. Political democracy is so well connected to the social outcomes of Canadians that something as simple as food, Mr. Speaker, albeit I will warn Canadians that if we don't get a hold of the dramatically increasing prices of the needs of Canadians, water, food, etc., housing, that we will begin to see a dramatic erosion of our democratic institutions. We will begin to see a great mistrust, a great apathy, a great nihilism of our future. Mr. Speaker, me coming from very humble beginnings in rural northeast Alberta, it's a dream to be able to stand in this place. It's a dream to be able to speak to such honorable colleagues about the solutions that I think could help us. And it's a dream, albeit still, that is alive, a kind of dream of a better Canada, a kind of dream that still lives on in so many hungry hands and hungry mouths today. And they pray that our democracy and our institution to which we are a member will come together, not just on the problems facing the country, but on the solutions. I've tried my best, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I speak to the very real realities of the people of Edmonton-Griesbach, the realities that they're facing in terms of the lack of housing, the unaffordable groceries, or just the immense violence they're facing due to poverty. But I also want to ensure that we can deliver even in a position where we may not politically benefit, and the Conservatives remind us that every single day, how we might not be politically salient as a party or politically salient in order to win a government. And I accept that. Fine. But what I trust deeply, Mr. Speaker, is the goodwill of Canadians. I trust deeply that they will know the kind of hope that lives in my heart, that they will know that I truly desire a kind of Canada that unites us, a kind of Canada that says no one should go without, and a kind of Canada that feeds us. Mr. Speaker, this is a dream that I think all parties share. And albeit I hope that they would guarantee our party the same goodwill. To know that our solutions, that when we speak of dental care and when we speak of ensuring that there's a tax on the most wealthy banks, or when we speak of anti-scab legislation, that it comes from a place of deep respect for Canadians. A deep understanding that they too are hurting. Understanding that says we won't sit idly by while their conditions get worse. We can, in fact, Mr. Speaker, ensure a kind of future that is both morally correct, socially correct, and economically correct. We can, and I believe it, so long as we not only speak of the problems, but we also speak of the solutions. Our report makes clear and I sat with honorable colleagues from all parties to make a consensus towards this report that we must change and we must prepare Canadians for an economy and a system that protects them from what can be a devastating outcome. We must protect first and foremost the quality of food, the supply of food, and its transport. These, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that we have a base to our economy that can make possible the truths I've spoken about today. And I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that when we enact the policies that we've put generously forward here, that Canada will come out with a plan that will secure us for the next emergency, because it's a matter of when, not if an emergency strikes, but when. Mr. Speaker, I'm very honored to stand here on behalf of the good constituents of Edmonton-Griesba this year in 2024, and I look forward to hearing my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Question questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very thoughtful speech. And I have to agree with my colleague. We do want to find common ground as far as food security and making sure that Canadians can afford healthy, nutritious food, and the key word is afford. And while he talks about record profits, one thing he didn't talk about was the fact that there's record input costs for our farmers and producers in order to produce that food. And there's record costs for our truckers for their fuel to have to truck the fuel to the grocery stores. And Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering if my colleague could comment on why the NDP does not want to support axing the carbon tax for our farmers and producers so that we can actually bring down the cost of food in order for Canadians to see the cost of food go down at the grocery store.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
I, too, want to thank my honourable colleague for an important question, and I'm really happy that she mentioned this because it's an important question that seems simple on its fact, but it's actually quite complex in terms of how the supply chain truly works. Mr. Speaker, I'll say this. The costs that are being borne by our farmers, the costs that are being borne by cattle producers like my family, or the costs being borne by the truckers who are moving the food are all increasing. That is true, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for making that clear. But the part that I hope she can hear clearly is it is not Canadians who are benefiting from this. It's not even the government who is benefiting from this. It is the mega corporations that upon the time of input increase, they increase not only the base cost of those goods, but they also increase the profit margin of those goods. Mr. Speaker, that is the definition of profiteering. We used to be a country that in the face of profiteering, we'd clamp down on it. You don't want to look at World War II to see how Canadians used competition to ensure fair price, and we use the government apparatus to ensure consumer fairness. So, Mr. Speaker, my answer to the honourable colleague is, although I agree with the premise that, of course, these things are going up, the solution to remove the carbon tax, which is about 4 cents to $100 worth of groceries, won't do the dramatic reduction of the cost of goods that we need. What we need is true competition of the mega corporations. We need to break them up, and we need to limit the profit motive at some reasonable degree. It can't be infinite, Mr. Speaker. And so, to the honourable colleague, I do appreciate the question and the solution, of course, and if 4 cents is something that's valuable to the member, then sure. But I'm more interested in ensuring that our system of economy produces a system that is fair, to guarantee consumer power rather than ram it over.
Yeah, that's right.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleague with whom I sit on the Public Accounts Committee for his passionate speech. He certainly brings more passion to public accounts than normally we see, and that is greatly appreciated. Coming back to the report itself, the Auditor General and the committee itself, we heard testimony from different government departments and so on about what were the concerns that the Auditor General had about securing the food system around a comprehensive plan, as well as inconsistency in data collection and measures between, because of course it's not just the federal government that's responsible here, but also provinces and territories, and even down to the municipal and community level. So I'd like to hear my colleague comment on what we heard.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that both municipalities and provincial governments do bear a responsibility, and that was part of actually the report's critical recommendations, was to look at ways that the federal government could look at provincial partners in particular, but there were some municipal examples for big cities in particular, because you may recall at the time there was a national emergency facing us during the same time we were hearing this, which was the dramatic infrastructure devastation we've seen in British Columbia brought on by floods as a result of climate change. These floods, of course, produce extreme changes not only in the existing water table that's present in British Columbia, but it also changes the output costs of very good products that we make there, like wine products and other agricultural goods in British Columbia. And that was the example to which we see a solution that asks for a framework to work with provinces that at a time of an emergency like that we open up corridors of transport, which was one of the recommendations I agree with, to ensure that we actually get goods from one province to the other. And Mr. Speaker, if you bear with me, I will add this. It was a true fact that at the time of the huge floods in British Columbia, to which I know many families are still bearing grief for, it was actually companies that came forward to redirect the supply goods from a northern corridor that supplied access to Alberta, which would have been cut off, my home province, without such goodwill from CN and from the people who allowed us to do that. But Mr. Speaker, we need to go further than that. We can't just wait and bet on the goodwill of our neighbors and those actors in our country. We need to be more proactive, and the solutions found in this report look at a framework to recommend to provinces and the federal government that we should come together on such a strategy, because it's true. We don't bear all of the jurisdictional powers at the federal level that make possible the emergency levers that would relieve a situation like a supply chain crunch. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Edmonton, Kent, Middlesex. So I rise today, and it's a great honour for me to represent the citizens in my riding, Beauce. And we'll be dealing with a very important issue, and that is Canada's food security. After studying the 14th report of the Public Accounts Committee, all my thoughts on the subject have unfortunately been confirmed. Let me briefly read the report's conclusion. There was no national emergency preparedness and response plan for Canada's food system and food security, although the government had identified food as a critical infrastructure sector long before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. The report continues, and while Agriculture Canada had 2 contingency plans in place, it recognized that they were insufficient to deal with this crisis. When I read the recommendations in the report, I saw that they are watered-down recommendations and mask the failures of the government in all the recommendations. The committee asks for progress, but in my opinion, they really don't go far enough. As Conservatives, we have stood up for farmers and their families from the very start. We understand that food security begins on the farm and that the government must be there to support those who put food on our tables. Under this Liberal government, food prices have skyrocketed because of the carbon tax. Farmers are finding it harder and harder to put food on the table, as evidenced by the record food bank use in our communities. We've also seen a decline in our relations with several countries. And the government has repeatedly failed to negotiate trade agreements. Some countries won't even reopen negotiations with us because of the Prime Minister's incompetence. And that's why it's so important to have a national food system that works and can be counted on now and in the future. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. With food prices higher than our country has ever seen, it is incumbent upon this government to find a way to reduce food prices, and the easiest way is to start on the farm. An excellent way to start would be to pass Bill C-234 as soon as possible in its original form. This would exempt farmers from the carbon tax on propane and natural gas used to heat their barns and also to dry their grain. It is deplorable that the Prime Minister and his senators have gutted this important bill in the Senate. This bill was unanimously supported by all parties in the House, with the exception of one, the Liberal Party of Canada. This legislation was also supported by every agricultural stakeholder I spoke to across the country. These farmers need a break from this crippling tax that is decimating their businesses and driving food prices through the roof. I have spoken to many producers in my riding, and their support for this bill is unanimous. Winter is here, and they're very concerned about how they're going to heat their barns and hog pens all winter long. As the Deputy Shadow Minister of Agriculture and permanent member of the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee, I have personally attended every meeting since I was elected, and year after year, we hear the same stories. Over the holidays, I volunteered at Moisson Beauce, a food bank in my riding, preparing Christmas baskets for families in need. I think there were 2,500 baskets we prepared one day alone. We are experiencing record usage in my riding and no longer receiving enough donations to meet demand. That is not the Canada I remember. We're at the point where it's cheaper to import food from abroad than to produce it locally. One comment I hear all too often from the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois is that the carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec. But that's absolutely false, Mr. Speaker. It applies to Quebec directly and indirectly. I can show you numerous farmer receipts for propane, for example, which contain the federal price on pollution. The carbon tax is also paid indirectly when we import goods from other provinces. Quebec is not self-sufficient. We import many things from provinces that pay the full carbon tax, and this tax is passed on to us consumers, whether in the form of inflated prices or transportation costs. The Agricultural Carbon Alliance has written to every member of this House to express their full support for this bill. There are 17 national farm groups representing over 190,000 farms in Canada. Canadian farmers are protectors of the land, and they care deeply about their animals and the environment. They work so hard to feed our families and grow our economy. The Liberal government's lack of support for them is unbelievable. Mention must be made of the rural members of the Liberal caucus. I can't believe that only 3 Liberals voted for this legislation. I guess only 3 of them want to keep their jobs in the next election. Just look at the polls, Mr. Speaker. Who can forget what the Minister of Rural Economic Development said? And I quote, "If Canadians want a break, they need to elect more Liberal MPs." Unquote. If these Liberals MPs think they will ever win back the farm vote, they're sadly mistaken. Another glaring problem that will affect Canada's food security and food sovereignty is the Liberal plan to ban single-use plastics, which was rejected by the courts just recently, but will be appealed by the government using taxpayers' money. A study by the Canadian Produce Marketing Association is clear. If the plastic ban is adopted, it will increase fruit and vegetable prices by up to 34%. The report also states that the availability of Canadian products will be cut in half. And there would also be a 50% increase in food waste. Conservatives will always stand up for farmers, and more importantly, they will stand up for common sense. Canadians are suffering. Many are on the verge of bankruptcy. How can the government turn its back on them when all they want is to feed their families at an affordable price? If the government doesn't act, Our farm families will continue to disappear, Mr. Speaker, and our country will become even more dependent on food imports, and our food system will be even less protected. A vegetable grown in Mexico is now cheaper at the grocery store than one grown locally. Is that normal? This goes against their whole ideology on climate change. But Canadians can count on the Conservatives to change this nonsense. Canadians don't need progress reports from government departments. What they need is concrete action to prevent a disaster in our national food system. With inflation out of control and interest rates still high, Canadians will continue to experience financial hardship. With this report shedding light on the situation, it is extremely important that we learn from the pandemic and act accordingly. The Prime Minister has increased the size of the civil service by 14% since taking office. Why can't these departments get the job done properly? This is incompetence. At the end of her speech, my colleague, the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex, will introduce a motion to put our national food system back on track to ensure our food security and sovereignty in the future. I sincerely hope that my colleague will take this issue seriously, all my colleagues, and that we can unite to do what's right for all Canadians by voting in favour of our motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his great speech, and I enjoy working with him on the Agriculture Committee as Conservatives continue to stand up for our agriculture sector. And my colleague is from Quebec, which is also another big area for growing produce. And he talked in his speech about a plastics ban that the Liberal government has proposed. And I'm wondering if my colleague, through you, Chair, could elaborate on how this single-use plastics ban will affect consumers at the grocery store if this ban is to go through on plastics for produce and meat in grocery stores.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, this new move on single-use plastics is going to have a major negative impact on consumers in Quebec, because we know that our market producers need to use single-use plastics to keep their production preserved for as long as possible. And we know that in the last year they were really hit by flooding. So it's really important that we think long and hard about this, because right now we don't have a solution that would allow us to protect our products while having also the capacity to get it fresh to food store shelves. And that's something that we owe to our consumers. Thank you.
Comments? Questions, commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the Public Accounts Committee's report on, quote, protecting Canada's food system during the COVID-19 pandemic, unquote. In this report, we learned that the NDP Liberal government spent $515 million, yes, more than $500 million in various funding envelopes on, and I quote, increased risk of food insecurity, unquote. So, Speaker, this is the key question. How much food security did Canadians get for more than $500 million? Well, the short answer is that Canadians got less, not more, food security. They are getting less thanks to policies that the NDP Liberal government continue to increase food production costs, food transportation costs, food spoilage, food prices, and reduce food supply, food variety, food freshness, and food security. So first, I ask you to cast your mind back to the pandemic. During the NDP Liberal COVID lockdowns, despite Conservatives sending a warning along with Canadian producers, processors, and suppliers, the NDP Liberal government failed miserably to plan ahead. They had no plan for getting temporary foreign workers nor seasonal agriculture workers in and out of Canada when and where they were needed. There was no plan for bringing workers into Canada for greenhouse producers starting in January of 2021, nor for field producers throughout their planting and harvesting seasons. And at the end of the season, some farmers were even faced with the challenges of workers who weren't able to return to their home countries, for example, to Trinidad and Tobago, and there was little or no diplomatic help available for those Canadian producers. So, Speaker, that was an epic fail, thanks to the NDP Liberal governing party. And sadly, it doesn't end there. For the past 2 years or more, food prices have increased by 8 or 9% or more year over year. Vegetables are seeing the biggest price increases. As a result, Canadian families are cutting back on purchases of vegetables and other healthy foods for their children. And about 20% of Canadians are reporting skipping a meal each day. Food banks across the country are seeing record numbers of visits by Canadians to the tune of over 2 million families. And this is the very definition of food insecurity. The costly coalition of NDP Liberals has been sleeping at the wheel as Canadian families pay more and more for the necessities of life. With the Carbon Tax 1 and Carbon Tax 2 combined by April Fool's Day 2030, the Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government want to charge Canadian farmers and truckers 61 cents for every litre of fuel they put in their farm implements and trucks in carbon tax. It's not rocket science. It's basic math that the NDP Liberals just don't seem to get. If it costs more to grow food and costs more to ship food, it's going to cost Canadian families more to buy food. The Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem says, and I quote, "The carbon tax announcements that have it going up, that increases inflation each year," unquote. The lead author of Canada's Food Price Report 2023, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, has pointed out that the carbon tax has made business expenses go up. Up and down the food chain, Dr. Charlebois points to, and I quote, "a compounding effect," unquote, as the supply chain is exposed to increased costs from the carbon tax. Again, if it costs a farmer more to grow food and truckers more to ship food, it's going to cost Canadians more to buy food. So, Speaker, how do we solve the problem of rising food prices and this Prime Minister's costly coalition? Well, first things first, axe the carbon tax. The Leader of the Opposition and we on this side of the House want to offer Canadian families relief from the carbon tax. We want to put an end to possibly the most out of touch with reality, regressive, punitive, and unfair tax Canadians have been asked to pay. But wait, there's more. The Minister of the Environment and Climate Change has added plastic to a list of, quote, toxic substances. Yes, you heard that right. Plastic is a toxic substance, according to the Environment Minister. Although the courts recently struck down the NDP Liberal government's single-use plastics ban, the Environment Minister has another evil trick up his sleeve. Last August 1st, the Environment Minister issued a notice for his proposed ban on primary plastic packaging, meaning packaging for produce and meat that you see in the grocery stores. At meetings of the Agriculture Committee on December 7th and 11th, 2023, I asked the chief executive officers of Walmart Canada, Loblaws, and Metro what the impact would be for them and their customers if this ban were to be implemented. The CEOs of both Loblaws and Metro said that if the NDP Liberal government proceeded with a ban on primary food packaging, it would increase food costs by approximately $6 billion a year, severely impair competition, threaten the availability of food, and increase spoilage, meaning more food waste. Primary plastic packaging serves as a hygienic barrier to contaminants as well as delaying the spoilage, extending the best before dates, and reducing waste and optimizing perishables' nutritional value. Plastic packaging is lightweight, and it reduces the amount of fuel used in transport compared to other alternatives. And what most consumers don't realize is that the job that plastic does for fresh fruit and vegetables is done long before it ever hits the grocery store shelves. According to the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, on average, Canadians spend about $1 billion per month on fruit and vegetables. Only about 12.5% of fruit and vegetables Canadians consume is produced in Canada. Canadians consume 7 times as much imported fruit and vegetables as they consume domestically produced fruit and vegetables. And I'm sure part of that is because of our weather patterns here, Mr. Speaker. But imported produce can take weeks to reach us by ship. Plastic packaging plays a crucial role in keeping food from over-ripening and spoiling before it gets to Canada. And at this time, there is no cost-effective alternative solution to plastic packaging that is available on a global scale. Now, if the NDP government were really, truly concerned about food costs and food security, you might think that they would conduct a regulatory impact analysis. And you would be wrong. At the Agriculture Committee on October the 30th, 2023, I asked the Deputy Agriculture Minister if a regulatory impact analysis had been done on a primary plastic packaging ban for produce, and she testified that it had not been done. Well, Speaker, this is irresponsible. The Canadian Produce Marketing Association, or CPMA, did a regulatory impact analysis of the proposed primary plastic packaging ban. And here's what that regulatory impact analysis found. First, the NDP Liberal Environment Minister's ban on primary plastic packaging could increase the cost of fresh produce by 34%. Secondly, the ban could reduce the availability to Canadians of fresh produce, and I quote, by more than 50%, including their near total elimination of all value-added products, reducing market value by approximately $5.6 billion, unquote. Thirdly, the ban could increase fresh produce waste by more than 50%. Fourth, and the Environment Minister should take note, his ban could increase the production of the release of greenhouse gases from the produce supply chain by more than 50%. Finding number 5 from the CPMA impact analysis suggests that increased fresh produce costs will lead to reduced availability and reduced consumption, therefore increasing health costs by over $1 billion each year. And finding number 6 from the CPMA report says that the ban will have, and I quote, a disproportionate impact on the cost and availability of fresh produce in rural and remote regions of Canada, unquote. Now, when presented with the consequences of the NDP Liberal Environment Minister's ban, almost 2/3 of Canadian consumers expressed concern. And finally, the Canadian Produce Marketing Association's regulatory impact analysis reported, and I quote, the proposed regulations will lead to an increased risk of food safety incidents and food-borne illnesses. So, Speaker, in short, the NDP Liberal Environment Minister is painting a target on the backs of every single Canadian with the threat posed to their health and their well-being by his ill-advised, not evidence-based, irresponsible ban on primary plastic packaging. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to move that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17th, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted, referred back to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts for further consideration, with a view to recommend that the agriculture sector be exempt from any federal carbon tax in order to maintain food security and preparedness for future emergencies. Speaker, it's always an honor to rise here on behalf of the people I represent in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and the farmers and producers who produce the great quality food that we do feed Canadians, and I want to thank them for what they do. Thank you, Speaker.
Madame Rood, seconded by Monsieur Leroux, moves the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Quote, the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, now not be concurred in, and that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts for further consideration with a view to recommend that the agriculture sector be exempt from any federal carbon tax in order to maintain food security and preparedness for future emergencies. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Milton, and by the way, as far as I know from everything I read this morning, it was the honourable member's birthday today, so I just want to wish the honourable member a happy birthday. The honourable member for Milton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a nice thing to hear, the first time I stand up in the House in January and in 2024. Very kind of you to express and wish me a happy birthday. And to my honourable colleague and friend on the other side, I know that she's spent many, many years of her life feeding Canadians. So on behalf of Canadians who enjoy potatoes, I'd like to say thank you. My family is from a similar region. My Dutch side of the family settled in southwestern Ontario and farmed apples, among other things, as we've discussed. Farming is close to my heart as well. And it's important as well to talk about, some of the quotes that she used. I'm a little bit concerned occasionally about the selective use of facts, but I think everybody in this House is guilty of reading the things that we agree with more commonly, the things that we disagree with. However, Mr. Speaker, Sylvain Charlebois is somebody who I'm familiar with. I follow him. I read what he writes. And in the most recent Price on Food report, he was actually a little bit more ambiguous with respect to carbon pricing than the member let on. His exact quote was actually that suggesting that carbon pricing has a direct or linear effect on retail food prices would be misleading. He also went on to say that there are many factors like climate change which have a much larger impact on the price of food. So I'd like to ask the honourable member, as a potato farmer, what impact climate change is having, extreme weather, drought, floods, erratic precipitation is having on potato yields, because last year Canada's wheat yields were at an all-time low due to those climate change factors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And I'll take the opportunity to wish my colleague a happy birthday as well. And as he said, yes, I've spent years of my life in food production. In fact, we heard from one of my colleagues on this side of the House today, and I've heard from many farmers in my area this year, that they've actually had a bumper crop. They've had higher yields than they've seen in years with some of their crops. And yes, while the carbon tax does affect the cost of food, and as my colleague pointed out, we may agree to disagree with some of the references that we hear, but on an overall scale, as a producer, I know firsthand that my input costs have gone up. So if my input costs are going up, the fuel is going up, and everything is going up, I have to increase the costs of my produce that I'm selling to wholesalers. So my costs increase, therefore I have to pass those costs on to those who buy from me. And as wholesalers, they have to make a profit as well, so they have to pass those costs on to the retailers that they sell their product to. And of course, the retailers, because they're paying more now for the product, have to increase their costs to consumers. So I disagree with the premise that the carbon tax doesn't have an effect on the cost of food, because first-hand knowledge tells me that it absolutely does.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I guess I would like to repeat the same question that was just asked because I didn't hear an answer. The question was, what about the impact of the climate crisis on farmers, on the cost of food, on families? Thank you.
Honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for her question. Again, this year we've seen record yields. I can say that in the last crop year with our harvest as well, I've seen record yields. And I'll tell you, in the 50 years that my father had farmed and my grandparents before my father, and from my life, in my 45 years of life, Mr. Speaker, I've been through years where we've had droughts, where we've had floods, where we've had record crops, where we've had not so good crops. And farmers, they're the the biggest risk takers I've ever met in my life, and it is a gamble every year. You put something in the ground and you pray and you hope that Mother Nature is going to bring you good weather so you can have an abundant harvest to make a living. And unfortunately, with all the costs that we see, including the carbon tax, it's not making farmers be profitable. And if farmers aren't profitable, they're not going to stay in business. And then what's that's going to mean for Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Food security is going to be in jeopardy, and not just food security, food sovereignty. So this Liberal government and the NDP, my colleague with the NDP, needs to stop propping up the Liberal government and actually support farmers and support to axe the carbon tax for our agricultural producers.
Questions and comments? Sure. The Honourable Member Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the carbon tax applied to farmers is... Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Can we start from the top here? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is driving inflation. The carbon tax hits the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who transports the food, the grocer who sells the food, the members and the family who buys the food. You know, the member across the way gets it because he's heard it so many times. And he's chuckling and he's throwing it across the floor. But the member for Kingston the Island, if he knows it so well, if he knows that the carbon tax is hitting the farmer, the trucker, the grocer, the family, then why won't he change his position and vote with us to relieve struggling Canadian families and axe the tax?
The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Yes, be the question.
I know, but...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his very insightful comment. And again, I will say to Canadians, Conservatives on this side of the House will vote to axe the tax, and we're calling on this House right now to send Bill C-234 back to the Senate in its original form so we can give producers and farmers a break on the carbon tax so that their input costs go down so that Canadian families can pay less at the grocery store.
Resuming debate. There being no further members rising pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed to be put and recorded. Divisions are deemed requested. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP and the NDP leader have consistently betrayed workers. They came in here promising to stand up for Canadian workers, and they sold workers down the river simply to please their Liberal coalition partners. Now, I'm rising today to follow up on a question I asked about disclosure of details in massive government subsidies related to batteries, electric battery subsidies. The government is spending $40 billion in these subsidies. We're talking about $3,000 roughly per Canadian family. Every single Canadian family is on the hook for thousands of dollars for these subsidies. And we have found out that a series of subsidies that were promised as creating opportunities for Canadian workers will actually be subsidizing foreign replacement workers. Foreign replacement workers will be brought in to work on these subsidized projects. So $40 billion in subsidies from Canadian taxpayers, $3,000 roughly from every single Canadian family to create jobs for Canadians, actually to subsidize corporations paying foreign replacement workers. Now, after this information came to light, Conservatives had a modest proposal. We said that Canadians deserve to see the contracts that this NDP Liberal government signed when offering these subsidies. Did they seek to include in those contracts protections for Canadian workers? Did they seek to guarantee a certain number of Canadian jobs? Did they seek to ensure or let's say, prevent foreign replacement workers from being brought in as part of these projects? Or did the contracts they negotiate allow this kind of foreign replacement worker activity on these projects? Now, whether you're for these subsidies or against these subsidies, whether you're for or against allowing foreign replacement workers, it seems reasonable to me that the people who actually paid for these projects, the taxpayer, should be able to see the contracts and know whether the government did an effective job or an ineffective job negotiating for workers. We have indication that they did not do an effective job because foreign replacement workers are being brought in, we know, as part of these heavily subsidized projects. But either way, Canadians should be able to see what's in these contracts. So we brought this issue to committee. Initially, the NDP said they sided with us. In fact, I think the leader of the NDP asked a question in this House requesting the release of these contracts. And then after a mere 2 or 3 meetings of Liberal MP filibustering, the NDP flipped. They folded. They knuckled under the Liberal pressure. And they continued a long line of situations of NDP facilitating Liberal cover-ups. You would expect in a minority parliament that we would be able to get the information that we need, and yet that has not happened. The NDP bailed on workers and chose their corrupt coalition cousins instead. So my question for the Liberals is, what did they offer the NDP leader to get the NDP to betray workers once again and instead vote to hide these contracts? What did the Liberals offer the NDP, and why are they choosing secrecy over protection of workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's nice to be in the House this evening. And, you know, I first would just like to point out that it's great to hear Conservatives stand up in this House every once in a while for workers' rights. It's rare, but on occasion it happens, and it's wonderful to hear Conservatives realizing that over the last 30 years they've been a bit of a thorn in the side of the labour movement in Canada. To hear Conservatives stand in the House and advocate for labour rights in this country is movement in the right direction, we'll call it. I'm very proud to be part of a government and part of a party who is the first to table legislation in this country to ban replacement workers. So when the member opposite suggests that we're doing something on the contrary, I would just point out that's not accurate whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to respond to comments made by the member tonight. They were also made by the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes regarding the government's contracts with Nexstar to indeed expand our country's EV battery production capacity. I'm a proud driver of an electric car, have been for almost 2 years. It's a fantastic vehicle, and I know that a more local production of that technology and the innovations is going to spur on more electric vehicle use in our country, and it'll lower our emissions, which is fantastic. It's exactly what we need in order to fight climate change. Now, Canada has taken the critical first steps to develop our EV battery supply chain, and that'll stand to bring opportunities for other Canadian industries such as mining and EV assembly and car production. We must remember that the sector remains in its infancy here in Canada and around the world, and it's indeed a commonly used practice for firms to bring in experts when new equipment is to be purchased and installed, as is the case with Nexstar. Given the size and complexity of this plant, as well as the fact that this is Canada's first plant of its kind, most of the specialized equipment is coming from overseas and must be installed by the suppliers. Experts, Mr. Speaker. We've heard the leader of the Conservative Party and his disdain for expertise. He thinks it's crazy that there are people who are specialized and it should just be done by any old person, but that's not possible. We need to hire experts in order to do this, and this must happen before Canadians hired to run the equipment can be trained to use the equipment, Mr. Speaker, and I can't emphasize that enough. All foreign specialists coming to Canada are coming for short-term temporary assignments in order to install specialized equipment, and no Canadian jobs are being displaced. Mr. Speaker, not only is this standard practice, but it can be seen to continue to promote Canada as a destination of choice, Mr. Speaker. Restricting foreign workers would limit Canada's ability to attract strategic foreign investment, something which is at an all-time high in this country, thanks to the fact that this government and our party invest in workers and Canadian innovation. Let's not forget that Nexstar is committed to hiring 2,300 Canadians during the construction and equipment installation phase of the project, with another 2,500 permanent jobs for Canadians once the facility is operational. This is a great news story, Mr. Speaker, but the Conservatives want to turn the dial down and say, oh, it's not so great. You could have done better, when in fact they would have never invested in this industry in the first place. Batteries represent a significant percentage of the value of an EV, and these plants will be the foundation of Canada's automotive industry moving forward. Failing to compete with other jurisdictions will not only risk the jobs associated with this facility, but it will also challenge Canada's ability to attract vehicle mandates and as automakers switch over to EV assembly. And ultimately, that would risk the success of our automotive industry in this country, Mr. Speaker. So for Nexstar's battery manufacturing facility that will supply EV batteries to vehicles produced by Stellantis in Windsor, this is a good news story. Battery investments are closely tied to current and future EV assembly investments in jobs, and electrification is the future of the automotive sector. So for the Conservatives to stand in this House and to suggest that we are doing less for jobs and less for workers is absolutely the opposite of the truth, Mr. Speaker. It's a good news story for Windsor, it's a good news story for St. Thomas, and it's a great news story for the EV sector in Canada.
For Sherwood Park, for discussion.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot I could say in response to that comment, just about the disastrous economic management of this government, about the pain Canadians are experiencing, about the higher costs we're seeing, about the challenges in terms of job growth and opportunity, about the lack of homes being built. But the core point here is that the question was not answered. The question was about whether the public could actually see these contracts. The Parliamentary Secretary says, we're doing great work, it's incredible, we got a great deal here, everything's standard procedure, everything's sunlight and roses. Well, show us your work then, Mr. Speaker. If the member is so confident in what the government has done, then these contracts should be made public. The fact is, they were filibustering at committee to try to hide these contracts from the public, and the NDP leader joined in, betrayed workers who want to see what's in these contracts. And the coalition stood together to try to bury these contracts. What is the government trying to hide?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian workers and the labour movement in Canada know they can't trust Conservatives. They know that Conservatives have never had their back, and they're proud of this government, with our NDP colleagues, for producing Canada's first ever replacement worker ban. We're banning scabs, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be impossible to replace what's so important about the labour movement's ability to organize collectively and bargain collectively. So these investments, Mr. Speaker, with Nexstar are no different. They'll have long-lasting, widespread, and positive economic impacts, and they'll help to ensure that high-value manufacturing activities, namely battery production in southwestern Ontario, will continue to occur in Canada. Investments that workers in the labour movement in Canada know would be impossible with a Conservative Party at the helm, and that's why they're so grateful for these innovations and investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Speaker, I want to start by wishing the Parliamentary Secretary a very happy birthday. And Mr. Speaker, in the past few years, Canadians have witnessed record-breaking temperatures, extreme weather events, forest fires, flooding. People have been evacuated from their homes. Whole towns have been wiped out. Yet under this Liberal government, big oil and gas are polluting more than ever. And a recent report shows how these oil giants are significantly underreporting their emissions. In fact, emissions from the oil sands are potentially 6,300% higher than what is reported by the industry. Scientists have confirmed what Indigenous communities from northern Alberta have been saying for decades. These massive corporations are threatening their health, threatening their livelihoods, and poisoning their land. This is making people sick. Oil and gas companies are pumping out carbon emissions at shockingly high rates. And our government can and should make these companies use some of their record-breaking profits to clean up their mess. Oil and gas CEOs are giving themselves raises, being rewarded with obscene bonuses, making millions of dollars a year, while Canadians are struggling just to get by, worried about how they're going to pay rent, worried about how they're going to make their mortgage payments. And at the same time, Canadians are facing record-breaking temperatures. the worst wildfire season on record, devastating weather events. We are in a climate emergency. So why does this Liberal government refuse to hold oil and gas giants accountable? After dragging their feet and having to be pushed to finally deliver a cap on emissions for the oil and gas sector, the Liberals announced a watered-down cap full of loopholes that had oil and gas lobbyists' fingerprints all over it. The oil and gas sector makes up the biggest portion of Canada's emissions, and environmental experts have said that Canada must have a hard cap on oil and gas emissions if we have any hope of meeting our climate targets. The Liberals have set a target of reducing Canada's emissions, overall emissions, by 42%. But they're giving their friends in oil and gas a break. Not only did they give oil and gas a lower target, but they've included an option for companies to buy offsets, essentially buy their way out of the cap. They admit their plan will only reduce oil and gas emissions by about 20%. This means every other sector and everyday Canadians have to pick up the slack. Liberals are making life harder for people, harder for workers, harder for families. Can the member explain to me why they're making life easier for oil and gas CEOs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and friend for the well wishes on my birthday and for standing up for climate action at this time. Mr. Speaker, I can't say enough and I can't emphasize strongly enough how nice it is to stand up in the House of Commons and talk about how we fight climate change, not whether we fight climate change. With the Conservatives, day after day, asking the majority of the questions in this House, it's a challenge occasionally because the vast majority of Canadians that I talk to, the vast majority of Canadians, full stop, demand climate action. They want to help lower our emissions, and they want our government to take strong action. And one of those strong actions was indeed our oil and gas emissions cap, Mr. Speaker. And it was just in December that our government, with the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change over at COP, announced a very ambitious plan to lower our emissions with an oil and gas emissions cap. It's the first of its kind in the world. We are the fourth largest producer of oil and gas in the world, Mr. Speaker, and we are the first ever country in the world to produce a cap on emissions from oil and gas production. It is going to lead the way on lowering emissions from the sector as we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels going forward. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, as the world's fourth largest producer, it's a strong signal that we're sending internationally to the sector and our colleagues in the G7 and G20. We're taking a leadership role on the energy transition, and we're aiming to achieve net zero emissions from the oil and gas sector by 2050, and the emissions cap will ensure that we get there. The challenge, of course, is to reduce emissions while building a stronger, more resilient economy of the 21st century, and that's why we're not doing this alone, Mr. Speaker. It requires consultations with the sector to ensure that we are protecting jobs and recognizing that oil and gas still has a role to play in our economy and our society. Last December, we published a proposed regulatory framework, and we look forward to hearing from stakeholders on the approach in this document in the months ahead. But on a more personal note, Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Environment Committee, and I'm looking forward to working more closely with my colleague from Victoria on the Environment Committee. But we had the CEO of Imperial Oil at committee in the last session, late at the last session. I had the opportunity to ask that CEO, who earns, as the member mentioned, about $17 million a year. And he earns that money to take something from the planet and leave it in a worse place. The oil and gas sector in the oil sands, as the member rightly pointed out, is responsible for the largest proportion of Canada's emissions, but it's also the most carbon-intensive fuel in the world. And it's been shown just recently in an article that I think we both read that up to 6,500% higher than reported. Some of those compounds, which are called organic compounds, the rate at which they're going into the atmosphere is upwards of 6,000% higher than they indicated, which is absolutely atrocious. But, Mr. Speaker, the question that I had for that CEO was about the Curl spill with respect to effluent from tailings ponds. They insist that those tailings releases, as they call them, into a tailings pond has no effect on the environment and no effect on people's health, which is absolutely untrue. It's absolutely not accurate to suggest that they aren't. It's having an impact on water quality. It's having an impact on cancer rates. It's having a deleterious impact on the environment and the health of First Nations around the Athabasca watershed. And it's an absolute travesty. I couldn't agree with my colleague more that we need to do more to ensure that we're protecting the environment for the oil and gas sector. And the oil and gas emissions cap is one way that we're doing that.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the member genuinely is sincere in his desire to do more. And I agree that the Conservatives' climate denial is beyond disheartening. But Canadians don't want to have to choose between denial and delay. They don't want to choose between bad and worse. The reality is we are in a climate emergency. We don't have time for liberal excuses. We don't have time for liberal broken promises. We definitely don't have time for a government that caters to oil and gas interests. Our planet is burning. When will this government stop disappointing Canadians, stop giving breaks to their rich friends, stop listening to oil and gas CEOs who are raking in record profits, unreal bonuses, while polluting our planet, and instead start treating this like the emergency that it is, close the loopholes, and bring in a hard cap on emissions?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I want to emphasize that the CEO of Imperial Oil, Brad Corson, is not my friend. He's no friend of the environment, he's no friend of this government, and he's no friend of the planet. That company is destroying the planet. Those operations are having a negative impact on the health and the well-being of the natural environment and the people that live on those lands and have, in the case of the First Nations at Coral, for a millennia. So we will continue to hold oil and gas companies to account, and I will continue to demand better from oil and gas executives. But, Mr. Speaker, our measures are working. We need to see the big picture on overall emissions, and overall our emissions in Canada are on target, and they're coming down, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, Canada was on path for emissions in 2030 to be 9% higher than they were in 2005. And today, thanks to the work of so many Canadians, including that member, we are ahead of our initial 2030 target and firmly on track to meet the target set out in our 2030 emissions reductions plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, the cost of living is unaffordable in this country. Hardworking Canadians are struggling to put food on their table, gas in their tank, and to keep a roof over their head. And that is the devastating reality that is across this country. And prices on food, home heating, gas, and just about everything continue to go up, up, and up. The most recent food price report predicted that the amount of money spent by the average family on food increases by another $700 this year. That is on top of year-over-year increases. Canada is in an affordability crisis, and it is a direct result of the incompetence and the failed policies of this Liberal government and, of course, their costly coalition. They are continuing to fuel it with their inflationary deficits and their costly and ineffective carbon taxes. Their carbon tax scheme is making Canadian families choose between eating, heating, and other necessities. Food insecurity is soaring, and in a country like Canada, and in a province like Saskatchewan with incredible farmers who are hardworking and innovative, and with a wealth of agricultural opportunities, the reality that food insecurity is at a point of crisis in this country is truly unbelievable. But it is the reality when you have a Prime Minister who is intent on punishing Canadians with his nonsensical and ideologically driven carbon tax policy. In clinging to this disastrous carbon tax policy, a policy that has proven to do nothing for the environment, the Prime Minister has essentially told Canadians that it is more important for him to collect the carbon tax and to check a box than for a Canadian to earn a paycheck to be able to afford the basic necessities. And in fact, the cost of his carbon tax is jeopardizing farm businesses, which ultimately could further impact food security, not only in our country, but across the world. That is why my Conservative colleague put forward a bill that would have removed the carbon tax that farmers pay on farm operations. A cost savings of nearly $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's $1 billion with a B by 2030. But the Prime Minister leaned on the senators he appointed to gut that bill and to use every trick in the book to stop it. Mr. Speaker, that impacts more than our farmers, because when you tax the farmer who grows the food, and you tax the trucker who ships the food, and you tax the processing facilities, and then you tax the stores who sell the food, it is only common sense that the cost to Canadians to buy food goes up. The carbon tax scheme does not even end here. The NDP Liberal Coalition intends to quadruple the carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Prime Minister to axe the carbon tax before it bankrupts all Canadians, the Prime Minister's response demonstrated to Canadians how clearly out of touch this government is with reality. Their Band-Aid solutions to food security are useless when they are at the same time contributing much more significantly to the crisis. Their costly carbon tax is driving Canadians to food banks in record numbers. In fact, in just 1 month alone last year, Food Bank Canada reported 2 million visits. Lower prices on groceries and lower prices on other basic necessities will give Canadians much needed relief. And it will also relieve pressure on the mainly incredible food banks and charities that are oversubscribed across this country. The carbon tax-obsessed Prime Minister is simply just not worth the cost. It's time to axe the carbon tax on everything permanently so that we can lower prices for Canadians and start to address the affordability crisis in this country. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Climate Change and Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hate to start this way, but unfortunately, I need to correct the member opposite. These claims that the carbon price is increasing the cost of living are categorically false. There is not one economist in this country that's pointing to carbon pricing or carbon taxing or pollution pricing or any variation of our plan to lower emissions by putting a price on pollution that is causing inflation or causing a rise in the cost of living in Canada. We must be targeted in our approach to provide relief to families because there's absolutely no question things cost too much, particularly groceries. But one of the previous speakers tonight pointed to the work of Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, who said that it would be false to point to any one factor, including carbon pricing, as the leading cause or the number one cause or the primary cause of food inflation in Canada, Mr. Speaker. I'll repeat it again. Claims that the carbon price are increasing the cost of living are false. Most low and medium income households are actually far better off because of the way that this system works. Our approach to carbon pricing is cost neutral, and it sends checks back to families 4 times a year, such that hundreds of dollars a month are back in the pocket of many, many families. That's 4 times a year, not every single month. I may have made a little bit of a mistake. But the bulk of proceeds from the price on carbon pollution goes straight back into the pockets of Canadians and provinces where the fuel charge applies. Mr. Speaker, that means that 8 out of 10 households get more money back than what they pay on average. So when the member stands in the House and says, axe the tax, what they're actually saying is that we ought to take money out of the pockets of families who need it most. It's not as though our opinions matter more than math in this situation. We're allowed to have our own opinions, Mr. Speaker, but not our own facts. And in this situation, it's simply mathematics. Calgary-based economist Trevor Thome has done the math for us, indicating that pricing carbon in this country is not a leading cause of inflation, and it's not a leading cause of the challenges that Canadians are facing at the grocery store. I'm committed to lowering grocery prices. I'm committed to lowering inflation. I'm committed to making sure that families can afford healthy food at the grocery store. And that's why I will say once again, 8 out of 10 households get more money back than what they pay, which means that if we axe the tax, as the Conservatives have said, and they've continually said that the Liberals are obsessed with the carbon tax. We're not the ones asking questions about it every single day. We've done the math. It works, Mr. Speaker. Our emissions are coming down, and for 8 out of 10 families, and that includes almost all of them on the bottom 3 quintiles of the income scale, they're better off. We're also not quadrupling the carbon price this year. That is just plain misinformation. The fuel charge is a slow, steady increase in the cost of pollution, and it's designed to increase by $15 per ton of pollution each year, which works out to about 3 cents on a liter of gas, Mr. Speaker. Now, gas prices go up and down by 10, 15, 25% throughout the year, and you don't see that having an impact on groceries. And certainly when gas prices are up around $1.50 or $1.60, we see oil and gas companies profit as a result. We don't see Conservatives stand in this House and say, now come on, oil and gas companies, lower your prices, you're having an impact on the pocketbooks of Canadians. But when we price carbon and send the money back to Canadian families, they are up in arms. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has recognized that putting a price on pollution is contributing less than 0.2% to inflation each year. And as I've said, because our quarterly climate action incentive payments, the vast majority of low-income and middle-income households are getting more back than they're paying in carbon every single year. And that's 4 times a year. Just recently, the beginning of January, families received their first check.
Battleford is Lloyd Minster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the cost of everything is going up. And I know the parliamentary secretary said that it is a slow and steady increase, a slow and steady increase on everything. Canadians pay the carbon tax on food, heat, fuel. These are basic necessities that Canadians need. These Liberals, they've doubled down and they have promised to increase this tax, and the parliamentary secretary even said so, slow and steady. And they've promised to continue to make life more unaffordable for all Canadians, farmers, First Nations, families, everybody. Mr. Speaker, why is it that this member and his party are hell-bent on continuing to raise taxes, even if it may be slow and steady, but continuing to raise taxes to make life more and more unaffordable for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the misinformation from the other side is concerning. All economists have confirmed over and over again that our climate plan is not responsible for recent inflation. It's math, Mr. Speaker. It's not refutable. It's not as though my opinion matters more than facts. Facts matter. It's also true that we are not bankrupting any part of our economy. These claims are concerning and straight up wrong, Mr. Speaker. We know that there are ways to make life more affordable for Canadians that don't ignore the reality of climate change in ways that will lead to potentially devastating costs further down the road. Mr. Speaker, our climate plan is working, emissions are coming down, and it is a very conservative approach to use a market-based instrument to lower emissions, and I suspect that's probably why the Conservatives ran in their last campaign on a market-based instrument and pricing carbon. They didn't win the last election. We did, so we're able to implement our plan. I'm eager to hear what their climate action plan might be in the next election. I suspect it might be nothing.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant réputée adoptée. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée jusqu'à demain.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted. This House now stands adjourned.